Hello, everyone. Welcome to Adobe Live. I'm your host, Fabiola Lara, and I'm here with Wade Acuff, who's going to show us an amazing demonstration today about how to make a poster for Instagram, right?
Right, yeah, it's going to be an Instagram post, yeah.
I'm so excited.
Me too. I'm so excited to be here. Fabiola, thanks
We're live
so
from
much.
San Francisco. This is our first in-person stream. Usually Wade's on mod for a bunch of my streams. He does his streams, of course.
That's correct.
So now this is an awesome duo. So what are we getting into today? What are we getting started on? Tell me everything.
Okay, so what we're going to do today is it's going to be an Instagram post that is for a real event that is really happening in like really 3 days, Saturday. It's on Saturday.
You can go.
Yeah, if you're in Memphis and you want to go to the High Tone, I'll tell you all about it as we get started here. But we're going to make this all based off of something I get to do on occasion. I get to make show posters every now and then, and I've made some for different venues in Memphis. So
if we pop over to his screen, we'll see some of his work.
So I've done one. This is for Papa Roach. There's another one for Wolf Mother, Kyle Gass Band, which if you know Tenacious D, he's one of those members, and then the Melvins and Frank Black with the Pixies. But these are all just little projects that I've gotten to do, and they're usually super quick turnaround. Like, hey, we have time this week. Do you have time to make a poster? My mind always says no.
You're like,
but then
instantly you're like, no.
Then my heart is like, I got to do it.
Would be so
I just got to do
it. Yeah.
So that's what we're doing today, but we're going to start in After Effects.
So weird. I have never started a poster design in After Effects. And do you typically begin in After Effects?
No, this is something I wanted to show because we're going to be using Adobe Express later. I wanted to be able to show that, it doesn't take a lot to make something custom and animated. And we're going to make a little High Tone, which is the venue we're working with. We're going to make a background that just basically emphasizes that, hey, this is custom, this is for them, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to use After Effects and the type tool. It's super simple. I'm just going to jump into it here.
Pay attention, everyone. This is how you can create a really cool animated poster. And let us know in the chat right now, whether you're watching on YouTube or Behance, let us know if you've created an animated poster before, because I'm curious to see if you guys have done this before, what tools you used. This is a whole new process for me. I haven't done it this way before, and I'm really interested to see how this goes down.
Yeah, so we're really just going to be making a little video to drop in. And I'm just going to start. We're going to do this for an Instagram Reel. So I'm just going to start with 1080 by 1920.
Staying with the times. The times.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm going to quickly just grab the type tool, and I'm just going to type out, if I can get this to work for me, High Tone. And we already have our font here, which I can select, show you guys. It is Nove. It is also an Adobe font, so fonts.adobe.com.
Shout out.
Yep.
Sean just said that he's created a poster, an animated poster using Express with Firefly.
Oh, nice.
Good job. That's another way to do it, which we're going to get into in a bit too, right?
Yeah, later on.
Animating, yeah. So stay tuned. Maybe you'll learn something new about the process for that one over there as well. And okay, High Tone is the name of the venue.
Yeah, that's the name of the venue, and we're just going to make like a little background for this. We could do this multiple ways. Right now we just have type, and I could do something like duplicate this, just Control D, and start moving this around to make this fill. But I don't want to do that. That's a lot of work. I want to keep this as simple as possible. But I want to make this a shape layer. I want to make all the individual letter shapes. And if you want to do that, you can go to create shapes from text, or you can go into layer, create shapes from text. And now it'll make a new shape layer with all of your individual letters.
Elements,
all your letters are highlighted here. As you see, they're all individual shapes. So it's a quick way to do that. And the only reason I wanted to do that, popping back into the typed version here, is you have these little animate options, but this is only for when it's in as it is type. You can only adjust tracking. those sort of things. I wanted to make it a shape layer so that I can add these modifiers, and that's where it gets really interesting.
Okay.
I'm going to add a repeater to modify this, and let's see, let me turn it back on so you can see it. By default, it adds 3 to your, like your numbers here, your copies. You can make more. Let me zoom out real quick so you can see what we're doing.
Whoa.
But I don't want it to be horizontal, so you have to go down to transform repeater, and then here we can adjust the position and we can start to lay this out.
Ooh, that's so neat.
Yeah, and I'm going to show you a little bit after we kind of lay this out, a little bit more what you can possibly do with this. So I wanted this to kind of be vertical, and I'm going to give it a little bit of spacing. I'm going to roll this. I'm adjusting the offset and the number of copies just to taste. And then I'm going to...
I would have never thought to go about it this way. I'm not a huge After Effects person, and seeing you be able to multiply that so easily, I'm like, wow. When you know the easiest way to do something, it really just changes everything.
Oh, yeah. And it's so quick.
I would have just like duplicated it a million times.
Right. I mean, I think that's, you work with what you know.
You'd work it out, but
that makes sense.
It makes sense that this is way easier.
Well, that too. So I'm just going to adjust this a little bit just for placement. But let's show you what else it can do. And you can animate all of these. So if you wanted to make it look like it's coming closer to the screen, and then you wanted to animate that, you can just animate these copies. So I'm just going to roll through this. I'm not going to actually animate it. But you could do that. You can now leave that as it is and rotate this and get some funky, I don't know. You could
it's like a little DNA twist.
Yeah, exactly. You could play around with it, and all of it's animated, or it can be animated. But,
so right now, if you were to play that through, it's still?
Yeah, it's just a still frame. I haven't set any keyframes yet because we're gonna keep this pretty basic. So we're not gonna have too much fun with all of that.
I would call it beginner friendly.
Yeah, definitely.
Not basic.
Not basic. Yeah. Let's see.
So now you're starting to keyframe, or that was just...
No, I was just setting things back to the start. All right, so we could, again, just like you were saying, you might want to take this and to fill out this texture, start placing this around here, make a couple more copies. We're not doing that either. We're not going to do that. We're going to add another...
Teasing us.
That's right.
Showing us everything we're not going to do. But you could do it on your own. If you're following along and you open After Effects, you could be copying his workflow right now.
Absolutely. But to note, these are stackable. So I'm going to add another repeater. And this time, we're going to adjust this repeater too. And in case you guys get lost, you can rename these if you want. So that if you don't want to call it repeat 1, repeat 2, you could name it whatever you want to help keep track. But I am going to adjust the scale. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm going to adjust the position because now we're just going to make this stack the way we want. And I'm going to stagger this out. I'm going to bring this way down and then bring it back. I'm kind of just laying this out so that you'll see why in a minute, so that when we animate it, it's a little offset from each other.
I feel like the key to After Effects is really staying organized because there's so many, like the timeline can get so crazy that there's so many buttons, literally. There's so many buttons you can press that if you don't stay organized, you will miss something. And hello, Robert. Thanks for being here on the stream today. Marsha. Hey. Sean, thank you guys for showing up over on YouTube. Hello, relax. Bob Danley, thanks for being here. Remember, if you have any questions while we're streaming here, drop them over in the YouTube chat or the Behance chat, and I'll be sure that Wade gets to them and answers your question before he goes. So stay tuned, drop your questions. And I think now you're starting to animate.
I'm about to animate, yeah. But first, I'm just going to use this layer as a background. Like, this is just going to be our texture.
Okay.
But I want to set the opacity down a little bit just so that we get that
it's a background.
And then I am going to duplicate this so that we have a layer on top. Immediately set that. I'm just pressing T for the transparency. And now we're going to animate the number of copies for this. And there's a lot of ways you could do this. This isn't the only way.
Like is the case with so many Adobe programs, you got to find the workflow that works for you.
So we are going to animate now, but this is what's going to happen. You see how now this kind of rolls on? That's our texture. That's our kind of animated texture. But I'm going to set this to 0 and then hit the stopwatch for a keyframe. Move this out to 2 seconds. And then make another, well, I can go ahead and add my copies so that I can see it cascade. And then I will set the work area back, and we'll just do a little preview of this.
Nice.
That's fine, that works, but I want it to fade out.
Okay.
So I'm going to go to transform, and then the start opacity, I'm going to reduce that. It's already starting to get there, but it doesn't quite fade out by the end of it. So what I want to do there is go to the top level opacity, press T, set a keyframe there, come to the end of it, 0 out that percentage on opacity. Now we know that we're back to where we started, and we have a nice little loop, and it'll just do that over and over.
So you're going for like a 2-second animation.
Yeah, for this, and then I think I made this out to be like, let's see, Alt Option bracket to shorten our clip, and then you can just Control D and duplicate these. Hold down Shift. And you can, I think I did this out to like 8 seconds. We're not going to go to the rendering of this because, of course, like a lot of live sessions, I've already baked the cake. But if you wanted to, you could go to Composition, Add to Render Queue. And I think I just rendered it out as H.264, something that Adobe Express would read.
Makes sense.
And we're going to use this much later. This will be our callback at the end. So this is the first element we're making today.
All right. So this is just one part, one
yes.
ingredient in this poster cake that you are baking.
That's right.
All right.
All right, so we're going to jump right into Adobe Express and...
Very beginner friendly here, Adobe Express.
Oh yeah,
After Effects, you might have been a little overwhelmed, but if you follow Wade's steps, you're good to go. And now we're moving Adobe Express. What are you doing here? Because I'm curious. I've never seen an After Effects Adobe Express workflow.
Well, we're gonna put that on hold. Remember that we made the background, right?
Okay.
Because we're gonna jump into something that doesn't get a lot of mention in Adobe Express, and I didn't even know until this is probably a few months ago that this existed. But in Documents, if you come over to Document and you come all the way to the end, there's something called Drawing.
I have never gone that far.
Right. No one goes all the way to the end.
Let us know. Let us know if you've used this feature before. Comment and a little emoji pencil if you've already used the drawing in Adobe Express. I'm curious to see who's tried it out.
Marsha's asking if we're having cake. I hope we are.
At the end, yeah.
Yeah,
just
maybe
show
at
up.
the end. Yeah. So I just started from scratch. We'll see how this goes. And I'll just walk through some of the tools. It's like most drawing, basic drawing programs. We start with our hard round is already selected, and of course you can draw. With the basic brushes, we've got some kind of fun dotted and dashed lines. Let's see, we've got some multicolor brushes. I'll just open these. And there's like rainbows, there's some leaves, green leaves.
Wow.
Just all sorts of things.
The possibilities are limitless.
Yeah, you could make
endless.
Yeah, you could make like a border with this stuff. I don't know. Then we have, of course, an eraser where if we don't like it, we can erase. But you can also clear the canvas. Some hardness and size options for that.
Look, Sean says that he's used this over on the Behance chat. Sean says he's used.
I'm sure
Sean's
Sean's a pro at Adobe Express.
So there we go.
So yeah, go check out what Sean's doing. So we've got some art supplies, which I'll be using one of these later. I do love this splatter brush.
Oh, those are looking cool.
Yeah. And then we've got, I think, a last set of brushes, decorative. And I had to do this because there are cats, so we're going to put up some cats here.
That would make a cute border.
Yeah, you've got tons of stuff, bats and I don't know, chains and all sorts of things.
And when would you decide to use the Adobe Express drawing tools over, let's say, Photoshop,
Good question.
Fresco? There's a million Adobe drawing tools, so.
I know. Personally, for me, this is not going to replace how I make my illustrations. But in a pinch, if you only had access to Adobe Express for whatever reason, or you just want to make a quick drawing or a quick note and bring it back in, it's an option. Like if you want to do something really that's handwritten, you could grab your brush and, hi. I don't know.
And then bring that into another program.
Yeah, and the workflow is a little interesting on this because we can only download right now, but we'll get into that as we get going here. So back to the overall, what we're doing. We're making an Instagram post for a benefit show. It's a Toys for Tots benefit show. And one of the bands happens to be, I think, Relax is my cousin. He is in the band Owl Bear. And if you don't understand what I'm saying, I am literally saying owl and bear.
I had to clarify this prior to the stream.
Yes.
And you're saying this is a mythical creature?
Yeah, it's, I think
rumor has it.
Right, D&D, Dungeons & Dragons stuff. Those that know me know that that's probably where this is coming from. So there's
if
no
you
surprises.
are familiar with this entity,
yeah, let us
put
know
a
in
little
chat.
bear in the chat, or let us know in the chat if you are familiar with an owl bear. This is new to me, but clearly part of a greater mythology.
Yes, yeah. Well, we'll put it that way.
Yeah.
So I did, in case all of this goes wrong, I do have a backup plan. But I'm just going to do some drawing. Like, I would not have a live stream if there wasn't some sort of illustration.
Wade's got to draw live.
So I'm starting with a dirty brush. That is the name of the brush. I did not name it. And I'm using reference. If you see me looking over here, I have a little reference on an iPad. And I'm just going to start sketching out our owl bear.
With the dirty brush.
With the dirty brush.
Okay.
It's going to be holding... and this is going to take a few minutes, so,
Well, don't worry, because we've got a lot of opinions here. Everyone's calling them owl bears, like OWL. And
owl bears, yeah.
Before the stream, roll the tapes back, we had him spell it, and he said AL.
Did I say that?
I said AL, and you were confirmed.
I probably confirmed.
Now I look like
me.
I'm saying it crazy, so it's owl bears.
It's probably my accent that you're listening to.
That's true.
Yeah.
We had an accent. We have a culture disconnect. All right.
I didn't realize you spelled it that way. That's my bad.
That's fine.
100%.
That's fine. Owl bears makes a lot more sense, and we're all aligned. And comment a little owl bear. Okay, we've got Marsha doesn't know what one is. Sarah's familiar. Cody's familiar. So I'm in the minority here. But now that you're drawing it, it makes even more sense.
Oh, because it's an owl bear.
Yeah. Okay.
I
thought it was more of a bear named
owl. Owl. Like owl bear.
Owl bear.
Yeah. Owl.
Owl bear.
Yeah.
Got it.
I think we're all on the same page.
We're all on the same page. And are they scary or
No, we're not going to try and make it scary.
Okay.
I think in general they're supposed to be, but we're
keeping it friendly because this is for a Toys for Tots charity.
Exactly. I think that's the plan.
And it's a real benefit show.
Yes.
So that's cool if you're in Memphis.
Yeah, it's happening at the High Tone, which is what we just made that background for. And I think it's on Saturday night.
Sweet.
So
be sure to turn out if you're in the area. Wow, I can't believe you're just drawing this freehand. He does have a reference here, so I know people always are crazy wanting to know if there's a reference. But still, this is some really good textures coming in here from Adobe Express.
Yeah, I was really surprised at when I first started messing around with it, the quality of the brushes.
Yeah. Because sometimes you would think something a little bit more just basic would be all flat brushes, but we have a lot of texture brushes coming in here, and they're looking really good, and there's a lot of variety. Would you say... you use Adobe Fresco a lot, so this is a little bit like a more rudimentary Fresco.
A little bit, yeah. It definitely doesn't have all of the options. And I am using this brush specifically because it's rough, because the look we're going to go for once we get back into Adobe Express is going to be that like torn paper, the influences like mid to late 80s punk band, show posters, that sort of vibe. And that's what we're going for here.
I think it's coming through, in my opinion.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Beautiful little bear. It's an owl. I know.
What did people say? Do they know what an owl bear was?
They know what it is. I'm definitely in the minority, and they're fully aware. And we had a question about the animation. Oh, when we go back to the animation, I'll bring that up since you're in the drawing mode right now.
Well, if it's something I can answer now,
If you make 2 scenes with 2 videos, and then you add a text, and you want the text to go over both scenes. So I think it's a bit more complex. I think we have to show a little bit of that. But if you have any other questions, be sure to drop them over on the YouTube chat or the Behance chat. We'll be sure to get to them. And yeah, you'll get your questions answered. Stay tuned, Nicholas. We'll get to that. All right, so...
but that was an After Effects question.
Yeah, that was an After Effects animation question. I think it's just a timeline thing.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful bear. And he's holding the gift.
Yeah.
Right?
Put some ribbon on top so you can tell that it's supposed to be.
Cute.
Let's see.
And, do you typically use the Kyle T. Webster brushes? But in this case, they're not defining them.
Yeah.
They're just art brushes. But they look like they're definitely...
Totally could be Kyle's brushes.
Similar, yeah.
And the reason I'm using this, too, I meant to mention, is because of that torn paper look. And that's why this brush kind of, lends to that a little bit, I think. And I also don't recommend trying to make an illustration in 5 minutes.
It's challenging.
So, be sure to take your time when you're doing this at home.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to try and get all these little details all at once, especially on a live stream, but you're doing a wonderful job.
Well,
this is coming along.
And I think that's part of it too, is like when, just going back to the examples that I showed before, all of those were done super quick turnaround. So in the spirit of that, that's kind of what we're doing here. Just trying to get something quick out the door, some quality, obviously.
I mean, usually you're able to fine tune and sit there with it for a while, but this kind of works because you're also going for that kind of lo-fi punk effect, so it doesn't have to be super crisp and beautiful. And I think sometimes if you lean into the tools and the limits of the tools, for example, this one, you can't super get into the details. I mean, you can zoom in, but I mean...
Well, that's part of it too, is like, because most of those projects are like, hey, can you do this? There's not a lot to lose, so why not make it a challenge and kind of jump out of your, normal comfort zone?
Yeah.
Which is, obviously, I love illustrating, but if you saw those illustrations from earlier, the examples I showed, that's not normally what I do. That's kind of usually a harder edge, print style look.
Yeah, but you're adapting. That's also part of illustrating, right? Just being able to switch it up when you need to. So I feel like you're using the tools as needed, and I think that's a cool thing, being able to adjust your workflow for the project. And sometimes that means using new tools.
Right.
And just seeing, it's kind of nice to... One of the reasons I like Adobe Express is you can kind of create it and it's all in the cloud. You don't have this file that you have to keep track of.
Right.
And just make sure it's in the right place or you lose it. And I really like that about Express.
Yeah, that is really nice to be able to just come back to something too. And you're not doing the file maintenance part of it by keeping up where it is, because we've got the cloud working for us. All right, this is kind of where we're going. I'm not going to put too much into this.
That looks great.
It looks wild,
a little sketchy, wild owl bear.
And I'm going to just add little, almost like mistakes, like little, just texture. It's just going to wind up looking like more texture. It almost kind of looks like a woodcut, sort of. I mean, not really what I'm going for, but I just wanted to add a little bit more life to it. And just,
And that way it's not kind of just all alone.
Yeah, it has a little
bit of a scene.
Yeah.
There's more going on there.
All right, so I think we're going to end with this part right here. And the only option we have right now is to download this. So I'm going to download this, and we'll go to the download and then I'm going to put it in my output. I think we have,
Cool. So there you have the animated text that Wade showed how to do earlier and the owl bear PNG. cool thing about Adobe Express is you can download all these things as PNGs.
Yeah.
So right now that image is showing up with a white background, but in reality, it's totally transparent.
And yes, I didn't name that. You'll notice it said untitled. It's fine.
Pretend you named it. We're live on stream.
Yeah.
We're moving along.
All right. So before we leave the drawing, there's also templates, and I just kind of was playing around and exploring all this stuff. If I pop into over here for templates, it's basically like a lot of coloring, coloring book options, that type of thing. But what you can do is, let's load one of them up. And this, I thought this might be fun for, where this is a Toys for Tots benefit, so this might be fun for kids.
Oh, cool.
And it has a draw within the shape mode that's already turned on. And so you can just select your colors and start, drawing. And it also, well, let me make sure.
I needed this. Where was this when I was in school? I would have hung out on this web page for hours.
Right. So, you can do this, but it also, when you click out of it, it also, it works the same way. So if you wanted to put, this as a background,
sweet.
You can do, highlight that or, whatever. But I just want to let you know that those templates are available. If I don't know what's out there.
If you know a teacher, that's handy because I feel like those coloring books are all the rage. And you just showed us something totally new about Adobe Express. I had no clue about the drawing capabilities, and you created a really cool it had that handmade texture all within Adobe Express.
Yeah, exactly. Just using what the brushes offered. So we had that question. I want to make sure we got back to that. It was an After Effects question, I think.
I think it was actually an Adobe Express question, Adobe Express video question.
Oh, okay.
So maybe if you end up in Adobe Express video, we can cover it.
Okay. That will be right at the end, so may or may not get to that. I'll try and make time for that. But now we're starting with our project. I'm not making a brand. Like, there's no brand. I'm not going to come back to this potentially, and I'm not like building out something with colors. I'm just working off the fly here. But what I do like to do, and you'll see a folder that already exists when I go to brands, and I'll just delete it. But let's see. So what I do like to do is when I create a new brand, I should have just left it, but it doesn't matter. Owlbear. We'll name this one Owlbear.
What I thought we were getting into all along.
Now people are going to think it's called Owlbear. But when I make a brand or if I'm doing a project like this, sometimes I'll use this just to make a collect of my assets. So if I have fonts I know I want to use, this way when I add them, and they're all right here, but let's just say we needed to look for them.
Just to keep things tidy, this is a good way to kind of use brands as another organizational method.
Because when I go and look for them when I'm working on it, it'll all be right there, and I'll show that in a minute. And I'll just add the other one. I believe it's Chantal. And these are all Adobe fonts as well. It's the same one we used earlier, Nove, and then Chantal. And then when I go back and start from scratch for our Instagram post, and I go to the type tool.
Perfect.
Add our type. It will be right here waiting on me in my brand that we just made.
So it's just another way to, instead of having to search or
like if you had a bunch of things, if you had a bunch of things you need, a bunch of fonts or things you were working with, it's just so they'll all be in one place. And we do want to select this one, and there's quite a few bands that are playing this venue on Saturday. But my cousin is in Owlbear, so that's why they're getting the special treatment.
Getting the special treatment.
Look, your other bands, you had a chance. You could have all, you could have all been my cousins, but you chose not to. So we can, let's see. Let me make sure I'm getting all of my info down here.
Now, what would you say are the most important elements when you're making a show poster?
Well,
don't mess it up.
Yeah, right.
Get the date right.
Right.
That's the
date,
most important
time, and then who's playing, I would say, is probably pretty important.
Yeah.
So we could come in here
and make sure to spell check and copy check, because you don't want to mess it up for any of the bands,
Oh,
they'll take
right.
it personal, and you don't want to mess the date up, which
Oh, now you've
that's
got
a
me
big one.
worried that I've written all of this wrong.
Oh,
But
no.
if it is, they can get back to me and we can
we'll
fix
make
it.
some corrections.
So I'm going to lay out some of these, but I just wanted to show real quick because there's one on this one band that has been. Let's see here.
Dun dun.
Why do I keep doing that? Where did it go? All right.
When you know too many shortcuts, sometimes
it's
worse because
it's
then
the-
you're fighting against all the different knowledge that you have.
right.
All the commands are popping in at different moments in your mind.
Yep. So this one's Ben Abney and the Hertz.
Okay.
It's the there's another and
Part of it?
Yes, and I want to show a little thing. Oh no.
Sometimes you gotta hold
and
it.
I think
Things change over on Adobe Express all the time.
yeah,
so.
and it's pretty smart. So I think it's trying to do things sometimes that you're like, yeah, I can see why you thought I wanted that, but
But
so I'm gonna change this font to our Chantal because I wanted to keep like a little handwritten look as well. We've got our big chunky
Yeah, because
text.
you have the element, the drawn element,
exactly.
so you're kind of pairing it all together, making it cohesive by adding different elements there.
And so this is the way I'm going to treat this Ben Abney and the Hertz. But I wanted to show that you can group these things, and this is amazing. I find this to be a lot of fun to use. You can move the group around, but when you double click, you can make edits, you can select on them,
nice.
move them around, and then you can still drag them as one unit when you click out of it. So
It's great.
Right.
It's like knowing what you want to do next, you know?
Yeah. But I'm not going to save this. Why would I save that? Because, again, we've got all this info already ready for us. And you'll see that it's pretty much where we would have been.
Where he intended, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. So we've got all of our information here.
Now it's correct.
Yeah.
December 2nd.
Yeah.
It's verified.
Yeah, absolutely. And if there are any names that are misspelled, reach out. We can get them right. All right. So we're not really designed yet. It's kind of just stuff laying on the page. And I'm just going to use our elements in Adobe Express. And there are tons of elements and things you can grab. But I want that ripped or torn paper. I'm going to write ripped paper.
Right in the Adobe Express elements.
Yeah, under design.
It's so cool that you can just search for those elements as opposed to, back in the day you'd have to just
like find everything.
try and
yeah.
find it.
Well, there's always
Find
the
one that
option.
you like.
Yeah, there's always the option to use Adobe Capture or whatever, take pictures and bring it in and make it happen that way. I like this guy as a background. Let's see. So I'm going to set as background for that and then change the opacity.
Cool.
We're already getting somewhere.
Adding some of those effects so that it's not just a plain background. And you can play around with these, see what works.
All right, so here's the idea here. I really want this to look like it's torn. So I've got this paper edge that I just found in Elements. But we're going to keep with this black and white theme.
Cool.
But you can come into Effects and go to Duotone.
And customize even those elements.
Oh yeah.
So handy. What are you gonna pick?
It's going straight to black.
Black and white. Oh, shock.
It gets rid of some of the texture, but it keeps that kind of harsh.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Really, really neat that you can just customize it without having to then do another search for a black paper cut element. And I think Adobe Express just makes things go by a lot faster. All these different little capabilities, even if it's not as robust as entire other softwares.
Yeah, and I'm going to use a lot of these elements I'm going to use multiple times.
Okay.
Because they can provide some, you could go and search and find variety that way, but I'm just going to rotate this around. And now this kind of looks like, there's a little cut edge up here and a torn, so it's almost like a piece of paper that's already torn. And now we can, let's see, let me find a few more elements. I think this guy's going to work.
Yes.
And this one's the one, this is it.
It has a cool transparency on it.
Yeah. That's a good idea. So I'm going to put all these elements behind our type because we're going to make sure that we can see our type.
It would be good to be able to see the information on
Yeah,
the poster.
that is also
And
very
I
important.
want to remind you, or I want to alleviate some of your stress. Relax, which I think you said was your cousin.
Yes, I believe so.
They said it's all correct.
Oh, excellent.
So all the
Yeah.
information is correct. So be sure to show up to the show on December 2nd if you are in town.
Yes.
Okay, so now all the text is above that element.
Right.
You can't really tell because that element is very dark.
Right. So
now.
there we go. I'm going to move this. I'm going to move some of our type around.
Cool. And we have a question here from Nicholas Media about the type. Are you able to upload custom your own fonts into Adobe Express?
I believe you can. I am not familiar with that process. Do you know how to do that?
I think if you just go to text and then library, you're able to add to the click on a font, click on a type.
So add type.
Yeah, add type, and then if you go over to the text tools, I think you're able to add a font through here. If you go to fonts.
Or am I missing it? You can point to my screen.
Just select font.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Font type,
upload.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Right there,
So
you click upload, and then you select the file, right? So as long as it's a font file, it'll upload right into your fonts. You make sure you have a license to use that font, and it's in there. And if you don't have custom fonts, remember you also have the entire Adobe library built right into Adobe Express, so you can find something just as good, if not better, than the font you were already imagining using. I hope that answers your question, Nicholas.
Yeah, thank you so much. I knew that you could. I've always just used the Adobe fonts. Most of the fonts I pick.
Honestly, there's so many.
Yeah. Because most of what I do is illustrations. I don't really get a whole lot into design. It just depends on the project.
Yeah.
So I've taken the larger, textured piece, and I'm only using a section. But what's great about this is the way you can edit this. It can be a new section for every new band or whatever I want to use, so the texture doesn't repeat. So it's always unique.
And why would you want that? What's the benefit of it not repeating?
Well, you need variety is the spice of life.
Variety, so it looks custom, right?
Yeah, it's all custom.
Yeah.
Let's see. Trying to select these two, and you can group these things. That's what I was
grouping things is so nice because then immediately it's so much easier to handle them when you're creating the design.
Yeah, so I'm rotating this because we could just do it could be all straight and flat and whatever. But I think adding a bunch of angles and things just to make it a little more dynamic.
You have to remember the vibe we're going after,
That's right.
which is a punk vibe. It's not going to be all tidy. And neat.
Exactly.
How would they do it with
You want it to mirror the music, right?
Exactly. If it was, then we'd just be in a corporate ad.
we don't want that.
Sometimes we do want that, but not in this case.
Do we? I don't know. All right, so I'm going to grab this again. Let me ungroup it so I can just duplicate it real quick. And this is one of the things I really do like about Adobe Express is they tell you what angle you're on as you're rotating,
nice.
So you can bring it back to 0 if you want.
You don't have to guesstimate.
Yes, right. All right. So now we're just doing the design work. Now we're just trying to make things, fit, fill, and feel good.
Perfect. And I feel like you're just kind of creating, you want the band names to be kind of titles, so you're having those be the most high contrast elements here? From what I'm seeing for now.
Right. These are on, exactly. These are on the top of the, this isn't a show poster, it's a post about a show. But I wanted to provide and kind of use the same principles where, the bands are the highlight at the top, very tip top of the post so that you can see what's going on, who's going to be there.
Get all that information.
Yeah.
There's like an information hierarchy that's happening here, and I can see it coming through in this design already, and that's how you know you're making something right. So people are able to read it easily.
Exactly. I'm going to move that for now. And I'm going to adjust where we have this edge. Let's see if I can do it this way. Yeah. So I want to keep this edge here, this torn paper edge, just to mix it up. And you can just edit that shape within the shape you've already made. So this is the shape that's already there when I click out of the group, or click out of the edit, I should say. So that will...
Super customizable. It doesn't really limit you. Once you have those elements in, you're really able to just cut them up however you need.
Exactly.
Quite literally. Sweet.
I think
You're
this
making
should be
nice.
different.
And Robert Wennerberg over on the Behance chat. Yes, that is the new slogan for Adobe Express. Fast, smart, and painless. And if you have any questions for Wade along the way, be sure to drop them in the Behance chat or the YouTube chat. We'll be sure he gets to them as we're working here. There's a lot to get through, so I want to make sure he's also able to get where we need to go.
All right, so we're kind of laying this out. I don't know if we're there yet. We may revisit some of this stuff, but I want to get down to some of the details here.
Sweet. You got to make sure all the stuff is easily available, and you even have the biggest reminder, which is to make sure to drop off a toy donation.
Yeah, toy donation. Yeah, the whole point of the show. Yeah. I believe it says right here, unopened toy for the Toys for Tots, or a $12 donation to the Mid-South Food Bank.
I'm sure you can donate to your local tot.
Sure.
Be sure to check it out wherever you are while you're watching the stream. See how you can make a difference this holiday season. And Wade, what's next here? What are you trying to do?
I'm going to add a little bit of type here. Okay. You can adjust the line spacing, just tightening up the bottom. This little info.
And you're able to do that right in Express.
Yeah, down here, and you've got letter spacing as well. I'm not really going to mess with that though.
Okay.
Well, I say I'm not.
Well, he did though a little bit.
I did, and now I don't remember what it was, but it's okay. We can find out. 0. Okay.
Yeah.
Of course. All right. I think we're going to be good.
I feel like you should make your cousin's band, Owlbear, the
larger.
biggest.
Well, they're getting the illustration once we put the illustration in.
Okay,
so
fair. So is that what you're leaving room for?
Yes, I'm leaving this area here for our.
I'm finding out along with you guys what's going on here.
In fact, we can bring it in now because I'll need it to kind of place this. I knew I was going to have the bands at the top, so that was can design without that.
But how are you going to bring it in? You don't even have it in here yet.
Right. I'm going to go to media over here and then go to upload from device.
What?
And then this is our untitled, as you can see. And there you go. It's our PNG that we drew earlier.
Man, that fits right into that.
Yeah.
It really matches the aesthetic.
The vibe,
yeah.
So that's what we have. I'm going to make sure we put it towards the bottom so that it's not interfering with our type.
And remember, if you sometimes, have you ever accidentally removed the layers when you're working in Adobe Express where like they're hidden the layers is the... if you press here, sometimes they'll hide away. Yeah. So be sure to click that if you're ever confused on
You mean the actual like list of layers? Yeah. I was like, wait,
there's a lot of stuff here.
There's a hide layer button? Because I've just been doing, opacity changes.
That's another way to do it. There's a million ways to do everything.
Yeah. Let's look for another element for the ripped. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. I'm so sorry. Let's see, ripped. Oh, I think it's already, it's all right. We're here.
Well, search it up.
Let's see. I like this little piece of tape.
Tape is going to look really good.
Let's try it. Let's try it.
I think it makes sense. I like the pop of color, but I know it's probably not.
It's not going to stay.
It's not gonna stay.
I'm so sorry.
I love lime green too, but
interesting.
It doesn't stay in this. It's fine.
You know what? We got a little surprise for you later.
Don't make any exceptions for me. I want to be treated like everyone else.
No. It was already in the works. You just happened to stumble across it. All right, I'm going to make sure this fits our info.
Oh, I like this. I like that way to kind of separate the text from the illustration.
Yeah, and I'm going to do the same thing we did earlier, just grab everything and change the type to white. Cool. And then I'm going to duotone this to black.
I love that when you use Adobe Express, it kind of reminds you to pull in other elements. So sometimes if you're just working in Fresco or Photoshop or Illustrator, you get so used to the tools that are within that program that maybe you wouldn't drag in these photo elements or these texture elements if it's not part of your normal process. But here, Adobe Express makes it so easy to kind of play with that. That was such an easy way to add like something that's a photo element to a drawing.
Yeah, it's sort of prompting you along the
Yeah.
way as well. It's like, well, this is.
Have you considered adding this other kind of thing?
Yeah, I know you need this, and then there you go. I'm gonna align this, justify this to the left,
Sweet.
just to pull that down, and then I'm gonna make our illustration a little bigger.
That's
Fill
right.
that space. All right. I hate that I'm cutting the ears off,
And
but you know what? That's okay.
If anyone else is curious how the After Effects animation is going to come into play, you got to stay tuned
That's
here
right.
for
It's
the
coming up.
last 10, 12 minutes because I'm just as shocked as how this is all going to come together as you guys. But I believe in you. I have total faith in this.
You know what?
And it's going to look
appreciate
cool.
that.
It's going to look cool.
I really-
It's going to be something I would have never even considered. So stay tuned to find out how you can make that for your own graphics in the future.
So you're talking about a call out with color. Well, that's what we're about to do. Because this is a Toys for Tots show, and we're going to make this a Toys for Tots. And I'm basically going to add, I'm going to have to adjust the owlbear illustration, but that's fine. That's what this is all about, figuring out where things go, where to place things. Let's see, I'm going to make this whole thing a little bit bigger.
Sweet. Yeah, add some emphasis here.
Yeah.
Cool. You're covering up your owl though. It's
I know.
concerning me.
We'll get
It's
there.
hurting my heart.
We'll get there.
Owlbear. Sorry, everyone. I keep referring to the owlbear as a million different things here during the stream.
It's all right. Yeah, I'm going to adjust this texture so we get something new. And we're kind of squeezing out one of our bands too, so it may just have to make some adjustments. But the color pop is going to help us, because what I want to do is take that. I'm just going to make this red. Let's see, custom.
You can edit the shadows and the highlights to create kind of different effects. I feel like that's just another cool element as opposed to just
like here, come down here. And,
yeah.
I kind of for this one though, I kind of want to keep it flat because I want it to have that.
Yeah.
But that is a great call out. You could bring shadows to things to help them jump, make the type stand out a little bit better.
I wanted to point that out for Victor de la Cruz over on YouTube, who's asking about gradients and all this other stuff over on these shape elements. And I don't know if you can add an exact gradient, but I think with the use of the shadows and highlights, you're able to kind of mimic it if you wanted to play with that.
Yeah. So there's your lime green,
Yes.
which is kind of a rough take on the green, holiday.
For the holidays, it definitely, I love a lime green because it really just pierces your eye, and I feel like it does, even on this one. Wonderful. And
Let's see.
reminder, guys, we have about 9 minutes left in the chat, so be sure to get your questions here so Wade can answer them before we go.
Yeah, happy to field some questions for sure.
Okay, and while you're working on that, I just want to remind you guys that up next on the stream, we have Cyn Lagos, who's going to be with us sharing how to make a different vision board for 2024. So if you want to be sure to make your own vision board this year, stay tuned for that. This is just one long stream, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. But in the meantime, let's see how Wade wraps this up. I mean, we still have a little bit of time here.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm so curious to see how this is all going to come together because we still have some elements to play with.
That's right. We've got to bring in that background that we made earlier. But we're going to do that on the reel. This is not going to be for the post.
Okay.
All right, so we're getting all of this kind of lined up.
Lots of information happening here on this.
You can also select your color from existing colors, so that's what I'm doing for the benefit show part
That way
of this.
everything matches nicely.
Yep, and we are squeezing out one of our bands, so I'm going to adjust that just so we can see everything.
Perfect. Some things are getting cut off. I'm curious.
Yeah, I think we're getting
I want to make sure owlbear
Cyn
is visible.
It's there.
I feel like you worked so hard on him.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Perfect. Yeah, big shout out to owlbear, right?
That's right. That's right.
Wonderful. And
Let's see. All right, I think we're there.
Yeah, I'm
now
just like so curious where we're going with all the information for a show. I feel like designing a poster is a really, really like complex thing to do because there's so much important information to lay out, as opposed to like a standard illustration where you're just kind of highlighting one message.
Yeah, it is and again, that's that part of that challenge. When I do one of these, and you saw from the examples. If you didn't see the examples earlier, check them out. You can always rewatch these, by the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, they were pretty haphazard. Just got to get it done, get the things in there, find fun ways to kind of show off the band's names and that sort of thing. All right, so let's say we're close to this being done. Like this is kind of our finished product for an Instagram post. But we want to make this into a reel. You can come over to resize. And it's not giving me the duplicate option, but I can do that from here.
From there, yeah. This is one of my favorite kind of perks about using Adobe Express is the ability to quickly kind of get multiples and
because we have only a few minutes left, and we're going to make a reel real quick.
Real quick. Let's
go.
All
right, so I'm going to copy this. Oh, wait. I should make a duplicate. Hold on. There we go.
So easy to make a duplicate. Yeah.
And I'm going to come in here and resize this to our Instagram reel, resize.
I love that it already recommends all the different sizes, so you don't have to guess or
There's a whole list.
Be unsure if you got the right one.
And now it's just a matter. Now the only thing it really helped us with, it made our background fit, which is fine. Now it's just a matter of scaling everything back to fit.
Kind of readjusting things, but you have everything sort of grouped together, which makes it really easy to move around as opposed to just having everything separate, It's going to be somewhat easier. The groups are going to help out, and now you know the dimensions too.
Yeah, and it's basically all ready to go for you.
Sweet.
Let's see. Well, we lost something there, but that's okay. And I believe this format's going to help highlight our
owlbear, which I fell in love with, and I feel like now I want him to be the star of the show, like he is the star of our stream.
That's right.
But don't leave out any key information.
Yeah, exactly. So we have everything here. I left a little space at the bottom because a lot of times there's like little widgets and things on whatever platform you're on.
The UI, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And you could massage this. We could make this a little bit tighter if we wanted to, but we don't have a lot of time, and we want to bring in our background or high tone.
The After Effects.
This is the callback to the thing we made right at the beginning.
If you missed it, be sure to watch the replay, but don't go anywhere because you got to watch the finale.
So we've got it in here. This makes our timeline, gives us our timeline to work with, and I'm going to go ahead. It's selected, sitting on the canvas, and fit to video, but it's at the top, so we want to pull it all the way down.
Because we wanted this to be the background. That was the intention all along. So now we just got to
little custom background, and I'm going to change the opacity on it so that we can see everything. If we play it now, you can kind of see it. Scrolling in the back.
That's cool.
And that's all we want is a little bit of texture. But let's go a little bit further. Let's just go a little bit further with it. And I'm using this duotone a lot. I understand that. I love it. I think it's a great way to make things, adjust colors. And
without having to reopen After Effects.
Or if you've made something in Photoshop and you just want to adjust something, you've got options.
I feel like Adobe Express really helps you avoid having to open up a bunch of different programs that are more robust, but maybe you just need one little element to make it work for you.
Yeah. So there we go. We've got our texture in here. We've got a little bit of something happening in the background.
And you added like the holiday spirit just by switching it to red and green.
Exactly. And you could come in here, and I know we don't have a lot of time, but you could also animate these dropping in if you wanted to. Let's just add a couple of these. We won't get to all of them, but we'll do a few real quick.
Do a few, yeah. And you could even show us how to export it and all the options there.
Yeah,
too.
We do have options, of course. Oops. Back here.
Sweet.
And drop.
I love the animations over on Adobe Express.
Yeah, and we can show the layering for the timeline. So right now, owlbear is selected. If I wanted this to come in just a little bit slower, Let's see.
You could change the duration or the intensity over on the left side too.
Oh yeah, that's right. You can bring it in faster if you want. I'm going to pull this back a little bit, and I think you'll see.
Yeah, it
it's not
appears a little bit
selecting
staggered. We have about a minute left here.
Well, we may not get to that then.
But you have a lot of options in the animation panel for how to edit it. And Wade, where can people find you at?
Oh, yeah, you can just find me at Wade Acuff on Instagram. You can find me here on Behance live streaming as well.
He's always on the live stream. And don't go anywhere, you guys. We're up next with Cyn Lagos showing us how to make a 2024 vision board. So stay right here. Watch the replay if you're watching this later. And be sure to follow Wade everywhere so you can see him at the show over in Memphis.
Yeah. All right. Thanks,
Bye,
everybody.
everyone.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Welcome to Adobe Live. My name is Wade Acuff. I'll be your host, and we're here with Cyn Lagos. How are you doing?
Hi everyone. My name is Cyn Lagos. Thank you, Wade. I'm so happy to be here with you.
Yeah,
meeting in the
thrilled,
flesh is
thrilled.
amazing. Hi everyone. We're going to be playing with Firefly and Adobe Express today. So we're going to be diving deep in some of the things that maybe you may or may not know. So hopefully you learn some really cool stuff today.
We're working on making a mood board. Is that correct?
Right. So we're saying goodbye to 2023.
Already.
Sad
Wow.
goodbye. But we're also saying hello to 2024. And with that, I like to reframe my mind and consider all the amazing milestones that are ahead. If you're an entrepreneur or you're just an artist, oftentimes I think our mindset really drives our design forward, or it halts it, right? We get design block and the works. We've all been there. So I thought it would be wonderful to create some affirmations. So an affirmation deck. And in it, we're going to learn things like composition, layout design, type hierarchy, and how to really use all the different resources. Oh, I'll switch over to my website here. How to use the different resources that are available in Adobe Express. Before we jump into that, I'll introduce myself in case folks are not familiar with my work. My name is, again, Cyn Lagos. I am a multidisciplinary artist. That means I'm not bound to any specific medium. I absolutely love exploring new mediums. It's one of my passions. So design, photo, and film are some of the strongest focus that I've been teaching myself, and hopefully also sharing all the amazing things I've learned with folks like you throughout the entire year. I love being a visual mentor for aspiring artists because most of what I learned through other visual mentors online.
Yeah.
And if these resources are amazing, like Adobe Live. And so I am happy to be here and be a part of this. And
I love that multidisciplinary title. I love that.
it's such a mouthful.
Yeah, it is, but it's great. It encompasses everything because I think we all love exploring things and not bounding yourself to one thing exactly. It's great. I can't wait to see what we're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's such a big key of like just remaining curious is a big part of it. It's in fact one of my affirmations today is to remain curious. So I definitely invite you to sit down, contemplate, grab one of your notebooks. I brought mine today.
Oh, perfect.
From Adobe from last time. So I love grabbing a paper and pen and really considering these things because, we can't really this thing is so small, but we can't really abandon the mindset when we're in a creative field. It's not something we can just design is not something that you can just step in and just sort of abandon your headspace. It goes hand in hand, right? Like it's very, very much a parallel experience. So I like stepping into my headspace. So I wrote some affirmations. Some of these are focused on different parts that I've already accomplished this year, but I want to double down on. I want to get even better at. I want it to be so innate. It's a habit. But also the things that I aspire for, different milestones, things that I want to be able to say, wow, look, that used to be difficult for me, but not anymore, So I have things like I'm a creative force, being able to say that out loud. I'm a creative force. Like, yes, I can do anything.
Yeah, owning it.
Owning it, right?
Yeah.
Like sometimes our conversation with ourselves is, oh no, maybe I'm not good enough. Right? We've all been there. I'm proud of my work. I'm grateful for the opportunities to pursue my passions, things like this, right? So I'll read them along the way. What I want you to do is write a few anecdotes that are strong for you, and then observe some of these keywords that we're going to be using to create our prompt generation in Adobe Firefly.
Yeah, let's ask chat too. Do you guys have any affirmations that you're already planning on working on in 2024? Put them in chat. Let us know.
Let us know, full sentence, maybe some words, a strong singular word. I know the word consistent is really up there. We've all struggled with that one, right? So definitely let us know. I am a creative force. The word creative is definitely a key word. So I like looking at these sentences and using them as a way to get started with Adobe Firefly. So what we're going to do is generate some different assets for us to work in Adobe Express. So really, really cool stuff is that Adobe Firefly and Adobe Express communicate really easily. So it's nice to know that I can do a cross-platform workflow at any given time. So of course, in Adobe Firefly, we have all of these goodies. We can always text to image, generate fill. Everything really is born here and then spreads out into all of our Adobe ecosystems, which is super cool to just kind of keep up with, to see what's in the forefront, right? Like 3D to image. Oh my God, like I can't wait for that. Or in exploration, text to vector. Oh, some of us know text to vector is working out, right? That plan worked out. So talk about setting out milestones and actually pulling through with them. We're gonna do text to image today. So I'm gonna hit text to image there. And I see some like incredible inspirational images already from different criterias. You'll notice there's some painterly kind of designs, very specific to different eras of the art history, right? So different mediums, photography, paintbrush, vector, a little bit of everything. So definitely look at some of these to get inspired. Look at this little fella. So cute. What's even better is that whenever you browse over it, you can always see that caption, that prompt that generated that image. So it's a great way to give yourself a study of like all of the things, all of the different ways that you can generate prompts to generate these works of art, right?
Yeah. Oh, we already have a good affirmation coming in from Victor on YouTube. Become a agency for client success. That's their affirmation. To become an agency for client success. That's very specific. I love that you're like, I know I want to be an agency. I know I want success, and I know I want to like do this for my clients. That's wonderful. Very specific. Yeah, I like it.
So the first one is I'm a creative force. I have the ability to create beautiful and meaningful designs that will make a positive impact in the world. I love the idea of the world. So I'm going to pick words here that are visually strong. So impact on the world seems like a strong one. Creative force seems like a strong one. So remember, this is going to be a creative deck for you or for your fellow artists. So we're visually influenced quite easily because we're in the visual industry. So I want to create assets that are going to inspire me, motivate me. There's a level of randomness here that we're going to celebrate as opposed to being like fixed on a specific thing. Creative force, impact on the world, right? So you'll notice here that when I hit generate, it could be literally anything. Immediately, I have a square 1-to-1 ratio. I think that's what we're going to work on today, but in Adobe Express, we always have different ways to remix any given design and make it any size we want and, accommodate the entire design. Okay. So already we have this incredible variation of background images that we can use in our design workflow. So we have these really cool watercolor versions, a photo specific one. We have something a little bit more vector. So you really went out of its way to say, you didn't specify, so maybe I give you options.
Yeah, there's a lot of variety in that. Like, the subject's all the same because I think it's picking out world.
Right? So world is
yeah, and then it's just being like, I don't know. It's a rolling the dice, right? Because you don't know what it's going to think for creativity.
Yeah, so it's very much like my assistants, like, oh, you said creative force. I'm thinking force, explosion. This is kind of cool, right? You said you wanted a world, so there it is. And I hear creative, I hear colorful. So it's kind of amazing that it can discern all of those different steps. It's the part where I think I really, sometimes, especially if you're an independent entrepreneur, like you may not have too many people to bounce off ideas on.
Yes.
And brainstorming is such a strong, powerful element that it's kind of hard to abandon it and put it on the sidelines. But if you have an assistant that can help you out, a digital assistant, I think it goes a long way. So I love this one. I think I might download this one just for the sake. Whenever I download, I have promoting this disclaimer here that tells me that I'm going to get content credentials embedded in the metadata, which is wonderful because we always want to be able to be transparent with the fact that we made this on AI. So I love this one. I think I love this one too. So we'll use these as backups. But I also want to show you one last thing is if I go in here, I can also reference images. So I have this really interesting library of different images to reference. You can also upload your own, and later in a different stream, we're going to be experimenting with that. But I do want to see what we have available here in this library. So I have things like geometry, neon. We have some like kind of more organic looking graphics. I think I'm going to go for this abstract.
And that's going to guide where it's headed.
Right. So this is going to end up guiding or influencing the design and the prompt in itself. And so it's going to borrow different, the style, the aesthetic, the color palette. So you can see we had a world, but now it's like geometric, and it has these really amazing interpretations that I always find fascinating, that maybe my brain didn't go to that first and foremost. Otherwise, maybe if it did, I can write it in the prompt to be more specific. But even when it doesn't, it's like, oh, wait, hold on a minute.
Yeah.
This could be great. I love this.
Yeah, I like the idea of that one, and including the world.
Yeah.
Even as just an abstract shape, but taking a couple of those and combining them.
Oh, yeah, that's a great thought, too, to be able to do some post-compositing could be wonderful. So let's say, for example, I really like, let's say I like this one, right? So right here on this little button, I think I can go and edit in Adobe Express. So if you missed it, again, this little button, whenever you're going to share, you have download, copy link, copy images, edit in Adobe Express, submit to Firefly Gallery, save to library. I love submitting to Firefly Gallery because that gallery we saw earlier could be very well one of your images, which is quite amazing if you think about it. Like, I generate and
Are you
and submit it.
submitting just the image that you're prompting for? Or can
all
you?
of them.
Yeah, or can you?
I think this is per image.
Okay,
So
okay.
if you wanted to submit all of them, then you'll follow the same step.
Gotcha.
And in that will also be the prompt that we use to generate this image. And I see some folks also saying hello in the chat. Yeah, so be sure to be active on the chat if you have questions along the way, and get inspired to create your affirmations.
Yeah, Llama Mama on Behance is asking.
a great name.
Yeah, I know, I love that name. Is asking if we can edit in Photoshop.
Yeah, you can absolutely edit in Photoshop. Any of these files, you can download them as a JPEG, PNGs, and continue to do compositing. I know Photoshop is one of my favorites too, so totally get
Same.
that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
We're all big Photoshop fans. There's always a Photoshop or Illustrator fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the room. Okay, so for example, I have this as a background on my square ratio. So I can begin here introducing all my different text. So we said that I am a creative force. Now I have to think about my text hierarchy. So we want to have a headline. So let's get into our graphic design hats on, right? Graphic design hat on.
I think I just turned mine around. Or
you just-
no, okay, we're good.
Right, make it a little cool. And so we're going to think about our typography hierarchy. I want a headline, so I'm going to go into my text effects. And I love being able to, in Adobe Express, there's something really valuable about the fact that I don't have to start from zero. I can start from template, right? So it's super cool that I have different variations. I have social templates, logos, and all of these have like a different organization of all the words. So if I'm a creative force, it's like three words. I can start to look for something that has that kind of look. So I have here headlines. So let's look at all of our headlines here. So there's different font choices, and all of these are always editable. So I can always come back to it and change it and make it my own, for example. So something like this, I am a creative. I would say creative being the driving word for sure, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Creative
absolutely.
force. I am a creative force. It's awesome. I think this in itself can be a beautiful ritual for the end of the year for anyone. Just to even make this, I think it's kind of nice and embedded into your brain already as we do it, right? So I might lower the opacity of my background just a bit. So that can be a bit more visible. So I already have, I am a creative force, which is super cool without having to overdo it. And then there's something else that I want to introduce here. So I have a podcast that I started this year that I hope to double down on next year. It's called This Is Your Artist Speaking. And partly comes from the fact that I want to honor the artist in me, right? We play so many roles.
Yeah.
I want to honor the artist in me. So because of that, I thought this deck could be coming from the voice of that brand. So in Adobe Express, one of my favorite things, let me just write this in here to make sure I find my file. Cool. In Adobe Express, if we go to Home, right, under your stuff, you're often going to find all of your designs, right? But under here, under brands on the left-hand side, you're also going to find all of your different assets. I like placing in here my brand assets for my podcast. I encourage you to do this. It's a wonderful way to maintain that keyword consistency. Also to access all of your like different logo marks, shapes, text, fonts that you've associated with your brand. So I've gone ahead in here and uploaded my different assets and my different color palettes and secondary color palettes that I can use. I have some text options, headlines options, and things like that. So I wanted to show you this space because now when we go back to our work, so we go back here, I can introduce my, I can introduce my logo mark by going to your stuff right here and hitting brands and libraries. And in there, I'm going to find my logo. So just like that, I had access to my logo. Okay. I didn't have to import it. If I wanted to change this to be a different logo, maybe my primary logo for Cyn Lagos, then that could be introduced in here, right? So I can go in here in the same area and potentially just introduce my C for Cyn Lagos, right? So different options here. In Adobe Express, I think, at least for me, I've been a graphic designer for over 10 years. It's kind of amazing to find a place like this, Adobe Express, where a lot of it is already sort of like, here's a lot of foundations you can play with.
Yeah.
So an organization, things that it already knows, these workflows that we've used and used and used and used, it's all been kind of delegated to Adobe Express.
It prompts you in what you're doing. Like, you know, you want to add a type, well, we're already going to make sure we selected it, and you can just start typing. You want to add a font, it's, you know, already there, ready for you.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. So I have some design sketches here for my design layout. I did some of these earlier. I don't know if you can see that. We should have like a little zoom cam. But yeah, I did some of these sketches. I love sketching out compositions because you often, it's like playing Tetris. You're always like just moving pieces all over the place. So let's go to Adobe Firefly. It's often the same, right? We're going to do an asset, and we're going to be inspired by our concept being our affirmation, develop an asset, and create different design compositions with our typography and our visual. So that's the goal. So that's always the order of operations. But how can we remix that, right? How can we remix that every time? So I'm going to use one of these here. I am curious to see what the future holds for my design career. I love that. I'm curious. I'm not scared. I am curious. So I love this as a concept. So I'm going to grab the keywords curious into Adobe Firefly. Let's remove some of these here because we already used them. I am curious. And a nice pro tip here is that we have this little button here at the bottom right next to generate, where we can toggle on suggestions, right? So that means that it's going to give us different variations of prompts that we can use. So we have, I'm curious about a book in my mother's arm. I'm curious that man likes a strange alien thing. What? That's funny. I'm curious questions, text buttons. So like it gives you different trains of thoughts that we can play with there. So let's see if there's another word here. Future is another word I think about the future. About the future. So let's see if it gives us...
Oh, yeah, I want to see what this generates.
Yeah, I'm curious about the future, is really interested in precision, is coming isolated on white. Oh, so it has specific techniques.
Yeah, it sounds like they're
is here to be there. Is many of the great achievements. So it's wonderful to use any of these. Is still believable for true. Okay, let's use that. Let's see. And hit generate and see what we get. Also for this one, I think I'm gonna employ some of these reference image galleries. I absolutely love some of these, specifically the 3D versions, like mind boggle me. So subject is very strong on a lot of these generations, I notice. But if you want to make it neutral, you can specify that, especially down here. I'll say down here. In the advanced settings, you can exclude things from images. Okay. Yeah, so exclude subjects. I kind of like the subject. Could be a woman, it could be anything. So it's up to you, but let's use this as an example. And I'm going to go back to the reference gallery and grab one of these more neon versions. I think actually subject-wise, I like this one a lot. So let's do more like this. So show similar. Here, I'm curious about the future. It's still believable for true. nice structure there.
Yeah.
So let's see. That looks really, really cool. Kind of like a very cinematic, like the start of a movie or something. So let's use one
Still
of.
has a figure. Is that something you were trying to eliminate?
Yeah, I didn't want like a full face.
Gotcha,
I think I like the subject being there. There's something really inspiring about like seeing what else is out there. But I do want a reference image. So let's use one of these. So let's use this neon looking one. So let's take a look at what this looks like currently. So very Pinterest, really neat, very green, kind of like a few fuchsia colors there. A little bit of mist I'm seeing in here too. Let's see how it gets influenced by this very neon oriented image, floating blue and magenta, right? That's kind of wonderful. I know that all of us have been kind of growing up in this era of social media where, I kid you not, there was a time where like I would be like in a dressing room, like, you know, shopping, and I would hear people like saying, I got inspired by this post. Inspired. That was the key word. So why not, you know, generate images that you can find yourself pulling off from a deck that could potentially inspire your future work. You know, that's kind of how I'm thinking about it. If I'm attracted to this style, potentially, if I see it, you know, prompted to me in July, I can do something about that, right? That could be cool.
So with your sketches, are you working towards what you sketched, or just kind of using that as a guide to...
I'm definitely using it as a guide to kind of define where I want my text to live.
Okay.
So that I have different positionings of my text.
But it's not really guiding what you're... I mean, I see... you might not see it, but they're
not
like...
a rule. Definitely.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we can do one like that. So we'll pull a different one for this one. So I love this. This really gives me the neon aspect, makes me think of the future, right?
Yeah, that definitely fits.
Right?
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't make it look very organic, scratchy. Like that could be really cool for something else, something more nature forward. So I love this, right? So the prompt being, imagine reading this. I'm curious about the future. I'm excited, curious about the future. These give me that vibe. Like I'm curious about the future. Yes, I am. So, oh my God, I love this one a lot. I love the minimalism, something else to look towards. If you're already a graphic designer, you probably know about this, but something to find is a lot of breathing room in your images. If your images are a baseline for your design, breathing room is important so that you have space for the rest of your assets, your graphics, your text to live in, and it doesn't feel like hyper and not legible and things like that.
Yeah, this one I really want to take it and into Photoshop and composite something within the frame. Like instead of looking at like a lit wall, you know, there's whatever that mountainscape or whatever they're looking for.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, that could be cool. We can generate an image and put it in there.
Sure.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yes, that's so cool. Or like in this one too, in the circle.
Yeah.
I think we did a stream. I did a stream like that.
I think I may have been modding that one. I may actually have been modding.
Oh,
that.
awesome. Yeah. Awesome. We're always chatting on the chat.
I know.
Yeah. I know. So I think this one is cool too. So what you saw, what a big difference it was from the previous one. I'm gonna save this one too. There's a point where I'm like, I don't want to lose it. Because if I hit...
Just save them all.
Do you ever have that? Or you can also like it.
Right.
You can also like it. So I don't lose it. That goes into my favorites. And so I don't have to miss it when I hit generate again. So now let's hit edit in Adobe Express once more. You're going to see me doing the same order of operations, but the idea is that you have different assets and different ways of compositing something into a new, different expression, right? So we're going to go into our affirmations. Our affirmation says, I'm curious to see what the future holds for me. So I'm curious being the main element. So curious, I feel like feels very strong here. So let's write a text. And this time I'm not going to grab a baseline. I'm going to just type it in here. But I do have other helpers, right? So curious gets defaulted to this source sans 3, which nobody likes, right? So that's okay because we have recommended text based on our assets. So we have this kind of bold font, this kind of like scratchy looking text. There's so many different variations, right? So we can find something that works for us.
Yeah, I was going to say, are you looking for something that fits the theme?
Yeah, maybe, but I also want to create a text layout. So I'm going to go into this section down here and press I think I'm going to press arch right there, and it says, I am curious. I am curious. And expand it a little bit.
And just, mimicking the arc.
Mimicking the arc. Right? That could be really cool. We know that color is not as legible. So we can go down here. Something really neat is that we have these defaulted colors that are recommended. And I also have these additional colors that come from, again, establishing our brand ahead of time. We have all of these different brand libraries. So we have Cyn, podcast, so I can go into the podcast and I get all those different assortment of colors. So I can still kind of link back to some of these colors if some of my brand colors and link that kind of feeling. It's like, oh, there's something about this that feels like the podcast. I don't know what it is. Is it the colors, is it the text, you know? So that sometimes happens. Of course, you don't always have to align to a brand, but if, that's how you're working, I think it's a wonderful option to play with. So let's see how I'm curious looks like there. I think that looks way better. And so let's revisit now the recommended fonts and see what the recommended fonts would look like. I'm curious on that one. Whoa, that one looks gnarly. I kind of love that. Look at this one here. I am curious. Awesome. You say it enough times, it starts to be your new motto. I am curious. I'm not scared. Like curiosity is really what drove me to go from graphic design to try photography. And I kid you not, my designer friends were like, what do you mean? Are you a designer anymore?
Yeah.
And I was like,
I'm both.
I think so. I think
you don't stop being one. Just, I mean, you may emphasize something, but
I'm like, I think I still remember what letting and kerning is. It didn't default to 0, right?
Exactly.
But curiosity is what really motivated me to say, I'm going to do it despite like this not being a conventional concept in my industry. Potentially it will be tomorrow, right? Like multidisciplinary was born out of so many people saying, I don't know, I know a lot of things.
Yeah.
And so I don't know what I am specifically because I know so many things. I think that's a wonderful characteristic as an artist.
The curiosity part of it really speaks to me. There's a character that I made named Mingo that his whole thing is about craving curiosity. So it's the same idea of like if there's a new avenue you haven't tried, why not try it? You know. Just kind of stretch your legs, get out of your comfort zone. You may find something that surprises you.
Did you sketch that character?
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's awesome. That's so cool. I love how whenever folks develop characters, like whether you're writing them, drawing them, it's always born out of one of your characteristics.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So
I think that's true. I think it's very true. Or something you hope that's what you embody.
Yeah, or something you aspire for,
Exactly.
which is a big key for like this deck too. Is like some of these things are aspirational. Some of them are things that we just want to work on that like have been a struggle in the past, for example. So I know for me, I need to be able to have, I always say this, I love having a light at the end of the tunnel, right? Like the tunnel could be difficult to go through, but if I don't see a light then I'm not even gonna enter
Yeah,
that
what's the
tunnel.
motivation?
Like,
Yeah.
what's the
Yeah.
motivation, right? Well, we're kidding ourselves if we think that designing and our these work kind of ventures are gonna be easy. No, they're gonna be hard because they're worth it, right? They're gonna be fun, but they're gonna be hard. So you need something to look forward to. And so it's like kind of perfect here because it looks like he's looking through a
where
tunnel.
this is going for sure.
Yeah.
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 And that idea as well is like if something is hard and you're trying, if there's some barrier in your way, that's not necessarily a turn back sign. That is a like, oh, I just have to get to this next step, then
Right.
the next step, then the next step.
That's funny because it's reminding me of yesterday. I went to see the Golden Gate Bridge. So we're in San Francisco, folks. Just in case you don't know, it looks like we're inside a screen right now, but we're in San Francisco. I'm not based here, so this is super fun for me. So I did the classic thing, and I went to see the Golden Gate Bridge, and there was a tunnel, and I was like, there's literally caution signs saying, "Don't go through here." No, it didn't say "Don't go through here." It said it was steep. It was like low.
This was like a walkway?
It was an actual walkway, and my wife was like, "Just do it. Where's your sense of adventure?" And we did it, but I was like, "This is like the kind of thing that people they joke about. Like, why did you do it?" At the other side, there was literally the beach.
Oh,
And I was
wow,
like,
yeah.
"What? This is amazing!" So
Oh my
not to
gosh.
take like
I'll
it's so
ask
literal,
for-
but quite literal.
I'll ask for notes on where that is.
Yeah, I'll show you photos
Yeah.
later. It was so fascinating. Yeah, San Francisco is really cool in that way. So I'm going to grab my brand asset really quick here. And I'm going to show you something because this is dark. So in my your stuff. I love how it's called your stuff because I've forever labeled my folders your stuff or stuff whenever I didn't know what it was called. I'm a much better organization today than I was in college. So I'm going to add a logo in here. I can add this logo, for example. I have this alternative logo, so it's already white. Wonderful. I can place my logo there. That looks great. But let's say I didn't want that one. I wanted this one, but I didn't have an alternative. But it's black, so it's kind of hard to see it. It's not as visible. So what I would do here is go into our effects and go into duotone, into our duotone section, and go into the custom section and hit white. And just like that, we have our white color palette. And so that's kind of cool and helpful because oftentimes I'm like, oh, no, I forgot to do this. And now I'm in my mobile Adobe Express. Like I'm on the go. I wanted to create an asset. I forgot to upload my new assets. What can I do? I recommend uploading every kind of variation. But otherwise, here's a nice little alternative there for you to play with.
Yeah, we have a question, and it may take both of us to answer. Nicholas asks, if you want to print for newspaper, how can you work with CMYK colors for text and objects, for example?
How can you work with CMYK? What?
CMYK colors for text and objects. Adobe Express is
for text and objects.
Yeah, say if you were going to take this into Illustrator, you'd have a lot more tools for working with the different color options. And you could make something in Express and then export it out of, take it into Illustrator and then export it out with CMYK colors. But as far as what we're doing, I don't think any of that, would help you in this case.
I mean, it's interesting because CMYK, we're talking about print. So if I want to print this deck, I definitely would want to print it with a digital printer that has a RGB as part of their system, so that I know that whatever I'm looking at in my screen, because our screen is RGB mostly, right? Then it's going to be fairly close. If you can take away anything, is that whatever you're seeing is going to be just slightly darker in print because it's not backlit. Imagine like you remove that backlight, it's literally going to dim down. So overdo those colors or accentuate that luminance so that in print it comes out just as bright as you liked it. So that's a cool hack that I often do, even if you don't know what CMYK and RGB and all this stuff is. Like it'll work just fine. Also, printers are great at working alongside with you.
Yeah.
I use moo.com a lot.
Yeah, I've used them. I've been very happy with them.
Yes, I have a business card. My business card is from Mo.com.
Oh, yeah, so is mine.
And everybody's like, wow, it's so
Yeah.
amazing. And so I'll show it to you later.
Yeah, Nicholas asked, will they add CMYK colors in the future? They possibly could. Adobe Express is always changing. I think right now it's more geared towards social media, so you're not really dealing with printing out of that. But yeah, it's quite possible that they could add that in the future.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that would be really awesome. There's a lot of different things that whenever you think about feedback or any ideas that you may have, definitely provide them as feedback in any of the sites in Adobe. Because I've literally met the people that are taking part in this, like are studying it or really thinking about it, or the audience really wants this, the people who use this, the creators are developing a new workflow. You know, you're literally center stage in these conversations. So definitely provide that feedback.
Yeah.
It is heard by a real human being. So that's pretty amazing. Yeah, Nicholas, I hope that works. If you don't want to print this though, one great alternative is to have it as your affirmations for your social media posts, right? Or provide it as a digital card that can be randomized and provided on your newsletters. Right? There's a lot of different usages. Even if it's not for you, if you want to share it with other folks. So
Llama Mama has a question. What if you wanted to retain everything but change the man to a woman?
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
What a nice challenge. Just give me that. I just removed the thing. Definitely you have to type in subject matter. So a lot of the time whenever I start a prompt generation, I have to think about, in this case, I'm testing out what it would be like to just write keywords that are very overall, like kind of like a wide gamut, to just get anything. But if you have a subject matter in mind, whether that subject matter is a person or like a thing, right? Like buildings, right? Something like that, then you want to type that first and foremost so it can honor it, because it's almost like an order of
Operation,
importance. Yeah, so definitely type in girl, right? If you want it even more so, upload a photo of yourself and that photo will be honored.
Oh, wow.
Down
Yeah,
to
that's a
the
great
hair,
idea.
everything. So that's kind of amazing. I've been challenging Adobe Firefly with this quite often.
And you could also just composite, you know.
You're a big composite fan.
Well, I'm just saying there are still options. Like you could prompt for it, but if it's not getting you results, you can always fall back on compositing.
Absolutely. I think like a lot of times whenever I feel like, okay, this has something, but it's just missing the one thing, you can always just like put them together like ingredients, right? So I'm going to select a different photo of reference for this one, because I picked a different affirmation. It says, I'm constantly learning and growing as a designer, and I want to show you some other elements of Adobe Express that I frequently use that some people don't, you know, they don't know that exists. So let's see here. Let's choose this reference, which is going to be kind of like the more nature, still 3D though. As you can tell, I'm a fanatic of like the 3D options here. I'm constantly learning and growing as a designer. I feel like the word growing makes me think of a tree, something like that. So let's see if, as a designer, it created a person because I wrote as a designer. Growing trees, maybe I can put it in the background. Learning and growing. So I want to grab keywords. This is an exercise to grab keywords to then create your entire design. So it's not person specific, right? So it's a different way of thinking about it, brainstorming prompts. It's not specific to subject matter, it's not specific to techniques, but at 1 o'clock, I will be doing specificity based and inspired by my own photos. So stick around for that one later on at 1 o'clock PST. If you want to learn how to prompt generate for that kind of style. This is more focused on keywords. So let's see how we do that. So let's see, learning and growing trees. Learning, I wonder what learning might create. One of my favorite things was when Adobe Firefly launched earlier this year, I generated different things, but in the future. So one of them was a school in the future.
Oh, so you just
Yeah, like
common item, common thing.
Kitchen in the future.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's like
it was super fun.
This is the 2023 take of the 1950s, the kitchen of the future, that sort of
yes, I love that.
That's-
Can you imagine? And also, architects or interior designers must go bonkers over this.
Yeah.
Like, it must be so cool for them. This one's so beautiful. And again, if I'm looking and assessing whether this works for me, I'm thinking, okay, this is pretty cool because it has a lot of breathing space. So that means my text is going to live pretty happily in here. But just in case something didn't work, then I can pick a different one. Oh, I like this one here. This is pretty cool too. Let's see if we do like School of the Future, growing trees. School of the Future. So I might pick this one there in the center. I kind of like, rowing trees. I wrote rowing trees. I kind of like, in photography, we learn different techniques for composition. Graphic design is layout design, composition, photography. A lot of times when things come in threes, they give a sense of groups, and it feels really good whenever you watch a scenario that has 3 elements. So those 3 trees felt right for me. This is another wonderful one. We have vanishing point going on. We have reflections. And I'm going to hit save. School. I wrote school, so I thought a school of trees, like a large number, a school of fish.
Yeah.
Right? A school of fish. That's funny. So I think I'm going to use this one here. Oh, this one's kind of cool too. I might use this one. Edit in Adobe Express. Now, whenever I do that, it will open up a new file, I noticed. I would say future feedback for me would be like if it had an option to continue to open as a new artboard in my current workflow, right? So this here, if I hit back here, this is my sole artwork. But then when we go to this one, we have our original, right? And then we have this one. So I'm gonna paste it in here.
I want to answer Nicholas real quick.
Yeah.
I had another question. Who can I contact for input on the CMYK colors? Maybe one of our mods can direct you to where you would put those inquiries for Adobe Express. Maybe they can link to that.
Yeah.
It's over on YouTube.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm glad.
I'm also going to lose my computer here in a moment because I'm not plugged in.
No, but we can see the chat.
Still see the chat. So
we can see the
we're not
chat
going
in
anywhere.
a giant screen.
Yeah.
You look really cute out there in the giant screen. Some people have some cool usernames. Makes me want to change mine. So I don't have that artboard that we created. This artboard opened up in its independent project. So another way or hack to get that to be part of your artboards is to introduce your artwork as an artboard. That was a really hard thing to say.
You got it though.
So you go to your stuff, right? We go to your stuff, and I just clicked on that artboard, and we're going to introduce it as a new page. So now everything lives in the same place because we're creating a deck, and I want to be able to see everything at once. So let's say this is my scene. So I want to be able to say something like, I like this a lot in so many different ways. My brain is firing up. Okay, so let's go into this section here. It's called add-ons. So under add-ons, you can find so many different variations of tools that folks have just created independently, right? To be able to work with Adobe Express. And at any given moment, there's always these featured ones. And I love checking them out because that means they're being used quite a lot. It means they're really popular. So I have my own favorite add-ons in here. So screenshot that if you want to catch them. Some of these are like how to this was called brand fetch. So fetching a brand whenever I need to find a logo instead of stepping outside of
That's cool.
of Adobe Express, or auto icons. So I have these icons that I can introduce in here. I like this one a lot. It's called Clipping Mask Pro. So it has all these different shapes that I can play with in order to introduce like my image in a really cool, funky way. So I'm gonna upload another one of the scenes that we had here. I think in downloads right here. So let's say it was this one right here, the one with the 3. So we'll introduce that one. And you have all these different shapes. So you can see there how they change. You can have all of these kind of dynamic windows to a window view to your scenes. So this would be a wonderful one to adapt for like the curious anecdote, right? So curious looking through a window. So definitely keep those keywords in mind. A lot of times whenever I had to conceptualize designs for my clients, I start with like a keyword, like a word soup, just associating visuals with a keyword. And that will give me a better sensibility of how I wanted to move forward with the final design, whether that was a poster, a packaging design, it could be anything. But if you have that connection of the keywords, it's often going to come through really, really well. Some things we do it for style's sake, right? And some things have a further kind of like a note in them that just connects it back to your overall concept. So I love this. This has like all of this variation. So I would do something like this. Some of these are definitely paid, so you would have to kind of unlock them. There's so many cool free ones too that I think should be paid because they're so cool. Like this one is really awesome. I love this one. So this one,
yeah, that is cool.
Right? That kind of
organic. It's almost
very cool and organic. So I love being able to use add-ons because it just gives me a different take on Adobe Express that maybe it's not accessible to everybody. Not a lot of people know it just yet until this live stream, right? So live stream just catapulted everything. So yeah, I know.
Llama Mama says
tomorrow's
that's so
not
cool.
school anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're say it's so cool.
Yeah. Llama. Yeah. Great name. Okay, so let's say we want to now introduce again our caption. Our anecdote, right? Our affirmation. So we had constantly learning and growing as a designer. I love that, growing as a designer. I think I might use the word growing as a thing here. Growing as a designer, I feel like it feels like one.
Yeah, that's definitely a solid start on that one.
Yeah, I am constantly learning and growing as a designer. So let's rethink a different way to introduce the text here. Oh, let me close that one up. So let's introduce the text here. Add text. Constantly growing. And what I'm gonna do, since we're probably closer to time, so
we have about 14 minutes.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there.
Yeah, so get your cues in, folks.
Sorry, we've got about eight or so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So this
Time's
is
flying.
so this is I love these kind of moments because it's a true reflection of how I work at home. It's like fast. Like I have like 30-minute, little timers. That was taught to me in advertising agencies, let me tell you. So definitely practice it at home. Is a great way to like feel like you're procrastinating, but actually you have plenty of time. So I'm gonna add all of those different things that we talked about. Like for example, in this case, I changed the type because I have it readily accessible. I do a drop down here. My podcast fonts are right there. So I have the my main headline font. I have my body copy font. I love this a lot. So I'm gonna write. I'm constantly.
Yeah, everything's all organized for you right there.
Yeah, I think eventually this place becomes so tailored for you specifically. Oh, talking about that kerning and letter space. Well, they call it letter spacing here. I guess you don't need kerning and letting as a word.
Yeah, maybe they're shifting away from the origins.
The fancy words. Yeah. So, everything becomes so closely tailored to you and what you use it for that you're going to start to be like, why am I even building this in any other place if I have all my assets built here? And mind you that all of these things that you're building and organizing for yourself can one day be just shared with someone else. So once you start, I'm wishing this for you and for myself, once you start having this gigantic company and you want to be able to share your assets with everybody, you can do that because you've established a level of organization that is going to be easy to delegate down the road. I want to pull this one down. Oh, here. It is there. Sometimes that happens. I think that's like a little glitch. So I'll hit refresh where I can't copy a text.
Yeah.
Does that happen to you?
Yeah, there's a couple of things that usually refreshing will help.
Yeah. Let's see if that work. If not, I can just copy and do a different text.
Yeah.
All right.
You can also select the whole thing and Control Command D.
Command D.
And it makes a copy and you just drag it over.
Oh my God, Wade. Awesome. Wade to the rescue.
There you go.
There you go. All right, so I'm constantly growing as a designer. And I feel like we should have one of those like 3, 2, 1 clocks, you know, as a designer. So now we have another one set there. Super cool.
Yeah, we still have about 6 minutes. We're good.
Awesome. So I want to create another one, right? So we have 4 decks now. And in this one, I want to introduce you to a different add-on that I use quite frequently. And so this one is called Clipping Mask. Oh, wait, Clipping Mask Pro I showed you. It's one of this one. So one of this has all of these different cool assets that you can play with. And one of my favorites is these squiggles, all of these 3D amazing assets that you can play with. They're super cool.
Fun.
Isn't it cool? And so I like introducing some of these as a way to maybe frame my scene. So let's click on that one. And
it's like instant energy.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's like, okay, you can have this super well-developed graphic introduced into your design. So when it comes to composition, I think framing is a pretty easy way to create a design and create some symmetry. So I might just do it like this, do another one here, and play with it a little bit there so it starts to look a little bit more symmetrical. You know, if I have the time to just nitpick, it'll be right now it's looking more asymmetrical than symmetrical, but you get the idea. So then if I'm going here, I'm going to write, I am grateful for the opportunity to pursue my passion for design. I love the word passion. I think I'll do passion for this one. So let's go into text effects. And you know we couldn't do this without trying a text effect. So I'll write the word passion and go into text effects and find all the different sample effects that we have here. And let's see, my wife really liked one of these. So I'm trying to play ball, pink peonies.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that how you pronounce that?
Peonies, yeah, I think so.
Yes. Okay. So then this is going to generate a equally 3D kind of like beautiful visual assets that I think can be perfect for this kind of aesthetic.
Llama Mama's asking where how can we watch this again? You can watch all these replays here on our YouTube channel.
Great question, Llama Mama.
YouTube.com/@Adobe Community Live, I think, or is that right? It's something like that. Mods will help us out if we get it wrong. And then also on Behance, you can watch a replay.
Yeah, you can always watch the replay. And I encourage you to watch the replay because I know that for me, like sometimes I like to watch them a little bit faster or a little bit slower, depending on the kind of like
I love that playback speed option.
Yeah. I love that. It's a game changer for sure. If you don't use it, I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I think everybody does these days. But yeah, you can have some really cool recommended text here. I'm grateful for the opportunities. And we can introduce this into the bottom here. But that was cool. We already used text effects. We introduced some neat 3D graphics based on our add-ons. I really recommend you to just explore add-ons because there's so many things in there that can help tailor your Adobe Express foundation and also like really boost your workflow. If you really think about it, there's so many simple ways to adding something fresh.
For sure.
Let's add this in here. Maybe that color. And I'm grateful for the opportunity. Okay, no typos, right? No typos.
I'm looking. I don't see.
There's always that. Your stuff, got to add my logo, got to add it in there. And you can see already just in this workflow that the order of operations is the same. We develop a design, we find a cool visual. Well, first we think about our concept. We use it as keywords to develop our assets, our visual assets. And then we create some hierarchy with our typography.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to wrap it up there. Thanks so much, Cyn. I appreciate it. It's been amazing.
You can catch us at 1 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, you'll be back. You'll be back, yeah.
1 o'clock. Thanks, everyone.
We got more to come, and I think we'll have a schedule up here in just a moment.
Remember to restream and, learn at your own pace. Thank you so much,
yeah.
Wade.
Thank you. It's
Yeah.
been great. Learn a lot of
everyone.
new things. Bye, everybody.
Live, right? Hi. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Adobe Live. I'm here with Alex Hogue, and he's going to be sharing how to make some video carousels for social media.
Yeah, we are.
What programs are we using today? Give us a little breakdown and tell us a little bit more about yourself.
Yeah, so my name is Alex Hogue. I run a small studio out in Bend, Oregon. This is kind of my website here, and I can show you some of this information.
Yes.
See if this is popping up.
Let's pop over to his screen.
Let's see here. So so my name is Alex Hogue. I do production, editing, graphics, drone work, that sort of stuff. I've been doing it a while. So I just realized the other day putting this together, it's been 18 years now. So started out making BMX videos in high school with friends, and then progressed. I went to San Diego State for video, and that kind of went on to a couple other jobs, and then eventually working at GoPro for about 7 years. After that, started my own thing in 2020
Cool.
that I've been doing that now.
You can tell it's a true passion then, since you've been doing it for so long. And it
works
went by
out,
like
yeah.
a fly, right?
Yeah.
All right.
So this is obviously me here with my assistant editor on the right-hand side.
So
and
cute.
Today what we're going to be talking about is, I like to call it the AE challenge. So I came up with this, After Effects and Adobe Express. That's what we're focusing on today. So
The duality of AE.
Exactly. So whichever you prefer. But basically, I created a dynamic Instagram carousel, and by dynamic, I mean like some video, some photo. It's kind of like a collage, and you can swipe and
through,
all that
yeah.
stuff. So I did that a little while ago, and after being at Adobe Max this year, I learned all about Adobe Express, and I was like, hey, that's pretty cool. I know nothing about it. I'm a rookie, and I wanted to challenge myself to see if I could take what I made in After Effects and redo it in Express.
Which is really cool, because if you can, that means you're like possibly doing it even faster, right? Or simpler.
Oh, much faster.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, I think it worked pretty well. And I'll actually, I'd love to know from the chat here. We have, I'll show you exactly what we're gonna do, but we have kind of an A and B here. And now one I made in After Effects and one I made in Adobe Express.
This is amazing.
So I kind of want to ask the chat, which one, A or B, was made in Adobe Express? So if you guys are watching,
Wow, this is hard.
chime in. I'm curious what you think. And it could be either, but just want to get a poll.
I feel like, can I give my guess?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I'm gonna say B was in Adobe Express.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but I'm using some reverse psychology because I feel like A has the logos and stuff. I think that might be After Effects.
Okay, that's fair.
Even though you can do it in Express.
I'll tell you
but-
what, I'll tell you the secret. You can do either one. I learned you could do either one.
Yeah.
So, before I want to give the chat a second to chime
Yes.
in. Let us know A or B, which one you think was made in Adobe Express. But
And you can vote in the YouTube chat and also on the Behance chat. So wherever you're watching, comment A or B, and we can see it over here, just in case you're wondering.
So for some context, this is the first slide of the Instagram carousel I made, and we'll go over it here. But just to let you guys know, okay, we're getting some answers for A.
Yeah.
A and Express. Okay, so let's go ahead and reveal it at this point. So we got
I got
A
two
is
B's
Adobe
on
Express,
YouTube. A is on.
and B was After Effects.
Wow.
The truth is, like I said, you could do either one, but I actually had a lot of fun in
Express?
in
You're getting-
Express. Just kind of recreating it and making some subtle differences. We can see here, I don't know if you guys can see my cursor, but this is a skier, Lindsay Dyer, and this was a production done 2 years ago that I was on, and I was shooting video and photo for this production out in Jackson, Wyoming. And, on the left here, we have her cutout, we have different backgrounds going on.
It looks really cool. And I feel like, now I'm getting confused. I feel like Express is really nice and light, so it's a little bit more playful than After Effects. After Effects, you have to go and you really got to zoom into the nitty gritty, which is cool when you want to make something really, really like flashy. But being able to do it a little bit more like on the go in the browser, which is Express, keeping it on the cloud, not having to deal with like file organization in and of itself is just really nice.
And it's super simple. Like I said, so the challenge was to see if I could recreate this. This is the full carousel. It was 6 slides.
Okay.
And I can the first 2 here, just to kind of let you guys know what's going on. We got video playing, we have a background image, and then we have some overlap to kind of get people to slide over to that next one. So we got that. The second slide here, so there's no audio on these videos. I don't know if audio is going to play right now. Maybe not.
Maybe not.
I don't know if you guys can hear it, but basically it's just some background audio of me talking about some behind the scenes type of stuff. And then I think for today's purposes, for time, we're going to focus pretty much on the first 2 slides.
Okay, so recreating the first 2.
Exactly, exactly. That's okay. We're going to skip the audio. It's not too important. So what are we going to talk about today? What are the things I had to figure out how to do in Express for the first time, never having used it. We need to format it for Instagram, which is either 1080 by 1080 or 1080 by 1350. We have some overlapping background here, which was actually a bit of a challenge to figure out in Express.
Yeah.
And then we have little borders on our video frame here, which was another thing. And then color kind of throughout. And various durations of video. So how can we trim that down?
That's a lot of different elements that sometimes, like when you have the initial thought, you can sometimes overlook like all the different elements you're actually going to need, especially when you're working with a new program and you don't know how to necessarily make that happen because you're unfamiliar. So I'm curious to see how you're going to problem solve this.
And the process went well. So like I said, first time in there, and then basically this is kind of how we're going to break down this stream for anyone watching who's wondering what we're going to cover. We're basically talking about intro and then my assistant editor, the cat, for about 5%. We'll hop over to After Effects really quick. I'm not going to show in detail just because of time in After Effects, but I just kind of want to show like I've been working in After Effects for years, so it can be a little intimidating. So then we see what that looks like, and then we're going to hop over to Express.
And it'll be inspiring because you can be like, oh, wow, instead of having to do it in After Effects, I could do it in Express if you feel like After Effects is out of your domain.
Yes, exactly. And that's the whole purpose. And honestly, it was way easier. Like, don't need years of experience in After Effects. So let's go ahead and
we'll turn you into a pro here with just Adobe Express.
All right. So first we'll hop into After Effects and I'll show you, this was my project that was originally created. And as you can see.
And it's like the
it's
panorama.
A big panorama.
Yeah.
So the one thing with After Effects, there are loads of different ways to do everything. This is just the way that I did it. Okay. So there's multiple ways of doing it. But to give you kind of the rundown, basically, this is, let's turn off some things here.
Maybe zoom in a little more so we can.
Yeah, so basically you can see here, if you see my guides, I basically had, I split it into 1, 2, 3, and I kind of just built it out. Yeah, but I built it out all on a panorama, and then when I exported, I would just pre-compose and export
that section
for that section, if that makes sense. So a lot happening here, tons of layers. Like I said, I don't want to go into too much detail, but if you are familiar with After Effects and you wanted to create something like this, basically the rundown of it is we would make a new comp.
Before you get too far in here, do you think you could fix the aspect ratio real quick just so we get a full screen?
Yeah. Time out 1 second.
No worries. While they're fixing that, guys, remember if you have any questions for Alex on After Effects, for like 15% After Effects and then 85% Adobe Express, make sure to bring your questions over to the YouTube chat or the Behance chat. I'm monitoring both. So if you have a question, drop it in and we'll be sure that he gets to it. Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this After Effects works out. It looks so robust.
This one right here.
And shout out to Umacorn. Thanks for being here. Shout out to Robert. Shout out to Oliver. You guys are awesome. Thanks for joining the stream today. And are we back in business?
Hopefully.
In a second, we'll be back to his After Effects stream. Got a little tech troubles here. But have you guys, let me know in the comments if you've worked in Adobe Express to create a video carousel before. I'm curious to see how many of you guys have already done it. I've done a lot of carousels in Adobe Express already, but I haven't incorporated a ton of video into them, so I'm curious to see how that works out because it can be a little bit tricky. Andres to the rescue here with the ratio. All right, and today we have a stream all day, so if you're tuning in right now, you can stay on this stream literally all day. We'll be here, one single stream. I'll be streaming next. I'm going to be sharing how to do a little holiday promotion video, so stick around here, especially stick around to see the rest of the stream.
All right.
All right, let's get back to work.
All right, so Adobe team working hard here
There
to
we
get
go.
aspect ratios sorted out. Lots of technical things. Okay, now we need to adjust my windows here.
Give us a second here to reconfigure everything.
Oh,
All right. The computer's thinking. It's doing its
yeah,
thing.
what's going on here?
We might have to jump right into Adobe Express.
Yeah, let's go. Let's see. Let's tab back over to.
Again,
After
After Effects is a
Effects.
really like robust program, so
There we go. I think it's refreshed now.
okay.
Okay, so like I said, we won't spend too much time here now that we've kind of burned some time. Sorry about that, guys. Thanks for bearing with us.
Yeah.
Technical difficulties. All right, can you guys see everything here now? Is this
Yes,
working?
this looks amazing.
Okay, so yeah, this is the whole thing. I think basically what I would do is kind of make a new comp, which you could just hit this composition button here. If you go into composition settings, if you were to do something like this in After Effects, if you have some experience, I just want to show you like the easiest way to build out these slides is if you have them all at once. And if you were to do 1080 by 1350, which is Instagram carousel size, this width here, you could do 1080, and then you could just do little times or that asterisk, and then 6 for 6 slides.
Oh, cool.
And that's what makes our comp, whoops, I tabbed over.
Yeah.
That's what makes our comp nice and wide here.
The
and
less
then,
math I have to do, the better. So
yeah,
that's
so do
kinda
times
nice.
6
Yeah.
or times 5 if you wanted 5. And then to easily break that up, if you come into here, there's proportional grids here. Now I already set this up, but what you would do is come into File, where is it? Edit. Where's my preferences?
Things change. Things
Whoa,
change.
yeah,
Sometimes
things are moving here.
Sometimes when you set a new aspect ratio, you feel like
Yeah, I
you're in a
can't see it
completely
all. It's
different
zoomed in.
element.
Okay, well, you would go into Edit. I'm just going to describe it
You
since
could
we're
go
having
into,
some
if you,
technical
you can probably
difficulties.
search it and help too if you want to.
Let's see.
Sometimes.
I think it's like
Oh no.
grid. So anyways, you would go into Edit, Preferences. I know it by heart. And if you go into Grids and Guides, there is a setting in there, and you can change the horizontal setting to be 6. So it'll
Okay.
automatically put these lines in here, and then you can kind of draw rulers, and that is basically the layout if anyone's trying to do this in After Effects.
Cool.
And then you would export this all individually. Let's not spend a ton of time on that, but as you can see, it's quite a bit of work.
Yeah.
And if you're experienced, it makes sense. But if
It's
you
quite
are
technical.
coming over, it's very technical, especially with technical issues going on. So this is our whole thing. Let's go ahead and hop into Express and take a look at what this process looks like. So my challenge was to see, hey, can I do this in Express?
Can we recreate the same output that
Oops,
After
let's just
Effects
do-
gave him with Adobe Express?
And because I don't know the website off the top of my head,
No worries.
so I just type in Adobe Express.
Perfect.
We're gonna go here. I should already be logged in.
Mm-hmm. And now we're in, and it's, you know, it's. I love that it's all on the browser. I feel like it keeps things just light.
It's light, it's tidy. I can access it from anywhere. Obviously, this wasn't the original computer I did this on, but I can do
Just
it here.
open it anywhere.
So you have kind of your stuff over here, and I wanted to add some of my brand elements to it. So I made a folder here for my brand, and then within here,
And you can just add the folders within Adobe Express, like with that button, add folder. Just in case anyone's wondering how
There
you
you
even
go.
get these folders started.
yeah, and so basically come in here and you can create a new project, whatever you want it to be.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do custom size just because
Because you know it by memory.
yeah, and we could do, I'm actually going to do individual ones, so that's going to be the big difference. So we could do an Instagram square post. Let's go ahead and start there, actually.
Okay.
So we selected Instagram square post, but I actually want to resize this. So,
Because.
well, on Instagram, you can do 1080 by 1080,
Yeah.
but I wanted the portrait mode for carousel, which
Yeah.
is 1080 by 1350.
And
And
you
so-
and you always want the bigger size so you take up more screen
Exactly.
space.
You want the real estate
Yeah.
on there. So I'm just going to change this. And this is obviously, this was all part of the learning process as
Yeah.
I was going through here. 1080 by 1350, we said, right?
Yes. And you'll see there's an Instagram carousel option, but that one's 1080 by 1080. So that's why, if you wanted custom size, you go to that.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe if you keep scrolling, there might be a Instagram portrait size, which will be the one that you want. It's
Oh,
in there
okay.
somewhere, but yeah, Instagram portrait post
Oh,
right there.
Instagram ad would work too.
Yeah,
1080 by
and right under
1350.
that is the other one. So you could also search it or type it in if you already know it by heart, because either
Yeah.
way works.
In a lot of ways, people might just come to the carousel one here
Yeah.
and just do 1080 by 1080. That
Yeah.
also works totally fine. So I'm just gonna hit resize. Boom, we're resized here.
Yes.
So give you kind of a background here. Up here in this upper right corner, we can view all of our pages, and we know we're gonna want 6 different pages. For the purpose of today, I'm only gonna focus on 2, the first 2, because the techniques for the rest of the post that I did, once you know how to do what I did in the first 2, everything else is the same.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and jump in. So we had, let's see here, this first one was basically Lindsay here, and we have two videos with kind of like a border going on. But the hard part is we have this overlapping background from the second carousel.
Which means you want kind of this third space that you don't have, you know,
Exactly.
because you're designing them individually when it comes to Adobe Express.
Yes.
And in After Effects, big difference. You were designing together.
All together. And this one's individual, so it can be a little bit harder. You might need to know what layout you want, or you can just play with it. But I kind of want to start, we're going to start from the second slide for that, where it kind of goes over. Actually, you know what? Let's start from the beginning. Let's keep it simple. Let's keep it simple.
Let's go with the flow.
So the first image we want to bring in here is Lindsay hiking and kind of set that as our background.
Okay.
So we can close here and go to media, upload from this device. We're going to select here. Let it
Alternatively, you know, if you're following along and you don't have this photo, you could probably search for a similar photo just for demonstration purposes. If you're watching at home and you want to build this out with Alex as we go, feel free to.
So let's see here.
So you have that photo.
Hike.
Cool.
So it brings in your image. Boom, it's here. And it's just click and drag, really. It's that
Which
simple.
is so nice. Like, I know you know how to do everything in a way more in-depth way, but sometimes it's nice to just drag and drop and move around.
It's so easy and it's so much
cool.
faster.
Yeah.
So we'll just, and we're just gonna plow through this and kind of have fun and then see what we can do here. So let's go ahead and focus on the initial make of it here. So that looks pretty good to what we did. We have 2 video clips also going to be playing.
Top and bottom, okay.
And because of that, the way Instagram's going to treat this is it's not actually going to be a static photo. It's going to be a video you're uploading.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and bring in the other 2
videos.
So we can bring in, let's see if it'll even bring in both. There we go. So we'll bring in 2 at a time. And you're going to see what happens at the bottom here. Now we have this timeline. And we can toggle on and off to show layer timing. Over on this side, this button here will show the layers, so you can easily select on the right-hand side what's going on.
And you only have that timeline once you import a video, right?
I believe so, yeah, because there's no need.
Because there's no need for one.
Yeah, it would just be a static
So if
shot.
you're looking for a timeline to upload to Instagram, but you probably are working on a static image, and you're good to go. You don't need to bother.
Exactly. And I know someone was asking about how to kind of export the videos in the chat. And I will say I prepped this within Premiere because this was actually a massive, massive project.
Yeah.
There was 3 days of footage and everything. So I just grabbed some clips. But if you didn't have that and you just took video from your cell phone or from your camera and it was a big, long clip, bring in this show layer timing here. And all you need to do is you can just drag it to like wherever you want to retrim your video to line up.
You just happen to have it trimmed already, because
in my case, I had it trimmed already.
But if you didn't, you could just do it in here.
Exactly. But there might be instances where if you're doing this, maybe this top clip is much longer than, say, your other clip. Like one's a 30-second clip, one's a 10-second, and you don't want it just going blank.
Yeah.
So you might want to trim everything to match whatever your shortest clip would be.
And you could do that all within Express. So that's kind of nice. And if you do the show layer timing, you'll also see if you have a short clip, you'll notice that it goes blank.
Yep. And so let's go ahead and continue on with this. I'm going to actually make these a little bit bigger because they're a bit small. So I'm just going to grab both of them and do it at the same time because I want them to be kind of uniform. And let's just drag them, make them a little bit bigger, maybe something like that. And we can go ahead and put this one on the bottom. And then this one somewhere in here. Now let's The other thing we had going on that you can see is this white frame, just to give it a little bit of that separation. And I will say there's a couple different options here. We can come over to, what is it? You could just search in here, honestly, and type in, you know,
you can
rectangle
search.
Border. And this might come up with a ton of different
Something
options you could bring
yeah.
in here. Again, for the purposes of my challenge, like I actually did it with this one as well, or a similar one, wasn't this exact one. And you could put that in there and make it look how you wanted to. But I wanted to stick to my challenge of trying
original,
to keep exactly what I did in After Effects. So how do we get a white, simple border on here? And the workaround that I found was to actually duplicate this video clip.
Interesting.
And then I'm going to kind of line it up, which is easy. It just snaps. Make it maybe a little bit bigger, and we'll fine tune this here in a second. But what we're going to do is, the reason I did it this way, instead of trying to draw a square and get it perfect and everything, is this is already 16 by 9 video clip. And we want it to be a perfect, nice little lines.
Yeah.
So if I duplicate that clip, and then we come over here to, I believe it's Effects. We're going to come into Custom.
I love seeing how people work around things. I'm like, this is so interesting. This is when you learn like the cool stuff.
And this is actually really easy, so don't get overwhelmed.
Yeah.
Once you know how to do this, very simple. And we're just going to come into this custom here, and then we're going to change the shadows to be white, and we're going to change the highlights to be white. So now we just have a white box.
But it's the perfect size that you need it to be.
Perfect size, and to see what's going on here, we just need to drag this layer underneath. And then now we have this nice little...
And it snaps easily, which is cool.
Yeah, and we can adjust it, you know, however we want. If we kind of zoom in, get a closer look here, you know, we can adjust however we want, maybe something like that.
Yeah, and you also have align tools that you can play with if you wanted to perfectly align it. So it gets really like...
Yep.
You can get as precise as you need to be and figure out how to make Adobe Express work for you.
And what I love about that is then I can also just, we can duplicate that again. I just hit Control D, and we can just drag it under this other one to keep them all exactly the same.
Working smart, for sure.
Let's see here.
It's almost there. It's almost perfect.
And to use this grab tool and zoom in and out, I'm using Alt and then the scroll wheel on my mouse, as well as space bar for the hand tool.
Cool, which is similar to a lot of the other kind of controls on other software, so that's nice.
Exactly. So,
what's next from here?
Here's what we got going on. Now, this is the tricky part that I had a tough time, but I wanted to have a bit of the next image overlap, only on the first slide. And the way I did that was, it's hard because you want it to line up pixel perfect, right?
Yeah.
So, hit that button at the top. We see our other pages here. Let's go to the second page. And we're gonna go ahead and bring in the, let's see.
The image that you're gonna overlap.
Who knows these mountains? Hint,
Not me.
It's in Wyoming. It's a national park.
I'm gonna get it wrong.
This is the Grand Tetons out in Jackson, Wyoming.
It looks awesome.
Absolutely beautiful. Let me know if you've been there.
If you've been,
visited.
I clearly haven't. Wait, this is so cool. And I'm curious, this is the background image or the...
So this is going to be a background. So if we look over here, this was kind of the layout. This was slide 1.
Okay.
This is slide 2.
Oh, and it's that background that overlaps.
Yeah, and it's just a background there. And then I had kind of a video centered to keep the stage, I guess. I don't know what you'd call it. But the main idea when I was designing this in After Effects was I kind of wanted the mountains to be kind of centered.
It's a cool picture.
And then I just wanted a tiny bit of overlap. And the way I figured out to do this, let's say that's our background for slide 2, and I'm holding that Alt and zooming out to see everything here. What's great is there's all this snapping inside of Express, makes this really easy. So basically I'm just cropping the image right now.
And it looks the same because, before
Well, I'm
it
cropping
was
the
off
background.
To the background, yeah.
But to do this, what I did was I just cropped that. We'll leave that as it is right now. I'm going to come back here to pages. And if I come up here, I can duplicate the page.
Okay.
So just kind of recreate it. And this was actually kind of originally why I wanted to do this process first. But let's just assume this was our first slide, if that makes sense, the one that we just designed, just for showing sake. We'll come in here. And then since I know kind of that horse's head is where we cut stuff off.
Yeah.
I'm just going to drag this over a little bit more. And the reason I'm doing this is to get it pixel perfect for Instagram. And I'm just going to select, oh, it snaps right on the edge there perfectly.
Yes.
And then I just grab this and slide
And
it over.
bring it in. And that's now that perfect
And then now
edge.
if we go over to our next slide, you know, it's
like,
perfectly
it's the perfect
aligned.
continuation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's how you would kind of align
Using
those.
the crop tools.
Exactly. And the snapping is really what makes it, because if the snapping wasn't there, then we wouldn't
Then
get
yeah,
it
you'd be
aligned
trying
right.
to get it perfect. It would be really hard.
Yeah, and then in that case, from here, this is where I would kind of, again, I would bring in
The rest of the elements.
yeah,
from
and I
page
wonder if
one.
we can actually,
Wonder if you can
What?
copy place.
I'm curious if I can, won't let me multiply. So I'm new in Express, so this is kind of why we're doing this, is to kind of show the process of everything. And I don't know, I mean, I could duplicate it, but then we're going to lose that perfect crop there.
Mm-hmm.
But let's go ahead and actually, since we know how to make this part here,
Yeah.
let's go ahead and have some fun with this one, kind of redoing the
Just
same
do-
thing.
Cool. Okay.
And show some of the other stuff we can do.
I think there's also a world where you could copy that little sliver and paste it.
Oh, this one here?
Yeah. If you wanted to.
Let's give it a
Copy.
try. I mean, this is all part of it. Like
Yeah.
this was my challenge of like, hey, I did this somewhere else. I don't know how to use this, but I know it can be done. Let's figure it out. So let's see if we can. You're saying we can copy that from here and paste it in here.
Paste it. Yeah.
Oh, sure. Look at that.
Boom. And it's in
And
the
then we
exact
just
spot.
move it under, and it's perfect. There you go. See, this is why I love this. This is why I love being here, because we figure out all these little things
Yay.
together.
And now, if you slide over to the other page, it should be the exact match.
Yes, and let's just go ahead and move this one over here, and just to test that.
Oh, I'm excited.
Oops.
Heart's pounding. Everyone's waiting for that perfect.
Let's see, where is
Shift
my
over.
shift over button?
It might. You might have to put this down. Put that little
Oh.
thing down. I think. Does it show up?
Nope. But
I think it might be cut off by the layers.
Let me
You
get rid
hide
of the
the
layer.
layers.
There it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Boom. So
Boom.
you know what I love about today is that we're going through this together and being like, okay, these are real world problems
Yeah.
that people are gonna have, and like in figuring this out. It's like, oh, it's hidden right there.
Sometimes it's as simple as copy paste, and we forget.
Exactly. So now we got kind of this horse's head and the edge of the mountain there. And it's kind of
Sweet.
hard to tell here, but yeah, I mean, it worked. We know it worked on the other one
Yeah.
too. So if we wanted to get picky, we could refine that a little bit more. But what else can we do here?
So many things.
Let's, if you have, let's see. So one of the other things I did here, actually, we can come back over to my other project. This is another version. This is the one I played with. And as you can see, what was going on here, I cut her out. So we did that. The background's a different image. And then here you can kind of see I used that kind of grunge frame I was talking about.
Yeah, you brought in those photo elements.
Exactly. And that was from the media within Adobe Express.
Within Adobe Express.
And if we edit timeline, and we got these cool elements here, which I could not do that in After Effects. Like this is just elements taken from Express of like getting this arrow and like putting in, I was just playing
You were
with it,
just
having
searching
fun.
for stuff. I think that's the cool thing about Adobe Express is that since it has that side panel that kind of prompts you to look for things, it makes it really easy to then be like, oh, I wonder what it would be like to drag and drop this little animation into here, instead of having to craft these animations by hand, which
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure you could technically do, but like,
Let's be real,
is
I
it
don't want to
worth
spend
it?
that much time on
Is
an
it worth
Instagram
it for an
carousel post.
Instagram carousel? Like, that's the reality. If you can figure out how to make an Instagram carousel faster, that's the world that you want to live in.
Yeah, so let's kind of show some of the power that's in this.
Yeah.
So what if we wanted to take Lindsay here, awesome individual, by the way. She's a pro skier, and the reason this all came up, just to give a little bit of context
Yeah.
here of like what is this content we're working on. This is behind the scenes content from a shoot I did a year and a half, 2 years ago. But I live in Bend, Oregon, and recently there was a movie tour going through called Advice for Girls. And it is a ski film, and she's part of it. She was part of that. And it was touring through Bend, and it's a ski film that's made entirely by women.
Oh, cool.
And that means the writers are all women. The music compositions, the
The
music was
crew, the
done, the
production crew.
shooting, the editing, every single element, and it was touring through town, and like it resonated with my
Yeah.
town, and it's on tour now, so go check it out. But
That's awesome.
that came up, and I was like, oh man, I should get some of her content out there from a time that I worked with her before. So
Sick. We have a really good question here from Robert.
Ooh,
If you do
Robert.
a fade in with the clip, how will it look? So I'm assuming that he means the video clips that are on top. So yeah, I think that you can fade them in
this is where we explore together.
over on the animation
see.
panel.
There we go. Whoops. Let's
Just-
make sure we're selected here.
Yes.
Animation. So we can set ins, we can loop things. So there's all these animations built into, there we go, built into Express. And yeah, I would, we could toggle these together to slide in depending on
Yeah.
how we want to do this. So let's go ahead and make sure we have the right layers. So this one's actually on bottom. So I'm kind of just rearranging here so I know.
Yeah, because he hacked together kind of this stroke kind of thing, you have to animate the stroke, which is actually the secondary
So we
blank
could
video.
we could basically take this, come into, where'd it go?
Just scroll down.
There we go. Animation, and let's just say we wanted it to slide in. So now it slides in on top, and that works. I think it would look better if we did this one at the same time.
If they both slid in, yeah, then they would look like in unison.
Exactly. So let's see
then-
if that'll play. Boom.
That worked out so nice.
And let's go ahead and maybe do the same thing to this bottom one.
Yeah, you could play with all the other animations as well too. There's some looping ones. There's in and out.
Let's see, and it kind of
so-
shows you this preview, pop, shrink. So all this stuff is built in, and if I was doing this in After Effects,
It would
be
just be
sitting
so
there
many
with-
keys and stuff.
yeah, and not everyone wants to spend their weekend that way. So
Especially when you're trying to make something
Let's
fun to
do-
post on social media.
this one can kind of drop
It's
in.
nice to be able to just kind of have fun with it instead of being in the nitty gritty of an After Effects timeline, which is fun in a different way.
So, what do you guys think? You guys think this is, people in the chat, like, this is pretty doable. This is very doable. So we're going to do, and you can change all the settings here for each individual animation.
Oh, we have a really good comment here from Nicholas Media saying that you can group the white box and the video together and then animate them together.
You know,
so I haven't tried it myself, but
I
see.
knew that was a thing, and for some reason it wasn't. Usually, I guess
Sometimes
I
you
have
have
to
to
zoom
drag
in
and
and click
select,
on both
yeah.
of these as opposed to grabbing the layer.
let's
see
see.
here.
Sometimes it can. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know. It wasn't letting me do it. Honestly, it could be
It
part
could
of the
change.
technical issue that I'm having today. But yes, you can group these two together, and I can't tell you why
Just
it's
not
not
right
letting
now.
me. Yeah. But yeah, the workaround at the moment is just put the same animation on it.
both. Okay,
Unfortunately,
cool.
yeah.
It might be because they're both videos. If it was maybe a,
no, I've
a
done it
square
I've
box.
done it before. No, maybe because one's a video, but
Yeah.
I don't.
Who knows?
I'm not sure.
Who
to
knows?
be honest.
Play with it. See if it works on your end. Could
Yeah.
just be a glitch on our end. But either way, we're making it work, and it still looks like it's in unison.
So let's just go ahead and see. Let's bring up our timeline. And again, if these clips weren't the same, if you click on the video clip, you can kind of adjust it however you need.
Oh, that looks cool.
So now we have them both kind of coming in here. So every element you bring in here can be customized, which is really what we're trying to get at. I definitely encourage anyone to come in and just kind of play with all of the possibilities. So let's go back to Lindsay's photo here.
Yeah.
Um,
If you pull up the
we
layers,
go.
you should be able to.
We're on
Sweet.
Lindsay's photo. Now, there's also all these cool things up here, and I kind of wondered, what if we removed the background? How good of a job is this going to do? So
Yeah.
let's just go ahead and click that,
I,
and let's see what it does.
I love this tool. It's so
Look at
handy.
that. I was blown
It's so
away
cool.
at how well it did. Like, look at this. It even took out in between these straps, like,
It's so nice, and being able to do it with a
That is
click of a
great.
button without having to tell it anything
Yeah.
is It just feels like it's in your mind. Like it understands exactly what you're trying to do.
So now we could, maybe move her around a little bit, and then maybe we bring in another layer for the background.
For the background, yeah.
And let's see if we can just find one. I might grab
I'm sure you have a ton of content to use
here,
here, Alex.
I only brought some of it with me today.
You already said it was a however long shoot. It was long.
Right?
I can't remember. 1 week or
Let
something?
me see here. What do we got? We can bring in, we'll just grab another one from one of the other slides for now.
Perfect.
Let's see, maybe this one here. And again, we're just kind of showcasing this. So we could maybe scale, these are huge photos, obviously, taken from like a DSLR. But what if we just like put this all the way at the bottom, even under this sliver here?
Mm-hmm.
That might be a little too much. Whoops.
And there's even some light photo editing abilities within Express too. So like
Maybe a little too big.
if you wanted to edit that, you could still go for it instead of having to edit it on a separate software and then bring it in.
Exactly. Yeah.
Even
And
though
that was one of the
this is probably
great
already
things
edited,
here too. Like this could be, this is obviously a pretty bad example of a photo. The one I had on my previous version was better, but to show you what we're doing here, you can come into, you have all these effects and adjustments we can do here. We can adjust the contrast of that background image. Maybe we bring up the contrast, maybe the saturation, we kind of bring it all the way down. You can make it black and white if you wanted to make her pop more. I think the image choice I had is not the strongest here, but it's what I have on hand right now. But you kind of get the idea, like the flexibility and the ability we had to just cut her out in a click and have it be that good that quickly is amazing.
Yeah.
So
I also just love that in Express, it prevents me from having to open a million apps. Like otherwise I might have to have After Effects and Premiere running and also Photoshop to cut someone out. I mean, there are ways to get around all of these things in one app, but it can be a bit clunky. So it's nice to be able to do it all kind of in a browser. It's just nice.
Totally. So, and then again, we could bring in other elements here. Let's see, what did I do on some of the others? I think I went...
Those animation elements.
Yes, but also on the one that you saw, you're like, oh, well, there's graphics and stuff on there. So I think you did that one in After Effects. If we come over here, you can pre-upload this, but you can come into brands and libraries under your stuff, and I'll show you how to get there. But you can I actually saved all of my logos and my color palettes, the fonts.
It feels so tidy too. When you pull up this panel, you're just like,
everything is here.
You're like thanking old you like for loading this because now it makes every project so easy.
Maybe I just bring in my logo here, and like if you wanted to put something up here, kind of in the background.
And you still have all those custom properties that you can change as well.
Yep. And we can, let's see, what do we want to do here? Maybe we actually...
Do an opacity.
Yeah, what are the options? We have
so many.
All kinds of options, but there's just like, you can change the saturation, bring everything in. We could have that slide in just like we did with the others. Let's see, where is the opacity on here?
I think, scroll down.
Contrast. I know it's here.
It's somewhere. So now we're blind, or it's right in front of our face. It's right above normal.
Oh, literally looking at it. Okay, so yeah, maybe we bring this down to like a 20 or something like that. And it was just in the background, so we're playing with things at this point. We played with cutting her out here.
You could do a duotone on the background image, maybe.
Which is
to the one that you had created before.
So if we, come over here, we could do the effects. We have all these duotones. I can't even talk. So we can, whoops. Now I think this is acting because I took the adjustment all the way down already. So let's bring this back to like 100 maybe, or 0.
True.
Then go back in here.
Yeah,
and now we have all the options here. So like you could put just different colors if you wanted to really make things like really colorful and fun.
Or maybe even on brand, right? Like if you have brand colors, you can set it to those.
Exactly.
To keep everything
and
cohesive.
Right here under additional colors, because I uploaded it, that's where it lives too.
So you don't even have to go like try and find the hex code. It's all right in there.
I'll have it here. In that case, that's not going to work because it's changing both of them that way. But yeah. Lots of different options here. I kind of like you know, something almost like, I don't know, it's just kind of,
That one looks kind of
I
cool.
like that, and then maybe we come back here and bring the saturation. Is that going to do it?
Touch.
Nope, won't let me. So we're learning. We're learning along the way. Let's see. So what else do we have? We have all these elements here. So I just kind of, I don't remember how I did this before, so we're kind of figuring it out again
the
here.
arrow little
I
animation?
think what I searched for was something like arrow. There's all these elements in here that we can bring in.
And some of them are premium, but if you have Cloud, then you're good to go. If you have Adobe Creative Cloud.
Exactly. Yeah. If you have Adobe Creative Cloud, you have this built in already. I don't remember how I found the exact other ones, but we can take a look at some of these. Maybe just see what this is.
I'm curious. Yeah, I'm curious
So,
about
like,
that one. That one looks like action sports.
All of these things just screams action sports.
It does.
It's extreme. So, yeah, and then with these elements too, we can kind of also just come in here and again, let's see. Effects, we can change all these effects. We can, you know, set back to our custom colors just to easily make it, you know, they're scalable. Lots of easy options here to like, oh, maybe people need to keep swiping to the side.
You want to be able to always like remind people that there's more content if you slide over.
Exactly.
That way they stay on your post for longer. You get that higher engagement time. You know, it all works in your favor.
So the other thing too is if you don't have all the media you want, like maybe we wanted to find a different background here. There are Adobe Stock stuff. So like, let's just see what comes up here.
Dun, dun, dun.
I mean,
Nice.
all of these images here, like we could, honestly, I kind of like this since we were going for that kind of black background.
Yeah.
So we could bring
Super high
something like
res,
this
so you're able to
in.
really use it.
And then what if we want to crop it over? Oops, let me zoom out. There we go.
Cool.
We just line this up. And I love that everything just snaps now. And so if you didn't have, you know, the image that we wanted, we can just bring that in here. And let's get rid of this one for now. And then, well, that might be over a little bit. Let's do, this is where you kind of play with stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's all kinds of different things we could do to kind of get all sorts of stuff. And same thing, videos. If you need video clips, you can just pull those in pretty easily right away. So what else can we do here? Maybe if we don't want this white box, let's kind of just play around with other options. So I'm going to just delete this one and we'll just play.
Yeah, I like that kind of rough cut edge that you had on the other ones.
Yeah, let's see if we can remember how to do that. So I think I typed in like, might have just been
rectangle border?
Yeah, I mean, that was there. So how did you know?
That's me taking a wild
And then
guess.
I think I went for like a grunge look, and some of these aren't transparent. I've noticed like maybe something. Let's see what we can find here.
You got to play with it.
Let's see if this. There we go. So this one has transparency in it. Some of them don't have. Some of them it'll be a white background. So.
But you could remove background probably too.
Oh my gosh, genius.
So there's a way around everything.
So we could always, you know, kind of. Oh, that was the other thing I ran into here. So we can resize this, and you can see it's getting cropped.
Yeah.
So what I would do in this instance, my workaround for this would be I would duplicate this layer. And you let me know if there's a better way to do this, but I would duplicate, and then I would do one for the top and one for the bottom.
Hey, that works. I would do that too.
So, and then you can just kind of have some fun with it, however you want to fit it in there. And this is getting a little intense, so let's maybe try. I mean, you get the idea. Yeah, I think
it's a bit thick of a border, but
it feels a bit thick. So let's see what other options we have. Can play with a couple of these. I know
that one's nice.
I think this might have been the one I used before, and I know on the other example, you know what? This black just isn't working for me.
Yeah, it's just
let's make it on brand.
How would you do that easily?
Well, I'm glad you asked. Now, I keep getting these two mixed up, if I'm entirely honest, like the effects versus adjustments.
There's a lot of similar things in there.
Let's see here.
Try effects this time.
Yep.
Yes, right here.
There we go. Custom, and then boom. So let's make it kind of have some same accent colors.
I like this.
And then now we're kind of getting there. So I'm going to scale this kind of, but it's going to, yep. So it scales uniformly. And I don't know if there's a way to unlock that, but again, I would, in this instance, I would duplicate it and then just do the other side.
Yeah. Sometimes I've gotten it to work fine, and sometimes not. So I think it's just a matter of the element.
You know what's kind of cool with this too is you can really make it however you want in this instance here. Like maybe move that up just a tiny bit.
Nice.
So you're just getting like a little bit there.
Yeah, and I just feel like you're really showing us that with Adobe Express, you really have a lot of flexibility, and it is really fast. Like we built these 2 slides so fast,
Like, that
and I
looks
feel
pretty
like
cool to me.
in After Effects it would take
This would
an
take
hour.
forever. Yeah.
At least.
And let's go ahead and just like tab over because we've been focusing on that slide, but I'm just going to show that kind of process too. So those clips didn't have, if we play it, there's no audio on those. We would need to just
Animate the
adjust
frames,
this
yeah.
as well.
But we're good.
But let's go ahead and like, I'm just want to show that process again for anyone who might have missed it at the beginning. Basically, we brought in this image and then I wanted to bring in that video clip, and we have probably one more here.
Yeah. And if you have any questions for Alex about building this video carousel out, drop them in the chat. We still have about 8 minutes left here. So if you have questions on Behance or if you're watching on YouTube, drop them in the chat and Alex will get to them before we head on out. But you shouldn't head on out anywhere. You should stay here because we got streams all day.
Yep. And yeah, there's a lot more coming up. So I'm going to show that process of making that white border because I feel like a lot of people might want that kind of clean border. So again, that was just coming into this duotone and making both of these either white or black, whatever color you want to do. And for me, it was the white. And then we just drag that under our video and we get a nice little box there.
Yes. I also have another way that you could approach it, which is by adding a rectangle element because that'll have a stroke.
Yeah, where's that at?
So under elements.
Okay, let's go to elements. And then you're saying...
Shapes. Over on the top right here, shapes.
Here we go.
Type in, yeah, you grab one of those.
Is this going to work?
Well, that'll be rounded, so it's not going to match.
Yeah,
But
let's get...
if you do that one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's got the shapes there.
And then
I
you
feel
can
like that's
set a
changed
border,
maybe since I
too.
last did this.
Yeah, things do change,
Okay,
but you can
so
set
we
a
can
fill and
change.
border, yeah.
Look at that. We even got it there. This is why I love coming on here.
So there's
'cause we
another
learn
way
all
to
this
do
stuff.
it because you can remove that fill, and now you can just place it right on top. Is it any different? Not really, but you know, just wanted to show you in case maybe that allows for the grouping. Maybe
Yeah.
as things change, it's nice to have
And actually,
a
boom,
variety
we
of
can
ways.
change the thickness there. That's actually much better. I like that. So again,
Approach
this
it
is,
however you want.
you know, I spend all my time, 10 years in After Effects and like 18, I guess I
Yeah.
determined in like Premiere and video editing. And then I like to come over here and figure out the new ways. Things are changing. There's new
Yeah.
opportunities. And to be able to cut out Lindsay that quickly and everything, like what is it? If we come back to our other pages here, like obviously this doesn't look great at the moment, but give it some time and some love. And we can like the ability here
Yeah.
to take this from another photo and kind of have her looking over at a video.
It's Adobe Express is really approachable, and I feel like especially when you're trying to make social content and have that flexibility and just play with things, change things, it's really nice to be able to do it in Express. You can have multiples, you can create 3 of the same panel and then see which one is the one you end up liking without kind of having to open a new project or something like that.
Exactly. The other thing, if you don't want to do all this customization
like
I do,
this.
this is super cool. And I noticed this after the fact, but like this is really powerful. We could just, let's start with maybe 3. In my work in advertising and just the industry in general, I find that you usually don't want more than like 3 images on one slide. Otherwise people
Especially
don't know
'cause
where
it's really
to look.
small. If you're talking about social media, it's really small on your phone. So
Yeah, so, and then from here, and I've only done this like once before, so you guys are really getting the full experience here. I believe we can just drop in our media. I forget exactly how I did it. Let's see. Yep.
we got like 5 minutes left here to figure this on out. And if you have any questions, you have 5 minutes to get them answered.
So
Let's
let's
go.
just grab some, boom,
Yes.
there's my video clip. And it's just automatically formatted. And I think we can even, like this is editable, I believe. Yeah, so we
Cool.
can kind of resize the whole thing here to however we want. and you can crop it. Like, let's grab another piece of media. What else do we have? These could be photos or videos as well.
That's really
so
handy.
Let's maybe grab a photo.
This is
and
cool
it's
because you can create that
automatically
base layer of content, and then you could add all those elements that you showed earlier. Like if you wanted to add photo elements now, or any of the just text or anything, you could do it right on top of this using grids as that base.
Yep. So, I mean, the fact that all these grids are in here, and there's tons and tons of different options here. So that's also a great way if you have just a photo dump from your vacation and you want to share it to the world. Come in here, play with the grids, play with sizing. If you ever need to resize anything, we got resizing going on here. We can change background colors. We can...
Let Adobe Express create your next photo dump.
Yeah.
Why not?
We can bring in media from your device. We can search Adobe Stock. A lot of stuff going on compared to...
you can even put those huskies on there that we just saw and turn it into a whole different scene.
Let's see what we got here.
Boom. Those really match the
Actually, I feel like
previous
we
footage.
should go back to maybe this one and just like swap
Switch it out.
this video.
Got 4 minutes left. I think we could do it.
Where's your huskies? Oh, yeah.
Cool. She was out there skiing with the huskies.
And we're just going to resize that up. Look at that.
So,
I mean,
so
it's like
neat.
she's looking at the dogs.
And all a part of Adobe Express. Sometimes you do need those extra clips, like if you forgot to grab it. Like if you really were working with huskies or you wanted to change it into a husky-related thing,
Yep.
you now could do it and it would kind of fit the bill.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what the content is.
Mm-hmm.
Can go in there. We can find our own stuff. We can find stuff from stock. And it's really easy. And again, you can see here, this husky clip is longer than my other clips. And
That's
honestly, it already trimmed it to that duration. But we could extend it if we wanted to.
Or select a different part of the footage if there was like a really good
Mm-hmm.
husky moment, and you can make sure that that's included. I think that flexibility is really nice to have built in.
And again, to get to that, if you don't see it, just make sure you're selected on that layer that you want to use. So maybe we just kind of want to use this part where he perks up here. And
Oh, so cute.
so, yeah, I think the experiment, as I said, was this was originally made in After Effects, and to do all this, I have years of experience in After Effects.
How long do you think this took you?
I mean, I'm experienced with this, so I probably made this in, I'll put it this way, I could recreate it in probably 15 to 20 minutes.
Oh, man.
But the
It would take
initial
me, like,
process,
an
because I
hour.
had to think through how I wanted to lay everything out,
Yeah.
the initial process, I probably spent over 2 hours on this.
Yeah.
Easy.
And in Adobe Express, you saw it here, it took like 35 minutes, and then we just experimented.
And on top of that, I didn't put animations on frames sliding in and that sort of stuff like we had in the original.
It was just the video
We've kind of messed it up
playing.
now, but yeah, like now we have to.
We
add
broke it a bit
animation.
as we were experimenting, but we've only
It's
got
okay.
a few.
Look how quick you can fix that though.
Boom.
So
fixed.
now, look how easy that is, only focusing on the top one, but I didn't add animations and stuff like that. In After Effects, I would require linking and nulls and all of it.
Just a bunch. That would be a whole other separate stream.
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
Oh yeah. So if you want to see that, let us know.
Yeah. Alex will come on and show you how to do it the long way if you want.
Yep.
Now, where can everyone find you?
So Instagram is just at AHHOGUE, or my website for my business is outwardelement.com. Also here on Behance, just go search my name. You'll find me.
Yes, you're always on the
around.
stream. Thank you guys for watching. Don't go anywhere. Up next is me. I'll be over there.
We're gonna switch.
We're gonna switch, and I'll be streaming how to create a holiday promotional video. So if you have an online shop and you need to promote your products, this will be the stream to watch up next. And yeah, I'll be using some Adobe Express too, inspired by you.
Well, you're gonna show us the real way to do it, so.
Well, we'll see. There's a million ways to do everything, guys. All right. Thank you guys for watching. Bye.
Hi folks, welcome back to Adobe Live. My name is Cyn Lagos. I will be your host today, and with me today also is Fabiola Lara.
Hi! Thank you for saying my name in Spanish.
In Spanish.
For anyone who hasn't probably heard it before, this is the first time.
Yes, I was trying to pronounce it.
You did a great
We
job.
both have a Spanish last name, so
That's
Cyn
right.
Lagos, Fabiola
Fabiola Lara, we're here
Yeah.
representing.
So can you tell us a little bit about yourself and
Yeah.
also the project you're going to work on?
Definitely. So if we go over to my screen, I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I'm an illustrator. I'm a podcaster. I've done here some work. I do a lot of video stuff on my Instagram. So if you go check out my Instagram, you'll see that over there. And today, if you're a creative person, you probably have products or some sort of online shop, whether you're selling digital downloads or, you know, cars and physical products, this is the season to be promoting
I
it.
have a shop.
Yeah, you need to promote your shop because right now everyone's out there buying stuff and you don't want to miss out. So the stream today is all about how to create some holiday promo. I have some funny holiday promo here to promote your products. I am really excited for this because I feel like people always, you know, they're a little overwhelmed. Like making the product is already hard enough. So then going to promote it is like a whole other project.
Right.
But I'm going to show you 2 ways to do it. If you're familiar with Premiere Pro, I'm going to show you how to do it in Premiere Pro, which you can see here. And if you're not so familiar with Premiere Pro, I'll show you how you can do it in Adobe Express. And it's going to be really fast and easy. Both are fast and easy, but you pick which one you end up wanting to work with. And so I want to show you the product that we're promoting today, which I made especially for this stream.
Awesome.
I have
so Seamer sold 2 different options of workflows.
Yes, 2 different options of workflows,
Cool.
same
Oh my God,
end
that's
result.
so adorable.
So I made this card. You're seeing kind of like the printout of it, right? But
okay.
in theory, it's
Front and back.
It's front and back. So yeah, I love dogs. If you're a dog lover, let me know your favorite breed of dog. Mutt is also a very acceptable breed.
Yes.
I have a Shar Pei, so I drew her on here. This is my...
We were just talking about dogs in the back.
They're the
over
best.
there.
This is my girl Lucy.
We're sharing pictures of all of our dogs.
So
and
cute.
cats.
I gotta share mine too.
Yeah.
And so I have a poodle. I have like a version of a greyhound, a version of a Great Dane, a Chihuahua.
Wait, do you have all these dogs?
No.
Oh, okay.
You're like, oh my God, you have a crew. No, I don't. I
amazing.
don't. But I just, you know, I wanted to create a Christmas card for dog lovers. Merry Stinkmas, because
I love that.
dogs are stinky, but
Yes, they
that's
are.
okay.
And we
That's
love
okay.
them.
That's part of the charm, you know. Like, let me know if you like to smell your dog's paws because
Oh no.
there's a group of people who like
They
it.
say they smell like Cheerios or
Yeah,
something.
it's
Or
cute though.
Doritos.
That's who they are. That's who they are. Okay, so I'm gonna show you how
love
I
your
built this
background,
out.
too.
Thank you. It's another one of my illustrations,
You
but
can tell.
thank you. So here's what I have going on. We're gonna show you some of the assets that I have. So here you can see the card. I also exported some of these elements as little snowflake elements. So I'm gonna show you how I built this out in Premiere. Let's get to work, sorry. Okay, so here's the end result. I'm not gonna show you it though. We're gonna start from scratch. We're gonna do a new sequence. I'm just gonna duplicate the one that I have. Double click it and
By the way, everyone's agreeing on the loving dogs. It's
Dog
like I love
paws.
dogs. Joshua.
Cheeto
Stigmas,
paws.
Cheeto
Yes!
paws.
You guys know what I'm talking
You know the
about.
deal.
That's why I said Merry Stinkmas, because it's, you know, in honor of the Cheeto paws. So, all right, I created this new sequence. It's a pretty basic sequence here. I just duplicated it. This is 60 frames per second, 1080, 1920. You don't need to be at 60 frames per second, but the footage that I recorded for this was at that, so that's why I have it.
Gotcha.
And that's basically all you need to know. Other than that, it's pretty standard sequence. And
That's the scary frame, but most people get it eventually.
what?
The settings.
The settings,
You're like,
It's scary. You're like, what am I doing? What am I doing? I know,
Screenshot
I know.
it. That's the settings.
That's the settings. You know, I had used for this, I have a lisp now. When I created this project, I selected these social assets. And so right in here, if you're scared of how to create the sequence
settings,
correctly,
yeah.
you can actually, you don't have to think about it too hard. You can select one of these pre-made ones. So I have Instagram Reel Vertical, and it gives you all of this.
Yeah, so that's a recent update, right?
Very recent,
You have
yeah.
all these templates. I used to make those side things manually because, you
need to
some
know.
things get erased. Now you don't have to. It's absolutely a template. So that's
It's nice.
scary.
It's nice
Yes,
because
nice.
it takes like one thing off your plate.
Yeah.
And it's all just an overlay, so like you can hide
Remember to
it.
turn it off.
Turn it off.
Yeah.
You don't want to export it with that, but at least it gives you just the bare bones, so you know. Let me not put any important information right here or like right up here.
Right.
And it also has some.
Or
caption
sometimes it's great to
options.
strategize. Like, okay, maybe I want to put something pointing to these elements. that
Yeah,
might be
that's
there.
true.
Yeah.
Like follow me, you would want it like right here.
Yeah.
So that's a good note. All right, so once you have this sequence, I'm gonna work on the plain one because I don't want all the stuff on it while we're working here. All I did was import some footage. So I need a background image, and I want it to be for the holidays, right? But I don't have a set at my house. I don't know about you.
A set?
Yeah, like a holiday set ready to go so
No.
I can photograph all my products beautifully.
Yeah.
I don't have that.
I'm working on it.
You're working on it? Okay. Because I don't have that.
2024 goals.
2024 goals. Something I like to do is go to firefly.adobe.com and I do use text to image to generate some background. So let's go right here, describe the image you want to generate. So I'm thinking like snow, flat lay, background. Let's start there. Because you kind of,
3 words, right?
yes.
Yeah, almost.
So I like to start kind of simple and then add if I need to, because you never really know what you're
Yeah.
gonna. If you go too crazy, you're gonna get too much information. Don't give it
Yeah.
too much information, but
I can see that. Yeah, a good baseline.
Yeah, I could totally work with this.
It's honestly nuts that you can quite
Yeah,
read
like
it.
you could put your product right here,
Chestnuts.
right? Like you
Yeah.
could. But I think I want
Has
it to be.
space.
It has space, yeah. I think I want it to be a little simpler. So let me try without the background thing, because that maybe was an unnecessary part of the prompt.
Oh. I wonder if like minimalism or something like that.
Yeah, maybe something like that could
Like
work.
some of those keywords end up working really well.
Let me do minimalism. Okay, let's try that. Now I've done it before and I had some really good prompts, but right now my space is blanking because I'm live. You know what I
Are
mean?
you on the regular?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yes. All is well.
Adobe Guest.
Okay.
There it is.
Some of these work, yes. You guys, I don't like any of these. I want to show you guys the ones I made before that I can't remember the prompt
Yeah,
to.
it's definitely a gamble whenever you're
When
playing
you're
with-
live, you're like, what is the term?
which is the ones that you like.
Look,
Not
this is
to
what
say none of those were like
bright
awesome.
snowy background image close up with pine trees peeking in for a flat lay photo. So
what
that's
was
the
that
prompt.
section? Was that like your favorite gallery or like?
Right. So that actually was, if you go to the Firefly homepage, you'll have a favorites if you're logged in. And that's where I just kind of hit that
Awesome.
little heart and it saved it and it tells me the
Yeah.
prompt that I used. So I couldn't, in this moment, you saw, I couldn't remember
Right.
the prompt, but it's reminding me here that this is the prompt I use. And that, I don't know where I pulled that from at the
Yeah.
moment, but that worked out well and it gave me this image.
It's a great library of references.
Yeah,
without
because
having
sometimes
to
you don't
download it.
remember exactly what you said,
Yeah.
but now you have a starting point.
And
And
like
if
a
you
keyword will change everything.
exactly, and if you go over to this little drop down, you can say you show similar. So I use that a lot. Once I get something exactly kind of
Getting
like
closer.
I'm getting close, I'll say show similar, and it gives me some more options. We'll see here. There we go. These are very similar. These are all identical, but you know, it kind of worked out. And if we go back, oops, I didn't mean to go back there. I meant to go to my favorites. Okay. You see here, I ended up saving a lot of those. You see them there. And this is the one that I ended up using. So I want to use this so you guys can understand how I built this. But
I love how it's like Christmas skeletons.
yeah, that was a previous
Yeah,
stream,
that
you
was-
guys.
I
The
think I
last
watched that
holiday.
stream. Halloween, yeah.
Yeah, you were probably modding or something. Okay. Perfect. So I downloaded that, and because I already did this walkthrough, because you know I want to have everything ready for you guys, I have it saved in here already. It's in my background assets. I have all of these that you saw there, and I have the one that I ended up using. So I'm just gonna, all I did was I dragged this folder right into this project, and I was able to have all these background assets loaded into Premiere.
Awesome.
So that's what I did, and I want to
We're
select.
fans of organization.
Yeah, I'm a big fan, but I also want to make sure I'm creating the exact thing that I demonstrated, so you guys can see how I built it.
Cool.
So I'm dragging that in, and that's just an image. And what I love about Firefly is it gives you a really high-res image, so you really can zoom in quite a bit and still have some definition.
Wow.
Thankfully, I don't really need to do that, but I want it to be full screen, but I want there to be some like space in the center.
Yeah, that's kind of like an understated superpower to be able to
Yeah.
have like these big images.
Yeah, because if it was a small image, I wouldn't be able to then do these videos. It would
And,
look
like,
weird.
Change the composition a little bit.
Like right now I'm sliding it around. I'm probably going to, I want it to be like not so even maybe. So I'm going to rotate it just a bit using the Premiere video properties. Yeah, I'll scale it a tiny bit so there's like less stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to extend it to 15 seconds. That's just an arbitrary time I picked.
Okay.
Just so you guys know. Just pick a time. That's how long you want to do it. Then I'm going to import my the product that I want to showcase, right? So if you're an illustrator, if you're a designer, you probably have a graphic version of the product and not like a product photo, like a physical product photo, you know?
A digital
Yeah.
element.
So this is the digital element that I have, and I don't really want to photograph it. I could probably get Firefly to help me out,
Yeah.
but in this case, I'm just going to import the image, and I'm going to just scale it. And I'm thinking, okay, here, the aesthetic I'm going for is kind of like Bagoo. Do you know what I mean? Like something playful. Let me know if you know what Bagoo is, the brand.
Bagoo,
it's just like, it's like the brand, you know?
B-A-G-U-U.
Yeah, like just
Okay,
like
yes.
kind of like a playful,
Familiar.
like maybe lo-fi. I don't want it to read
cool.
like an immediate ad because then
Right.
people are going to be like,
And it doesn't coincide with like that look that you have also on the product.
yes, exactly. So now I'm going to, so I just dragged and dropped that graphic. So I'm giving you the easy way. So like if you just have a product, you have the design of it and you don't have a product photo of it, you can still make some content. I don't want that to stop you. I'm going to extend it the whole way through. All right, cool. And now these are like my main elements, right? The product is like a really big deal here. I'm not going to animate it yet because I think that's going to get a little crazy. What I want to do is show you some footage that I took. I'm going to show you right in here. I have some footage because like this, you could animate it and then just put this up. But I personally think social video is really good when you have a person in it.
Yeah.
Like you need to have someone, if it's you and your
I can see
brand,
that.
you want to talk about it. You want to tell people like why they might want to buy this. So I
Cool.
took videos of a bunch of different things. So we could have imported some of these, but I didn't end up liking how they,
Oh, that's
I don't
pretty.
know, they're cute, but
The color.
maybe for a different video. Now I'm going to show you this funny video
And
that
these
I
are
made.
all taken on your phone.
These I just did it on my phone. I was trying to show you
Yeah.
guys like you don't have to have like a super high-tech
Yeah.
setup. So let me see.
It's great.
So I'm making like a cheesy ad for my product. So I want you guys to keep that in mind.
Being playful.
Let's see. Dun dun dun. Okay.
Are you looking for the perfect card for your dog-loving friends this holiday season? Well, look no further. I just created this new design and it's available in my shop right now. Head on over to shop.fabulator.com to grab it.
That's
All right.
awesome.
So that's the video that I made. And when I made this video, I kept in mind
Are you going to tell us why you jumped?
when I jumped,
Yeah, why you jumped?
because I want to, yeah, you're going to see in the edit, I wanted me to come flying into this product promo. I'm going for infomercial, weird vibe. And if you can see here, like, I'm never out of the frame.
Okay.
And I think that's something important if you're going to try and replicate something like this, which I hope you do.
Okay, gotcha.
You got to make sure you're full frame. And it's not like I'm in front of a green screen like we are here in a studio. This is just regular, just a corner that I found and I filmed in.
Okay.
And what I'm going to do now,
But you're trying to stay within
I'm going
that.
to try to stay within it because otherwise this will happen where you get cut
yeah.
off there. I don't want to get cut off. So I stay right here and that's better. So what I did was I'm going to drag this in. And I want that whole clip because I already trimmed that down. Had I not
Right.
trimmed it down, I would edit it now, but we're good. And then I want to basically green screen myself.
Ooh.
I want to cut myself out so that you can actually see the product that I'm promoting underneath.
Okay.
Why is it not?
So remove that background.
There, you see how it's not going away?
Oh, yeah.
So, okay, let's see what happens. To do this, you just right click. Okay, and then we're gonna do replace with After Effects composition.
Yes, After Effects.
So now we're opening After Effects. Do not be scared. I will lead the way.
Yes.
Even if you don't know anything about After Effects, you will be okay.
Also, even if you don't know something about a program, it's just so cool to learn one thing that gets you excited about that
Yes.
program. And then, Take it slow.
Take it slow. So it's a little bit out of frame, so I just used Shift and Command to, oops. You guys can see I'm not a huge After Effects user. This is a bit out of my element for myself, but we can make it work. So from here, make sure you double click so you have that composition open. And then you're just gonna, here, you see this roto brush. So I'm gonna full screen this real quick. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Roto brush right up here. You wanna select that. And here it has the full composition. So from before I jumped, but anyway, doesn't matter where you start this. You want to just select. You can see I have a bit of a green, see if I can zoom in. I have this green brush. So you want to select, sorry guys, hold on. Every time I usually work with a mouse.
Oh,
and
yes.
the trackpad's
We're on
throwing
the
me
mouse
off.
pad right here.
So I just want to use this and select.
Make a very sophisticated
Selection. Okay. And now it's going to render that and grab it.
It's
That-
shocking how
yeah.
this does this.
So we'll give it a second. If it takes too long, I have a pre-cooked version I'll open
Okay.
up for you guys. But basically what
Straight
it's
out of the oven.
basically what it's going to do is mask everything outside of what I selected. So let me make sure I grabbed my face now that I think about it. And let me just, here we go. It's going. Just making sure.
So you just used a rotobrush, made that selection, and now it's kind of studying that video.
It's studying it, and the software is going to mask out everything that I didn't select. And I was trying to, I'm going to close this one out.
I'm curious, do you ever run into like, oh, maybe I should have a cleaner background, or some spaces, like some areas in your house work better? Like, oh, it's better lit.
Right. So,
or is it that good? You know, like
it's usually that good, but something that does help is having, if I was wearing white, if I was matching this background, it's going to have a really hard time. But because there's kind of a clear difference between
Contrast.
the body and the background, it does a good job.
Oh, okay.
What I'm going to show you is the pre-cooked version because I want to be able to show you exactly how I did this.
That's a great point though, because like if you have that contrast and you have more ability to like discern like the background.
The background, yeah, exactly. And that's what you're looking for. And I mean, I feel like if you've created content these days, you probably have seen that happen when with your own workflow where you're like, oh, why did it cut my hair? And it's because it's like, oh, the background is black or it matched too closely.
Yeah, that's why usually like having backgrounds like green screens, that's really
high contrast.
The reason.
Yeah.
There's no magic in the fact that it's green. It's mostly that it's so high contrast.
Well, now it wants to propagate. It's not letting me show you it. Okay. The point is, with that rotobrush tool showing you that exact method that I said it will work for you.
Yes.
Right now on live, it's being a bit finicky, but again, I have it pre-done here. I want to show you how this works out. You can cut yourself out. And if you see here, I don't want to turn on or off any layers because then it'll need to re-render. So I'm not going to do that.
I'm still going to try this.
But let's play it through here. And I added the animations for these elements by keyframing under effect controls. That takes a bit of time. And because we don't have a ton of time, I'm not going to run you through keyframing in Premiere because I want to show you how you can build this out using Adobe Express.
Okay, got it.
So I don't want to bog you down showing you the long way when I'm about to show you the short way.
Okay.
So, but if you see
But it's
in
interesting
here,
to see the different ways you can accomplish a
similar
thing.
effects. Yeah, so like if you see here, I have in under effect controls, I have some keyframes for the card. I have keyframes for text. And yeah, I just kind of copy and pasted a bunch of keyframes. That's how I've done it. But it'll show you something here. If I just zoom.
I feel like it's like a different workflow for kind of like a different flavor workflow.
Yeah.
For different people.
Yeah. And I think I want to play you this through now so you can see how you might want to film something like this for yourself.
Are you looking for the perfect card for your dog-loving friends this holiday season? Well, look no further. I just created this new design and it's available in my shop right now. Head on over to shop.fabulator.com to grab it. Are you looking for the perfect...
So
Oh
the
my
reason
God, I
that I
love-
jumped in and out of frame was because I wanted to have that effect. And once I rotoscoped myself out using the linked After Effects composition, I just added some simple keyframes here to keyframe that video layer going in, and then the same thing with the video layer going out. So that's how you get kind of that fun look. Of course,
Did you jump at the end? No, you didn't, right?
I didn't, but I forgot.
But now it
I
would be
forgot.
cool.
Now it would be better if I jumped. Yeah, I totally agree, and I will reshoot it.
And just faded the intro, right?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So just to fade in. And I just wanted it to be silly. I could have probably done without the fade-ins. You know, you can do it without a lot of things, but I
There's
wanted...
a lot of like attention-grabbing elements happening.
Yes, so basically, you know, everyone always says the first 3 minutes or 3 seconds of your video,
Yeah.
3 minutes, the first 3
As
seconds
if.
are really important. So I wanted it to be like weird and like unlike another ad that you're gonna get. And then you still have some important information. So if I was running this as an actual ad, like on Instagram or whatever, it would be a swipe up, right? If you did TikTok, there's also a swipe up. So I just wanted to have that. And yeah, so this is kind of the long way.
It's a great template to modify should you like place it anywhere else too.
Right, exactly.
Just
And
the text.
Nicholas Media is asking if you could do it all in After Effects. You totally could do
yeah.
it all in After
Yeah,
Effects.
totally.
Premiere's kind of like my favorite program, so that's why I stay in there and just did the rotoscoping.
Yeah,
But
when
you
I
could.
first started learning video editing, I chose After Effects, which was interesting. But so it's totally doable.
no one has. You're the first person to do that.
I was just such a fan of After Effects. I was like, I
It's
wonder
really
if I
cool.
can do this. And sure enough, you can.
Yeah.
It's not made for that. So there's definitely easier ways
There's
here.
definitely easier ways. Yeah, like maybe if I had this as a AI file, I could animate all the dogs. I could do all sorts of things using
you go.
After Effects. So each program has kind of like its
Their
thing that it's
superpower,
really good
yeah.
at. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is what I did, and I used the rotoscoping for cutting out myself. And one thing I want to show you, because I want to show the difference when we hop on over to Adobe Express, is how clean this rotoscoping is, which is really funny to show this video of myself like this, but okay.
Are you looking for the perfect part
Like,
for your
it's
dog?
funny, but it's really tidy. Like all the edges, like they're really good. You know, like for not using a green screen, for not using anything. So I really love
looks
how
great.
precise it is. So that's the difference. Like what I'm going to show you now in Adobe Express,
Granted, I'd like to test it on curly hair and see how
that's
far
true.
it goes.
And it did cut some of my hair off, and I did like press
it made it even better.
yeah, it's better, not flat. So that's what I did to build this out, and the final product, so I can show you the final export here, looks, I mean, I played it for you. It looks like
Are
this.
you looking for the perfect
So
part for your dog
that's kind of the
living
final
friends this holiday
product, and
season?
it looks
Well,
good.
look no
I like
further,
it. You
just
could,
created
if
this
you
new
have
design
mugs,
that's
if you
available in
have
the shop right
stationery,
now.
if you have a
Head on
digital
over to
product, you can make a funny little ad like
shop.fabulator.com
this and promote your product. You could also do
Do you use
something more
different
traditional.
soundtracks or
You can use sound
wait
effects.
for social media soundtracks?
Yeah, I tend to export without music because
okay.
I add music in the apps. So there's that. But you could also add music.
Cool.
Okay, so this is the long way, and I wanted to show you that first. I'm not saving any changes because I did it before. And now I'm going to show you what we could do if we head on over to Adobe Express. I have it made, but I'm going to show you the other. I'm going to make a new one. We're starting from scratch here. So this is Adobe Express. If you want to start absolutely from scratch, you would come into here, so new.express.adobe.com, and you can do new and then go down to Instagram Reel, which is also TikTok. Like this is the same aspect ratio, so vertical
Right.
video is
So you can use it there
use
too.
it wherever you want once you download it. So, but now I started too, so let me go back to the original. So from here, I'm going to add the background. If you click on media, you go upload from device. And now I have my background assets that I downloaded from Firefly. I have this one, I'm just gonna open it. And I'm just gonna select it, hit Option and Shift and scale from the center. Sometimes I like to hide this bit just so I can get all the tools. Okay, So you can see here, we're already working very similarly to Premiere, but just you wait. Now I go to your stuff, I go to my stuff, and I created that holiday card in Photoshop.
Okay.
So instead of uploading the PNG export of the Photoshop, I'm just gonna link the Photoshop file. And this is great because maybe I end up wanting to change the colors, or I don't know, I just change anything about it. It'll still update right here in my product video so that I don't have to do a whole other video, which is
So
what I
what we're
love.
seeing is the Photoshop file in itself.
Linked. Yeah, so you can't, I could open it in Photoshop and make an edit. I'm not going to because this isn't about that, but you can do that, and it's nice because if you end up down the line updating that file, it will reflect in your video, which is great, so you're not accidentally promoting the wrong version of your product.
So again, everything is linked, kind of like After Effects was linked to Premiere.
Yes, exactly. Everything is linked. And now I'm going to add some more elements. So here I had the snowflake element that I created, and this is just a Photoshop file that only has this in it. So I'm going to drag that in here. I held Option and selected and dragged, and now I have 2 of them. Okay. And so far so good. Just building out that rough layout that we had. Now I'm going to go to Media, Upload from Device, and I'm going to upload that footage, the spectacular footage of me floating in promoting my product. So I'm going to select that, open, and this was just
Actually,
shot on
the
iPhone.
folks on the chat are saying that's their favorite part.
The footage?
Yeah, the footage.
The footage is, I laughed. I laughed while making it,
Yeah.
and that's how I knew.
But
I'm
there was
really
some
onto
strategy
something.
behind it. You're like, okay, I need a person here to advocate for the artwork, and I'm gonna jump and make sure the intro is gonna work out.
Yes. Okay, so once you have your video in here, you treat it like any other asset. I'm gonna leave it straight this
So
time.
we're like in a very similar workflow, but
similar workflow,
Yes.
but it's a bit faster.
slightly shocking, right? Because
Yeah.
you're like, maybe you're just more familiar with Adobe Express, but you're not limited to just like,
I originally built this out in Premiere, and then I was like, I wonder how long it would take me to do
Was
in
it
Adobe.
faster on-
It was so much faster
Oh.
in Adobe Express.
There you go.
So even though I love Premiere, there are some things I would choose to do in Express when you're just trying to have fun, trying to make it fast. Like they're simple. If there was
Yeah.
a ton of more elements, maybe it wouldn't work as nicely, but in this case, it does. And yeah, it's really nice.
it's actually kind of made for things like this too, in a sense. So it really very much targeted this kind of workflow. Where you want to promote your products, where you want to like create animations for social media specifically.
Yeah, it's really good
so
for social
it makes
media
sense.
content.
You step in here knowing that
Yeah, that it's for this.
catering for that.
So now with this selected, unlike Premiere and After Effects, which was taking some time, being really precise with the way it was cutting everything out, once your video loads, you get this beautiful little button here, Remove Background. And you click this button, and it takes a bit of time, but not that much time. And it will remove the background. And this is when it's really important to make sure you have that contrast between yourself or the subject that you want to maintain and focus and the background. But honestly, it does an amazing job. I'm going to show you in a second, but I was shocked at how good it was. And it's really simple. Like it's just like clicking a button as opposed to like right click, After Effects, rotoscope,
Right. And it's also like a mobile
yes.
footage, so it might be easier for you to be like, okay, I'm using this for mobile experiences. Let me just take it with a mobile phone.
Yes.
Edit it potentially in Adobe Express.
Yeah.
Mobile?
One day.
Wow.
I feel like if the footage is really heavy, it takes a long time. So one of the things is this is filmed.
Good internet.
Yeah, this is filmed in 4K 60, so it might take a bit.
Yeah.
And I think our internet is having a few tech issues, so I'm going to just show you when I did it previously. I'm just going to copy this girl over here.
You didn't see this part.
You didn't see this part. Boom. This is really what Adobe Express did. Let me just remove some of the settings I have here so you can see kind of the raw version, so to say. And I don't want to, I'm spoiling things.
I know.
so.
I remember when I saw this being introduced because at first it was like, okay, we can remove backgrounds from photos.
Which is
But
awesome.
From great. with video, I was like, come on.
I thought it was not going to be good. I was like, everyone's going to want to prefer the rotoscoping.
Like, what do I have to do? The background, like, how are we going to perfect this? But in a lot of situations, even when it has busy backgrounds, it will do a fairly
It does
good
a pretty
job.
good job. So I just blew myself up so that you could see exactly like how this is going to go. But let's play it through.
Are you looking for the perfect
Oh, I have all the animations. Oh, am I on the wrong one? Hold on. I'm spoiling myself. Yeah, I copied to the wrong one. Hold on.
Oh, you have the animations on the product.
I'm lost. I lost myself. Hold on. I thought one of these doesn't have How does this already have I didn't do that. You guys just watched me.
I don't know.
Something happened. Let me move this.
Well, in the meantime, we have some folks saying on the chat, is it possible to find somewhere to kind of collaborate and work together? Behance is a wonderful place to collaborate and find people, like-minded folks, or even here in the chat just to get to know each other's work and support each other's work. I think it's a big deal. I've met some folks from the chat in real life, and it's quite amazing how those things can translate over.
That's awesome.
I mean, I'm meeting you for the first time here.
I know, but I feel like you've been on my streams definitely a few times, and I've watched so many of yours.
So it's like kind of shocking, it's a different thing, but definitely give that support that you want to receive, and potentially collaboration is in your future.
Definitely, and you can collaborate on promoting shop products for each other using this. So bringing it back to this, I want to show you, here's how it removed the background. I took all the effects off. This is obviously, our internet is a little slow today, so I wanted to at least be able to show you how it performs right after you hit remove background. This is what did.
Are you looking for the perfect
So
card for your dog?
it's pretty good.
Season? Well, look no
It's
further.
pretty good, guys. It's a little less crispy than the Premiere Pro After Effects version, but it worked out. Obviously, I'm wearing all black, and that works to my benefit, but it works even in some more complicated situations.
It's also possible that when you download it, it'll be sharper than the preview.
That's true. That's true. So now that I have this, you can see I also cropped it. Like the original video was 1080 by 1920, but I cropped it because I was like, I don't really need all that empty space. I just want my body, and then it's easier when I'm animating and stuff to place it. So I'm going to make myself a little smaller. In Premiere, the pro is that the pro for Premiere is that you can actually keyframe how this person moves. So in Express, I kind of can't animate me going from like here all the way to here, or being big and then small. You can, but it's not as fine-tuned. In Premiere, you could keyframe exactly the movements.
And create different animations
and combine the movements. But here, we still have some animation possibilities, which is what I'm going to show you here.
A lot of times, these spaces can end up being great for you to get less afraid of doing those animations in the more professional programs.
Exactly. And here you kind of get simple animation, but it's fast, and it might be just enough for what you're doing.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do in, and I'm going to do this, we have a lot of options, and it's really funny when you're animating yourself.
I love what Penny said said here on the chat. My fictional co-workers are Adobe Live.
Yes!
I love that. Yeah, I often do work alongside Adobe Live also, because it's cool to be in that headspace of design.
And you have like...
That was great.
Yeah, you can play with all these animations, guys. I just want to show you some of the ones I did. There's spin, there's slide, there's pop in. Obviously, some of them are more realistic, but I'm leaning into the vibe that we're going for, so I'm going to hit tumble. And you can even pick the direction that you tumble. So maybe I could tumble right now I'm editing the drop in, so I want that to be from the bottom, but if I select the tumble out, I can pick which direction I tumble out. I can pick how much the rotation is, and the duration, so how fast I tumble out.
Wow.
Let's make it really fast. Let's see. Okay, but I want to tumble out the other way.
And in here you can actually combine three also. The animation is coming in, the looping
which
would
if
happen.
we wanted to, we could do maybe...
You're spinning for endlessly.
Or I'm spinning endlessly while I talk to you, so I'm saying make sure you get... Well, let me play it through. Let's see what this looks like. I hit play. Dropping in. And
I mean,
anything that you can do to make your video more eye-catching when you're trying to sell your products, you should do.
or you can think of the animations beforehand and then
Work with it.
the video around that.
Let's see. I think there's some, like I could be doing. Imagine this. I'm just floating around, talking.
And then you create a background that's the universe, so it's anti-gravity.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. It could be. We can do that if we have a chance. So I'm gonna remove the in-between graphics. I just like the shocking in and then on the out. And if we hit edit timeline, you can also then edit more precisely if you need to. If you select an element, it gives you the timeline there. So you have that. Now let's animate the card, because the card is the thing we're trying to sell. So if we head over to animation, we then do in, let's say I want the card to maybe grow. Yes, that looks good. And then on the, I don't want it to go out, basically. When this loops, I just want that card to be in there the whole time. But maybe I want this to bob, right? So it's like floating in the space of this flat lay. And I can also then animate these snowflakes. Just select, hit animation. And I want those in there the whole time. I'm just gonna say spin. I can maybe make it more intense. Well, that's a little crazy.
Nicholas says, can you move yourself from left to right or animate you scaling? What do you think about that?
You can animate versions of that. Let me show you as soon as I'm done with this.
Oftentimes I think about it like we're often moving elements, right? All those things can be animated. If you're scaling, that can be animated. Just think about that, like first action and the second action.
Yeah, so the thing with that is I can't animate this whole thing moving over, but I can animate using the animations that are in here to kind of give that effect. So I have drift, and then I could drift out the other way. So that would kind of create that effect.
Yeah, they're like pre-made settings.
Because they're pre-made, yeah. So you're not keyframing this myself fully moving over.
So at this point, you're like, okay, well, if I want to be very specific, maybe Premiere is my thing.
That's why I wanted. That's why I had both of these options. Oh, I closed the project. Let's see if I can open it again.
So definitely, you start, like Nicholas, if you want to step into that area, then you start to think, maybe this is a better fit for me.
Then you need to maybe learn Premiere, and let's. I'm hoping that this renders.
But I love where your head is going, right?
Yeah.
Like that is already like an animator thinking, well, maybe I can do this.
Yeah. So now, for some reason, it's being finicky with me today. But if I were to do that here, I would just keyframe it, and you get into all of this nitty gritty. So let me see if I can quickly show you a very
Scaling,
very fast example here. It's rotating. I have scale, so we're gonna change position. So let's say I wanted this snowflake to start here, but I wanted it to end at a different position. I would remove that keyframe and then move it over. So let's have it go there. This is a very crude animation here, guys, but I just wanted to show you how this would work. So you could do that in Premiere, and I could make it fast.
Position, scale, rotation.
Yeah, so if you move, if you keyframe by selecting these add remove keyframes after you change a position, you could tell it where you want it to be on that timeline. So it starts in the position of this, and then at the end of that timeline, you can change that position. Oops, I went too far. You can change that position.
Yeah.
So that's how you would animate. But right now, that capability, those keyframing capabilities aren't in Express. But there are ways to mimic that kind of look. Like I said, drift in and drift out, duration. You could also maybe create like a second version, a duplicate, and move that duplicate over. So there are little ways to hack it, but it's not precise because we're working in Express. If you want to be precise, go to Premiere, go to After Effects.
And it's possible that some of these requests are not too heady, so potentially they could be introduced into Adobe Express. There's a section that's right next to download where it's like a comment section where you can submit your idea.
Right here.
So, hey, if you're really passionate, get a few folks to submit the idea along with you from your creative like circle, and potentially we'll see that animation introduced as a setting.
Yeah, so if you want that, be sure to submit that idea. But I hope that answered your question, Nicholas. You can do a version of that in Express, And if you want more control, you got to move to a program that allows you to have more control. And thankfully, here on Adobe Live, there's a million tutorials that'll show you how to do that. If you look it up, there's going to be tons of keyframing tutorials for Premiere Pro just by the Adobe Live community already. All right, so there's this. And so I animated this whole thing so quickly, I think in like 20 minutes from scratch. Now I want to show you, oh, I forgot the text bubble. So you should always have text when you're doing some promotion for your products because text keeps people on the screen just a little longer, right? So I'm going to hit add text and I'm going to say, stinky dog approved. And I'm going to change the fill to be this cream color. And the cool thing is I can add shapes right in here and then customize the color of these shapes. So I'm going to do this color. This is, of course, part of my brand colors that I have. So I don't have to go searching for that color or remembering the exact grain.
Hex number.
Exactly. And now I can also edit the shape size. So I'm going to do like right around there. And, of course, I could do something a different shape, but that's just the one I'm choosing. If I want to be more specific with this shape, you go to Premiere Pro. If you want, I want that to be the perfect little rounded
You want to draw
shape,
it with the pen tool.
go to Premiere Pro.
Go to Premiere
but if
Pro.
one of these works for you, that saves you a lot of time.
Penny Doodles has a great analogy. Says they said Adobe Express is like the cake mix version of video editing.
Yes.
Premiere is like the homemade version.
Exactly. That is such a good
That's awesome.
point. It's such a good point. And I mean, here I'm just pressing Option and selecting to get a duplicate. And I just want more text, right? So I'm going to say, let's say link in bio to shop. Maybe you want to say that. And then this one, I'm going to have it be a different color. And here you can actually edit how long you want it to be on the screen. So I don't want that link in bio thing to come up in the beginning because it's a little too on the nose. Maybe in the beginning you want to be fun, you want to be light, and then you want to tell them where to go if they actually want the product. So I'm going to move that towards the end.
That's the thing with, if it's like a 2D image, if it's 2D. If it's a flat image, no animation, nothing, everything kind of comes in at once. And it can be overwhelming, whereas this is like, you have the option to introduce it.
And you have things coming in at different times. The cool thing here is, I want to animate this, you can, and this would all be keyframes in Premiere, or you could drop some transition effects, but they're limited, so you kind of run into those same issues. So here I can say, I want this to be, let's see, there's like, I think I like the wiggle effect. It's nice, but it's legible. You want to make sure that everything you do is legible after all, since you want people to actually buy what you're doing. So I'm going to do that. And I'm going to do the same to this one here. So
I love that. Jack is saying a looping option in Express would be awesome. I think they may be referring to when it loops towards the end so that it keeps replaying.
So you can keep replaying it
like some
on
different
preview.
Ideas.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
That would be great. Yeah, especially since we are working on a lot of social content.
Let's make a Christmas wish list.
Yeah, guys, everyone go submit that idea right over on the submit an idea feedback.
And for those folks who just joined us, Arshia and Robert, hey, if you want to catch the rest of the stream, remember to replay it. Restreaming is always available.
Yes. And if you have any questions for how I did this, bring the question. I still have some time. And let's keep on going here. Now, I have this idea. What if I wanted to place this on a product? I'm thinking there might be a quick hack way I could do it right within Adobe Express. Let's try it out, guys. Let's see if this works. So I'm going to go to Media. Wait, before I do that, let me just wrap up here and say, if you were done here, you could just hit download, selected page, MP4, because you're going to upload this as a video, and you would hit download. And you're good to go. If you want to stop here, you can stop here. I have this idea now that I want to place this on an actual card. So let's see if it works out. Let's see. So I'm going to search for a blank card. Let's see if this works.
A mock-up.
A little mock-up, a little quick mock-up. A social security card.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, let's see. Maybe they're all horizontal. This one's vertical. Maybe this one will work. So I selected it. I'm not sure if there it is.
It looks like Christmas oriented too.
Yeah, let's see. My idea is to blow this up. Maybe, I'm thinking here, guys,
some
remove
shadow.
backgrounds. Because I want it to be still floating in here.
Oh, great.
Oh, wait. No, I think you have a better idea. But let's see what we can do working like this.
It is meant to be like a card for an envelope.
Yeah,
So that could still work.
that could still work.
But the envelope is not included. So
Yeah, that's what I was trying to find one with just the card. Just the card. But maybe it would work if it was
there
like
one
this.
holding.
This one might work if
Oh,
I...
that's great. Yeah, if you remove the background.
If I, let that load in. So you'll see this little cloud when it's still kind of downloading it from Express. This isn't exactly a holiday card, but it has a background.
Has some texture.
So I'm going to hit remove background. Let's see what it keeps. Perfect. I'm going to crop this second card out. So now I have this like more realistic looking paper. I'm going to open my layers up. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to open the layers. And I'm going to drag this down. I'm going to select my graphic and change the blend mode to multiply. This is going to work, I think.
Yeah, I think so
I have a
too.
feeling here. So now
Rotate it.
I'm rotating it. Now I have to get, this is a little tricky here. It's not the best technical thing I've ever done.
Yeah.
The best thing to do would be to mock this up in Photoshop. And link it.
Yeah,
but I just
was
want to
struggling with this earlier too.
show you like
because
the
of
possibilities.
We don't have like a pen tool to be able to kind of cut a specific shape.
To cut us, yeah.
So that would be another one to my wish list for sure.
And I can't.
But I like that you're hacking it by rotating it
Oof.
so that you can do that square.
But I can't do the right aspect ratio. So that's.
I wonder if you can add some drop shadows. They might be too too straightforward, but to the scene.
Just adding a drop shadow to the card, right?
Yeah, because it has that like depth a little bit more.
Yes, I was looking for that, but I can't seem to get it on this linked.
Oh, Nicholas says,
Yeah.
ooh, that's interesting. That's an interesting question. If you add another scene, can you extend the text
From that
across
scene?
both scenes?
So what you can do is, I don't think you can extend it. Let's
I
see.
don't think so either.
So you can't extend it from one to the
lives
other.
inside.
It lives inside of that scene, but you can, let's say I wanted it to go all the way. I would just press copy, I would go to the other one, and I would paste it. And then I would have it from scene to scene.
Yeah.
That's what I would do as a workaround for that, Nicholas, is just the text that you want it, just have it go in between both. And that's going to look seamless once you export it.
That's a good idea. Yeah, but it definitely, it's because it lives within that.
It's it's constrained to that scene. So I'm wondering if I were to add maybe a square element. So if I go to elements and go over to shapes and then customize the shape. So I think here I can probably get it to be yes, this allows me to do it the exact size that I want. And so now I can basically mirror it.
Yeah.
I'm going to change it to white because...
or maybe like an off-white, depending.
But I think because I want it to be... I want this multiplied on it.
Oh, right.
So normal, multiply, and then that color will be kind of absorbed. Yes. Yes. It's so close.
Love all the workarounds.
Yeah, there are ways. And then from here, I think on this rectangle, there is there not a drop
shadow for that?
I thought there was a drop shadow for that.
Yeah,
Things
I
are
thought so
moving
too.
around. Things are moving around.
Yeah,
on
this
us.
is definitely new Adobe
Yeah.
Express.
So I thought there was a way to get a drop shadow on that. I could probably add a drop shadow element.
Different elements, animation. Looks like maybe
The real way to do it, guys, is to do a proper mock-up and drop in the mock-up.
Photoshop. And then import the PSD file.
Yeah, link it.
There's also, and you end up in Adobe Express one way or another. So
Yeah.
there's still a cross-platform workflow.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, you do have all of these different Adobe programs that you can get used to because they have similar buttons and similar workflows.
Yes. So this is how I would do it. just in Adobe Express. So what I want to show you now is so we have
Robert
this
and Josh
version.
are saying, I have lurked and work with Val's challenge. I do a lot of lurking and working.
Yes. Okay, so here I have exported the Premiere version on the left and the Adobe Express version on the right. So let's see if I can get them to loop play. Let's see, I'm just gonna press play on both. So they're a little different. And also the animation I did with here was pretty quick. But I feel like me actually getting cut out looks pretty good on both. Don't
The
you?
bouncing is
Wouldn't you say that's an amazing animation? Look at that. So I feel like when you're trying to work quick and fast, there's a little bit I wanted to show you.
It's also great because if you don't know animation in that way, like some of these animations
They would be tough.
they're a bit of a learning curve.
Yeah.
For Premiere.
As you can see, even when I did it here, I didn't do the proper easy, like as many easy in, easy out, all that timing stuff. But
it takes more time.
it just takes more time. But here it's so quick. What I do want to show you is that on the remove background here, on the final export, there was a bit of a quality issue. Let's say it's not as precise if you look closely.
So definitely check it.
So there, right
It
here,
kind
you
of acts
can.
as a thing.
The thing for me is that I was like, I'm leaning in. Like, this is obviously going for this lo-fi kind of weirdo ad, so it works fine.
Yes.
If you were trying to do something realistic.
Majorly professional. Like, it depends on the brand style.
Exactly. But you can lean into the limits of Adobe Express is what I'm trying to say here. And I think it looks pretty cool and fun and like something that would be show-stopping. So you can be silly with it, make ads for your products that are fun and light. Not everything has to be like a demo. Like I can't demonstrate how to use a card. It would be you open it, you're right. You know, it's kind of flat. Like what are we gonna do to make it more fun?
You can show off the process, but when you have the final product and you want to highlight it somehow, you don't have a set entirely.
Yeah.
This is great.
This is cool. This is another way to do it. Again, the way I would take this up another level would be to do a mock-up of an actual card and have the actual card floating in here. That would be maybe another tutorial, but really would be kind of a easy 10-minute thing to do and just add it.
And just play with all the animations because there's just so many and different options to combine.
I actually have this other version here real quick.
Oh.
And this is just with text.
Oh, cool.
So
awesome.
I made those bumpers. But ultimately that kind of gets hidden depending on where you upload it. So it's just
so playful.
It's just for fun, you know?
Yeah.
You can't put anything of real
you can
information in
upload
there.
this on your website and let it be a highlight.
Yeah.
Your newsletter, spaces like that. And of course, here you can resize almost about everything. So
Yeah, so I hope to see you guys making some of these animations to promote your products this holiday season. You can find me at Fabiolita Draws everywhere on the internet.
I love that. That's awesome. Yeah, thank you, Fabiola. This was great. I learned so much, and I hope for everybody else, y'all got some really cool insights. And if not, rewatch it, replay.
And don't go anywhere. There's more streams coming up ahead. Bye.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to Adobe Live. We're here in San Francisco in their studio at Adobe. My name is Alex Hogue. I am a filmmaker based out of Bend, Oregon, and I'm here hanging out with Cyn Lagos. How you doing?
Good. I'm so happy to be here. It's so cool to have you as my host.
In person.
I know.
Yeah. We got to meet back at Adobe Max pretty recently, and I'm glad we get to hang out again.
Yeah, we partied. It was fun.
Oh yeah.
Max
Went
is the
to
best.
concert. Definitely go out to Max if
Yes.
you can. So we're hanging out here today. Tell us a little bit about you. Like what got you here and what do you do?
Yeah, so I love working on design, photo, and film. Is some of my favorite things have really arise from mixing those mediums. And photography is something I want to talk about today. The photography world is very special to me because it was one of those spaces that I embarked on my own. It was like the first discipline I taught myself. So you'll see some of my work here. All of these photos are photographed with a DSLR or a phone. And now that we're entering this space where there's so much conversation about the AI space and how that starts to delve into some of these practices as like photographers, I wanted to dive into it and actually lean into it and ask myself, well, how can I use some of my experience in photographing different environments, different subjects, and employ some of these techniques into prompt generations in Adobe Firefly. So rather than run away from these ideas, I want to kind of mix mediums here too. Why not, right?
Of course. And I love, so these are all your photos we're looking at here, and this is your website, and I see Jack, our moderator, went ahead and posted that up in the chat. So be sure to go check out Cyn's work, and where else can people find you?
CynLagos.com is a wonderful place because I keep it up every single day with resources. So definitely check anything out there. But on Instagram, wonderful place. YouTube is my 2024 milestone. Ooh. So if you want to be a part of that journey, go in there and check it out and support. And yeah, so let's get started here. Some of these photos, I was just telling Alex in the back about how some of us take photos and we don't quite know why they're any good. We don't really revisit them and ask ourselves, like dissect our own discipline and ask, well, why was it good to begin with? Like, what did I do right? Was it just the color? Was it just the moment? Sometimes we're caught up in the moment. Some of these are street photos, so they were caught up in like in microseconds. These are great. I absolutely.
These are really great. I love these, by the way.
Yeah, I'm
huge
so glad.
Compliments to you. I hope we're going to talk about all this, but just like you said, the composition, the lighting, the framing, and also just the editing and the colors, they all look very consistent. The editing
I love, my editing zone is what I call it when I get so lost in the editing process. And absolutely, some of these are great reminders of a moment for me. Mm-hmm. But then I try to step into a different space and ask myself, well, beyond the memory, beyond that experience, which I do want folks to experience, I want to ask myself as a photographer, the discipline, like what techniques did I use here? What colors, what aesthetic was I after? Even in my post-editing process, sometimes it's about mimicking some a technique from film or an aesthetic from the 90s, or maybe I'm just trying to create drama with hyper contrast, right? And so you can see a lot of that being delved into. Even
beautiful.
Yeah.
That's great.
Even if there are different subject matters, they could be buildings, people, you can find these. I'm not very good at being exactly one single style, but what you will find that is common ground is these techniques. So color contrast and having this beautiful kind of connection with the person, the moment in my post-editing process. So let's look at some of these photos and try to dissect those words that I'm saying in order to visit Adobe Firefly and ask Adobe Firefly to create some of these visuals for us.
Excellent.
And at the end of it, we're going to do a carousel so we can share it online and show the kind of contrast of Adobe Firefly and my photos.
Awesome. Let's get into it. I do want to say a quick shout out to Nicholas Media in the chat. We got Jack, Robert, Umacorn, Oliver. Thank you, everyone, for joining in. And if you have questions for Cyn along the way or comments, if you love her photography, let us know. Just pop over in the chat and say hi. Introduce yourself.
Yeah, thanks everyone in the chat who's there with me earlier. Thanks so much for keeping up. This is all honestly an amazing experience all the time because I feel like I learn more about my work by teaching. So hopefully we can dive into some of these photos here, and you can find some photos of your own, any photos you have in your archives, even photos on your phone nowadays are kind of incredible. So if you find any of those that you want to dissect, I invite you to do that for yourself and use those words for prompt generation. So let's use this photo. This is a photo I took in my first solo trip going to Canada. That was super cool. And there was a time that I wasn't really good at discerning whether a photo was good. I just was like, okay, maybe this works. There's something about it. I'm not sure why I picked up the camera, but I did it. And this is what I got. I like that in this photo, there is motion blur. So keywords like motion blur are great to tell Adobe Firefly. So the subject matter, like I said earlier, in order of operation, we want to have it go first, order of importance. So we have two people, right? And we have color contrast. We have warm and cool color tones, right? So there was something about them. They could have been wearing anything else, but there was something about that moment that made me think, oh, whoa, what are the odds that these two contrasting folks are standing right there?
So what you're kind of doing here is kind of reverse engineering it. Like you already have your photo and you want to see what AI and Firefly can do. So you're kind of thinking in a way like, what do I need to tell it? What is it that makes this photo unique?
And sometimes we can just be kind of stuck in staring at a Firefly and thinking, well, what do I do? And I think what better way than, really look at inspiration based on the things that you've done in the past. So I'm going to write two people.
And anyone in the chat too, if you do photography, I mean, everyone does photography. Everyone's got a phone these days.
Yeah.
But if you have like a favorite, let us know, whether it's, street photography, landscape. Joshua, I see that you love street photography. Cyn, do you have a kind of focus when it comes to photography?
I love street photography. Has to be my endless love forever and ever. It's one of those things where wherever I am, ambient lighting is a wonderful thing to work with. At 1 o'clock is one of my favorite hours. Next to 4 o'clock is one of my favorite hours. Depending where you are, I guess, right? Like depending.
It might be tougher in Alaska where it's dark.
Oh yeah, true. So, but I live in Austin, Texas, and 4 o'clock has become my favorite. When I lived in Florida, 1 o'clock was my favorite. Sharp shadows, very striking. So I'm gonna say that I challenge you today to ask yourself, what is my favorite hour? Like, when do I feel most inspired to pick up my camera or my phone and take a picture, potentially, So I'm going to write here two people standing in front of a moving bus with...
We got nature photography, street photography.
1/15th shutter speed, right? So then when we start employing some of the techniques. So one of the things that I was recognizing was that I was also looking at, not only was I looking about the subject, is it a landscape, right, subject? Is it architecture? Is it a person? But I'm also looking at photographic techniques. Oh, there was a slow shutter speed. Was there bokeh? What kind of things am I going to find here? So I did write one beforehand, and we'll analyze it here, right? So based on what we wrote, so two people standing in front of a moving bus, 1/15th of it. Okay, this is similar. So two people standing in front of a moving bus, rushing by with motion blur. So we can put 1/15th of shutter speed, that's motion blur. Color contrast, right? We have the color contrast in the image, right? Teals and reds, and teals and blues. We all love teals and blues. So let's hit generate and see what it gives us. I often want to do a portrait. That's been one of my feedbacks. If I can set it as portrait from the get-go, I often look at those little details. So here you'll notice that we get a version of it, which is fairly close in concept, right? It is definitely more illustrative, right? These are kind of amazing. I can't help but still appreciate them. I'm one of those people. Can get in one team, right?
So you're almost getting inspiration from this.
Yeah. it's yeah, if I had to reconsider doing some of these or picking some of my photos for a commercial concept that I have to produce, I love this like cross medium to create new ideas. So for example, I don't quite have the portrait version and I don't quite have it feel like a photo. So let's help it a little bit by going into, first I selected portrait up here, right? So portrait 3x4, and then I'm going to go into the effects section, and within some of these sections under popular, we have hyper realistic. So that will get it closer to being a photo.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have under movement, let's see, under themes, we have cinematic.
And this is all in the updated version of Firefly, right?
Yeah.
So if you haven't played with Firefly in the last couple months, this is fairly fresh since Adobe Max.
So you
pretty
have
much.
more options to really kind of introduce the things that you want without having to type them in.
Mm-hmm.
So we also have here under effects, we have grainy film, right? So that will give it that aesthetic a little bit closer. Let's make sure that we select photo up here and content type. So you can see all of those things introduced down here. And so I don't have to write them anymore. You can always introduce them within the text, still going to honor that. These are wonderful things that you have already requested in the past that are now kind of part of a menu of pre-made options. So now we have something a little bit closer to a photo, right? So you can start to see the fidelity starts to get closer, less illustrated, right? The images do have, a close sense to this photo, but it's not quite there. And so we can continue to generate to try to see.
A lot of the teal.
Facing in front of a moving bus, facing away is probably a part that I really wanted to honor. Let's see, facing away, it thought it was facing away from each other. So those are kind of things that you start to mitigate. What are the little details that you can introduce? What are the actions that the person is doing? Which is interesting because it's the same as like what you said, reverse engineering. When you're directing, say you had the chance to direct, not in street photography, but you would say, can you stand over here? Right? So you're doing that in the prompt generation process. So these are a little bit closer, right? Like the people are actually looking away. Ooh, this one's kind of amazing. It looks like I moved the camera as I click the shutter. I moved the camera closer. Can you imagine that? Some of these could be wonderful for you to say, I'm going to hit a favorite there. So it goes to my favorite gallery. Some of these could be wonderful for you to say, well, I need some ideas for composition. I don't know what to do when I'm out there photographing. Like, what are the settings that I should do? This could be a great way to get more familiarized with these types of styles. So say I like this one. Let's do show similar to see a few more. And of course, the color palette is not quite it, but you can start to see that a lot of the composition and the subject matter is very close together. Even the motion blur of the bus is happening. And that's all because I'm dissecting my own imagery. So what I'm going to do to help it with the color references and fidelity, we did this earlier where we were looking at popular reference images from the gallery. What we can also do is upload our own image. And you probably guessed it. We're going to upload that particular image in here and see and introduce that as a variable. And so you can see here it says about uploading images, generative match helps us apply a particular style through prompts. So it's also kind of assessing that this is not a third-party image, that this is in fact your image.
Right.
Right. We want transparency. We also want to set up a feature where there isn't misuse of either artwork or other people's work. So
give credit where it's due.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so now it's in here. So that's going to be our style reference, it says. And I love that it says style reference because that's like the overall color palette, the fidelity of that image, the lighting, all of those elements. So I do think that's like a very specific way to think about it. So let's hit refresh there and generates a new variety of this prompt with our effects. and the image.
And in the chat, let us know if you've ever tried putting your own image in there for the stylization. Because again, this is kind of new.
Yeah.
If you haven't played with it recently in the last few months, this is a newer feature. So give it a try. Let us know what do you think of it.
What do you think? I mean, this is starting to look.
It's looking really good. My brain is going back to your website. I'm like, did you photograph all these, or did you get some of these off of Firefly?
I know,
These
right?
are looking great.
It's that close together. Yeah, that's amazing. It's really mimicking a lot of my style. I've always been inspired by chiaroscuro. That aesthetic is so beautiful in general, but you can see that it's very popularized today too. But you can see how much of my image influenced the scene. So we saw that image previously. It was teal, but it wasn't quite it. So you can start to see also about my photos. I took all those photos before AI existed,
No, of course.
which
They're
is
beautiful
which
too.
is intense because like how would I have known that this would be my like a path in my career? It's kind of amazing to think about it, and so it's so wonderful to have it as a foundation to help continuously like learn new mediums in that way. I'm going to press, I like this one too, so I can add it to the gallery. We can see the cross-reference.
Okay.
But I love this one because it's so close to that.
It is. And let's show
that's
us what
nuts.
the prompt was again, the exact prompt that you had in for that.
Oh, yes. So all of these have two people facing away, standing. So 2 people is the subject, standing is what they're doing in front of, and then a moving bus. The bus isn't just there, it's moving, rushing by with motion blur. Motion blur is photographic technique. And then we have color styling. So color, contrast, teal, and blue. And we also have all of the different effects to help us out here.
And so when you're trying to kind of reverse engineer these, is there, obviously you've done this quite a bit, but is there kind of like a formula you use, or do you just kind of look at the picture and you're like, okay, this has motion blur, this has the colors, or do you have it written down like, let's make sure to include color. Let's talk about where's the shutter at.
So this is a list. I'm back with the. So this
We
is
saw
a
the
list
list
I
earlier.
literally was doing on the plane, studying my own photos that I have here as references. When in 2019 I was an Adobe resident advocating for visual language, which is specifically focused on the idea that like visuals feel like a language if you really dissect them. There are different ways to really create an emotion through color palettes, through different visual techniques. So I started dissecting like way back in 2019 my own photography to really understand it, because I'm part like an artist and part just an overall student that can't help but continuously like just get fed so much more things for me to experiment with, right? So I couldn't help but dissect my own work and ask myself, like, why is it even good? Like, why is this one photo amazing, and how can I redo my own action? I think in the past, like artists like Van Gogh and Dali, there have been great influences of mine where I just love the way they step out of the box, the way they use case studies by studying other people's artworks, and then finally finding the right mixture of ingredients that made their version of their artwork. Now it's like, it's a Van Gogh, it's a Dali, right?
So I'm curious, so you've been doing this for a few years and you kind of like deep dive to studying it. Have you learned anything that you take into your photos now when you're out on a street shoot that, by sitting there analyzing it, what is it that makes this great that has forced you to grow in certain way, like anything you could call attention to?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these same words that we're talking about here end up being my shot list. So I might step out on any given day, say, I think it was funny that it was foggy in Texas, and my friend had just arrived to our house, and we were like, I told them, like, I want to go to this beautiful lake that's in the back and do some photographs. And they were like, but it's foggy, like bad weather, right? And I was like, but that's why I want to go outside, because the subject matter of being foggy and the monochrome color palette, like, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
It's going to be so like undiscernible contrast, that kind of thing. So they start becoming my shot list in a way too. I'm going to refresh here so we can see another variation. They start to become my my pocket shot list. So sometimes I challenge yourself, I challenge you to, I love challenging the chat.
Oh yeah.
So I challenge you to go out and, especially if you're a street photographer, think of one technique and then go and only photograph that. It's really hard because you'll find other things. But my latest one has been framing. So finding things to frame is a wonderful, like using different elements to frame my photos so I can create depth. So I'll find a window or I'll find a weird shape and I'll frame a subject or a thing or anything in it. And that is the defining factor of that day.
I love that. I remember there was a kind of a challenge trend going on. I don't know if it still is, but similar to what you said, where it's like, I think it was called like the 365 challenge, where you'd go out and you'd be challenged to take one photo every day. But I think the rule to it was you could only take one. So it's not like digital, you take 500 photos and you go back and look for the best one. The challenge was to do one photo every day, and maybe you shorten it to 30 days if you want to start. 365
That's an awesome
is a
challenge.
lot.
This is getting inspiration for 2024 because I feel like that's perfect to do.
Yeah,
actually,
it's easy. You can do it anywhere. Like there's really no reason not to.
When I started like social media, it was at the very start of Instagram where we can just talk to everybody. And it was literally the folks that worked at Instagram, the original folks. And it was amazing because they had a weekend challenge. And we would have one technique from photography to practice. And I got all my following from getting featured on winning one of those techniques. And I think it was reflections. So that's a beautiful one, reflections. Go looking for reflections everywhere. And that kind of like, at the time, I was a total novice. I took this, and the photo that won is still cute, it's awesome. I took it with a phone. I think it was the iPhone 4. I mean, it was whatnot, and it was in my house. And so it's interesting for me to think about like how many little small ways you can learn a technique and just practice it until it becomes something beautiful and cinematic. You don't get there like immediately, right?
Yep. I do want to say hi to Azaz in the chat, as well as Joshua, who says, I like the idea of having a shot list. So getting some good ideas here.
Let's study another one. I'm going to jump into this one.
Yep.
So this is another one that I absolutely love. This is in my home base. Don't live there anymore, but it will always be in my heart, right? So where I grew up. So this is in Miami, and the color palettes there are often yielding pastel color palettes. They're the sunny, sharp shadows. That's where my 1 o'clock favorite time is. And this was no different. I absolutely loved it. Of course, the one that I took actually isn't as, you can see the sand isn't always this desaturated. I do that on purpose, so I accentuate other colors. So if we look at this image, we're looking at vanishing subject matter, right? A person walking past a vanishing point of flags in South Beach. We can say South Beach because there will be a stock amount of references that Adobe Firefly can reference to create the scene. Past a vanishing point of flags and striped umbrellas. Yeah. So suddenly, just by defining in words, right, like literally tangible words, who would have thought that in 2023 words were going to be the next thing we need to learn? But it is, and we can use that as a prompt. So I did have it pre-written, so no typos will be introduced.
Ooh,
a man walking in on the beach, passing vanishing points of striped beach umbrellas. And again, we're going to keep some of these styles. We can clear them and introduce something different if we want, but let's hit generate. Now, something that I noticed with Adobe Firefly is that if I start from scratch, something else could be yielded. So if you start to notice that your second prompt is highly influenced by your previous one, just hit refresh. So the entire thing will be neutral again.
Whoa, this is already looking really well.
Super
Especially
close.
The one on the far right.
The far right.
The fourth one is like, even with the desaturation and everything too.
And it doesn't, at this point, it doesn't know what photo I'm referring to.
Yeah, that's true, because we haven't actually dropped in that sample for it to reference.
So we have some vanishing points. It doesn't quite understand the flag element. Like some of these things can only be found, but it is really, really impressive to think that it is so close together, right? So I might start liking some of these to make sure we have them. Let's hit another. You like this one?
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're all solid. I think 2 and 4 are my favorites there. If you guys are following along in the chat, let us know 1, 2, 3, or 4 what you like.
Yeah, and even in the underneath, you were mentioning some of these are fairly new. On the right-hand side, we have photo settings. So if you want to set some things here instead of writing them down. So like, for example, your aperture, it defines how much blur we have from a certain focal point. Your shutter speed. And it's just so interesting because if you're just starting into photography, even learning this through these mediums, some of the things I learned them through applications. Like, do you remember Visco?
Nope, I
No?
didn't use that one.
No? Okay, Visco's amazing
Might be
at
too old for that
kind
one.
of giving you some references of like just, I don't think so. But some references of like color palettes based on film. And so sometimes just studying those can give you like a great you'll be surprised how one can link to another thing that you do. So your shutter speed gives you that motion blur that we talked about, or give the field of view, I would say it's not the best at the moment, but I like the concept where it's going. So definitely revisit here because there's a lot of improvements always happening. So I am holding them accountable to this one because I think field of view is so cool. Is really how far away things are or how close away. So in this case, it would be a great one to try out. And then
I like the way you mentioned that you used programs to kind of learn some of this stuff too. Because if you're starting with like a DSLR, you may not know what does aperture do, what is, shutter and all these different things. And it is kind of a fun digital way to quickly play with it. And then you're like, oh, okay,
Yeah,
I
like-
get it. So then when you're out there with your camera.
And then you look at that camera that you bought during Black Friday, which is already in the closet, and then you realize, oh, that's what that is. And that's how I can accomplish that. So even if you just wanted to, you're not as brave to go outside and photograph, or you don't have the right situation. This is the stages that we go through, right? Like we don't have all the resources. This is where I think, wow, for folks who don't have the resources, they may not have a camera, they may not have these things, they may not have a model at their reach, they may not be in Miami Beach.
Yeah.
I mean, my gosh.
Don't have
that's
all those things.
So much overhead. You can start already considering your world in photography by playing around with these compositions. And then once you get to that place in your life, I think it's great. You have your shot list ready. So I'm gonna upload this image now and see what it does
Just
for
to
us.
see what it can do.
Yeah.
Already, it's pretty impressive without putting the image in there. What you've managed to do just through
So
communication,
So close together, right? So you can see some
so maybe
other
we want
references.
like a guy walking sideways. How would you describe that
Yeah,
if you
right.
wanted to try to get that?
Yeah, that's been something that I've been trying to consider a lot. Is a lot of times some of the things that I watch out for whenever I'm doing street photography is like the little nuances that we do as humans. Like somebody could be just like scratching their head, or like it could be anything. It could be like about to grab something, but it's just the way they grab it is so strange. Those are the little beautiful things that make street photography so amazing. I want to be able to describe those things here. So it takes a lot of dissecting to get there. But that's a great question. It's like, is it a 45-degree angle? Right? Like how do we go and further into the
Like in this
pose?
instance, would Firefly recognize if you said a man walking left to right? Would that? Do you think that
Yeah,
would
let's
generate
try
something?
it.
We can try it.
left to right? Maybe at a 45-degree.
Anyone else in the chat, if you have questions for Cyn,
Degree?
whether it's on her photography or what we're doing here in Firefly, be sure to send them our way and we'll do our best to answer that. Also, if you haven't already, subscribe on Instagram at Adobe Live, as well as here on YouTube and Behance.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Hit the button. Cyn's on here all the time.
Yes.
I'm on here.
All the
We
time.
hang out.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. 45-degree angle. So it thought it was the camera angle.
Okay.
A man walking left to right, 45-degree angle, and on the beach. Typo. And on the beach. Okay, so let's see what
This
we
is
have
why
here.
we did the copy paste, right?
Yeah. So something about the photo, I'm going to hit a refresh in case the old photo was influencing this new one. I like to hold shift to make it as refresh as possible. Come back here.
What does that do?
So
Shift refresh.
shift refresh is like delete all the cookies and all
Oh,
that
good to
the
know.
info. Oh my god, it knows where I am.
I love it. That's us here in
I just saw this yesterday.
Adobe in San Francisco.
Yeah, that's awesome. So I hit generate there, do my 45-degree angle in there. upload
Garrett
our
says we
image.
could try profile shot too. Maybe that would do
Profile
something.
shot.
Yeah, I
Thank
like
you
that
for that.
suggestion, Gareth.
So a lot of these words that we use in the field could be perfectly for things like this. That's great.
Yeah, great suggestion.
Great feedback. So then now I need to put, remember what I needed to put before. It was the photo in techniques we have, no, it wasn't in techniques. In effects we have grainy film, but I think that was making it a little bit different. So I'm not going to do that. We'll upload our photo.
And this is kind of what's fun is you can play around with all this stuff. And I'm sure a lot of instances might come up with something that you like and you're just like, oh man, that's even cooler than I thought it was going to be.
That happens to me a lot. Does that happen to you too?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I go in here and play around and I mean, sometimes you can come up with like the Lisa Frank look. You can come up with something like very moody and dynamic, or like maybe it's on a beach before a hurricane kind of feel, or it's
I
on a
love
sunny
that.
day, you know, like.
I do have that hurricane. I do have those hurricane photos.
Do you? From
Yeah.
Florida?
Yeah,
oh,
of course.
I bet. Yeah, exactly.
I've
You're
gone
in the right
swimming in
spot
the
for it.
hurricane. It's like,
Ooh, you know.
man, it's just Floridian activities.
Everybody, this is Cyn. She goes swimming in hurricanes.
Don't do it.
All right, so what do we got here?
That's a lot closer, right? You saw
Yeah.
how doing that refresh gave us a more neutral. I don't know what that's about. I'm going to assume it's just all the database and like the cookies just collecting. But
yeah.
you can see that that helped us. And it's like a cool hack to make sure that it honors our style reference. So this is a lot closer. It does have a little bit of a profile going on here. Like the person's kind of looking to the right. This one, not so much. But this one was a little bit closer there. So let's do show similar, and then we'll move on to our next photo. And so what we're gonna do with some of these is I want to be able to show off this process on social media, on my website. So if you were with me earlier, one of the things that I was advocating for is my own affirmations for the next year is to be proud of my work, to showcase my work, to invite others to experience my work. So we're definitely going to be doing that, building a carousel with these photos to make sure we do that. Oh, cool. All right. So I think I like this one the most. I already downloaded it, so we're good to go. And our final one is going to be this one.
Low angle close up.
Yeah, so let's see what I'm referring to. So I picked one that is, we have several ones here, but if you guys want me to do another one, we will. This is in Texas. Look at different vibe that is.
Wow.
Right?
This is beautiful. I also love cats. So,
Yeah.
soft spot.
There you go. I already won you over.
Yeah. Let us know. Do you guys have animals at home?
So in Miami, which I'll be there in a day.
Oh, okay.
In Miami, there's amazing Art Deco buildings that I absolutely love. It reminds me of just like back in the days when people would think of the future. They think of like this like spiral.
The Jetsons.
Yeah, the
here.
Jetsons. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
exactly.
like, if I say the Jetsons, do people get it? Okay, so you get it. That Art Deco kind of look. It looks very spacey. Like it could very well be a spaceship in itself. Somebody must have been inspired by that too in building this architecture. So I'm really drawn to architecture in a lot of ways.
These are your photos, yeah?
All of these are my photos.
I'm curious, can you go back to that last one?
This one?
Did you shoot it kind of with that Dutch angle, or did you
Yes.
shoot it flat and then rotate it in post?
So no, I shot it in the Dutch angle, but also I always love not like, I don't, everybody always wants to straighten the horizon. I often say like, why do you need to straighten it?
It gives it a totally different feel.
Yeah, totally different feel. So I did actually, the first thing that I thought about was Dutch angle. So when I introduced the word Dutch angle into the prompt, it honored the word Dutch as a cultural reference.
Oh, okay.
So then I had to like change the prompt, but that was curious because I call it Dutch angle too.
Yeah, that's what I would think of. If we were to
Yeah.
dissect this here, what are the things that you're looking for?
Yeah, so like all of this architecture is often
Oh, I like that. That's really cool.
Me playing with scale. So how to like things that are like architecture often feel like gigantic. I'm like, what if I do it reverse? So this is like a feature of a different building, and I made it feel like a lot bigger than it actually is by putting the subject matter next to it, which is tiny.
Very cool.
So we're gonna dissect this one. Okay, so we have Art Deco, we have pastel colors, Dutch angle. We can say, side angle, low angle, 45-degree angle. We just learned that we could do that too. And we can say pattern, geometric, right? So asking yourself those questions, like some of them are defined by styles, some of them are defined by photographic techniques. So Dutch angle feels like a video technique, really. That's more of the video. So it's a technique. Is it overexposed? That's a photo technique. Something like color palettes is more styling technique, right? So being able to compartmentalize those different words allows you to just say, okay, in order of importance, what do I want first? I want a building. I want this location. Locations are very powerful. So I will say South Beach in order to kind of introduce that or things like that. We can say a low angle close up. I put of 2 Art Deco buildings with geometric designs in South Beach, light blue, sky, pastel color palette. Got to introduce that pastel color palette.
And I noticed it's more of just keywords, not necessarily like trying to form an actual sentence out of it.
Oh, yeah. That's it. Yeah, I didn't notice I did that. That's awesome. So yes, exactly.
Yeah, like you don't almost need a bunch of filler words in there. Like you don't need to write a paragraph. It's just be descriptive
you don't have to write a poem. You know.
I mean, if you can, why not? But
yeah. So this is fun because this looks more like Key West. As opposed to South Beach, but this is interesting. Not entirely close to what I'm trying to find, but it does have that angle thing that we were talking about. And I did put a low angle of 2 Art Deco buildings. Let's see if it gives us a different variation. If we continue to hit refresh. Numbers don't get honored as well either, I noticed. So I would be curious about that moving forward. The thing is that the first Adobe Firefly I've ever tried wasn't even good at like hands or faces. And now it's so much better. So like this is Adobe Firefly 2. So we're already kind of like anything that you can think of that you're like, oh, I could improve on that. Those are little nuances that we can only find out because we're trying them out and testing them out frequently.
Yeah, and especially in version 2, the realism has really been taken up a notch.
The realism, has really, really changed. So I'm going to introduce my photo here. Let's see, introduce it as a variable in my generation. And this time I actually don't have a lot of effects in it. I only have photo. I did not introduce effects like cinematic, which was one of the techniques. I love that these are compartmentalized too, because it gives you a better sense of like futuristic.
Yeah. Did you have to go through and kind of play with these and figure out which ones you liked? Do you have go-tos or ones that you don't use? Or
oh yeah, I have some backups.
What's your process?
Yeah. Sometimes I look at some of these. Of course, in this case, it's definitely like an experimental approach. I'm not doing this. The industry's not set up for this yet. Nobody's telling me, hey, if you do this case study comparison, you'll have an exhibition. No one's doing that, but we're finding the opportunities, the pockets of opportunities in it, right? So that's what I'm doing. I'm experimenting. If folks are saying that AI is replacing photography, I want to test that question, that theory, and ask myself, well, I know that I'm the middle ground. How can I know these two are two mediums, and I've always experimented with mediums. How can I cross connect them? And so that's how I arrived at this, is at posing that question in practice, right?
Yeah, like how can we use it as a tool to kind of elevate our work as opposed to replacing the work?
Yeah,
maybe.
And for photography industry specific, I think about like how can we further experiment with it where it stops being derivative, like a copy of, because the first thing we're going to do is things we know. And then it's like back to Van Gogh. It's like the case studies, studying. If you see some of his case studies, you're like, that's his artwork. That doesn't look like anything of his. But it took so many paintings in order to get to something that was his own at the very end of it. Architecture can have some like crumbling areas, I noticed. It's like it went through a hurricane. And so you can start to like see some areas here that start to like look really, really different. But sometimes that's really inspiring because if you know, if I was an architect, I would be like, wow, that's a cool way. I wonder how to set up this foundation. But just living in South Beach, like I remember this is what
That's what it
any
feels
day
like.
felt like. In Ocean Drive, this is how it felt like, just like skating through. So I'm going to save some of these because I really like them. And I think we can do one last one, and we're going to do it. Oh, actually, no, we can't. So
And hi to Wade
let's
with
jump
the
into-
cats. We got a lot of cat conversation. I opened up a can of worms in the chat. So we got some people with Maine Coon cats, 3 of them. That's a lot of fur. My goodness, Gareth.
I love that. Okay,
But-
so we're going to jump into Adobe Express really quick. And
Perfect.
this is quick is everything that I like want at any given point whenever I'm designing, because I kind of take on a lot of different parts of my business. So when I think about showcasing my work and showcasing an experiment that I'm doing, I definitely love Adobe Express, because in here I can find different templates, but also, and I know you heard it all day, there's been so many cool stuff. I know some of you are here since the beginning because you're that cool, right?
Yes, we love those people.
So one of the newest ones is text to templates. So I want to ask for a minimalist carousel design to showcase.
I just did a carousel one earlier, so I'm going to let this just blow my work away.
Not at all. Not at all. I saw yours. It was great. I was there like kind of distracted. Everybody else is talking to me. I'm like, oh, sorry. I was watching Alex. So this text to template is super cool because, I mean, sometimes I think, okay, introducing minimalism or maximalism, it's a great way to like influence how many elements are going to be in here.
Yep.
So that's a nice pro tip, like use that word in there. So you can see here, I can't actually click in there unless I'm going to use it. So you can see all the different variations. With any generation, I often like playing with it.
Choices?
I always like, I'm like, okay, generate once, at least 2 more times, right? Like 2 more choices just in case. But this one's a really good one already. It's really capturing that minimalism. And you can also set it up as different sizes down here. So if I want to set it up as a square post or something like that, could be cool. And you can see like all the different type choices and all of this. It doesn't scare me that some of these may not be exactly what I want, because everything is editable. So it's always going to be an opportunity for me to just be like, okay, well, I didn't start from scratch. So I'm already ahead than I could be if I was starting from scratch. So let's wait for one more generation there and get started on one of these designs. So let's see. I like, this one's really cool. Capture moments. You have the logo there.
Kind of like the cleanliness of some of these, yeah.
Yeah. So if I was to click this one, I think I clicked on a different one earlier. Your template is loading.
So this is all pre-built for the most part, and we kind of drop in the assets that we want.
Yeah. So
Easy.
I think I'm going to let one run.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So the goal with text to template isn't so much like searching all of the library. It isn't a Google search or a search of the library. It is actually creating a new one from there.
I will say, if you caught my stream earlier, I was talking about how I just started playing with Adobe Express, and I actually did play with the templates a little bit. And I had fun. I saw one that was an inspiration as like a Christmas card. And, being that, the holidays are around the corner, and I kind of played around with making one with my cat because it was just inspirational. We're back to cats.
The cat is the
Didn't
hero.
even mean to go there. That was a complete accident. But I do encourage you to check it out. Go in there, for holiday cards, if you type in what you want and what you want it to say. And it's just like, it looks professionally done, and boom, print it out, send it out, done.
And AI experimentation. It's funny what you just said there, because I do have a lot of different tool belts in my tool belt. So I think about folks who don't have graphic design as like their baseline. Like where do you begin? And I often think, well, Adobe Express is like such a game changer for folks who don't actually know these things from the get-go, and how can they like repurpose these designs, and potentially in the process you learn more about your ability to create designs because of it. I'm going to just add another one there and add some of my imagery. So I actually let me see, go in here and upload some of these.
I've probably got like another 10 minutes or so.
Great.
Just to give you a heads up. If you have any questions for Cyn, we've been hanging out, kind of talking about photography and how to analyze shots that you've maybe taken and figure out what those keywords are to recreate that inside of Firefly. And then what else have I missed?
The cat conversation.
I don't know how we keep looping back to cats. I swear it wasn't on purpose.
Yeah, that's
we love
okay.
dogs too. So.
Yeah, I have all of them. So the only thing I'm missing is like a parrot.
Ooh.
Just kidding.
You're,
I'm not
you're
gonna.
a bird goer, huh?
No, I let them be. That kind of thing. So, for example, in something
So
like
here's
this,
an image. Okay.
let's crop some of these images. I just want to do like a comparison view of some of these. So we'll upload a few the original one of this one too. So new generation photo references. Yeah, but what I really hope is that in something like this, you find yourself really investigating what is AI's role in photography, but more so how are you kind of part of it in the entire mix of things, right? And how do you find yourself using it, especially knowing whether you know photography, whether you're just starting photography, like, is this reverse engineering so you can learn photography for yourself, right? Like, those are different things that I like to think about that often influence my work.
Yeah, and then we do have a question in the chat. If you could just touch on what it is you're looking to achieve right now. We're in Express, and we're just kind of, are we making a post to compare them, or what's your goal here?
In Adobe Express, I often do different carousels. So if I go into Instagram /@Cyn Lagos, you'll see some of the variations of carousels that I build. So, sorry, @Cyn Lagos isn't. Oh yes, you don't need the @ That's YouTube. @Cyn Lagos, and then so you'll see one of the carousels that I just built. I often like to think about the story that I'm telling. So, for example, some of these here.
Yeah, I saw this one. Beautiful.
Yeah, so of course, having that merging element, this is in San Francisco, by the way, so some of those merging elements are beautiful. I often like to think about the cover of a story, kind of much like a book. So the cover, and then the middle ground, and then also something that is like right in the middle that you find to be like the hero shot. So it's like kind of the meat of the book where things get like great, right? And then the final scene. And I approach this kind of for everything. Like any scene, I think about the cover and I think about the comparison scenes along the way. So that's, I don't know, I find carousels to be a great way to tell a story at any given point. So I often approach it as a story, as opposed, even in stories, I often approach it as I have a cover, I have a middle climactic moment, and I have the end point. So for this one, of course, we probably don't have as much sense, but my covers quite literally has the type information, and then you start to discern the what is this about? Like, what do we do? And so in the next one, I might continue this, or I could introduce here a text area where I explain, kind of like in the book cover, you have the prelude, right? Like, so you kind of have all of the reasoning of why you should continue on. So I might explain it here and grab a pre-made and say AI experimentation, right? And explain what the next scenes are going to be about. And carousels are surprisingly like swipe next. Carousels are surprisingly like engaging because I think there's a level of control that the person has. Find different. Dissect your own photography, right? Your own photography. And I'm just going to say that several times to do body copy right now so you can understand.
Lorem ipsum.
Lorem ipsum, yeah. So the idea that I often think about when it comes to carousels is to structure it like a story. That's going to do so much better than if you just place photos and that's it and all be all. It's like it really starts to feel more like you're guiding somebody through a narrative, and often copy is introduced in these spaces better than you would in a video because videos are so fast.
Yeah.
This is by far one of the few places that at the moment we have on social media that are actually attention grabbing without being quick and like, right? It's like actually slow. It's like an invitation to get to know something that you're up to. In this case, experimenting with AI is my thing. I'm going to change this to my logo.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We got
Which
our-
you had it in here already, huh?
Yeah, we have our brand assets in here, so we can put this one in here.
I love that you can just preset your graphics, your assets, your logos, fonts, and colors
Right.
all in here, so you can just use them for any post
There
you
are
need.
so many different elements in Adobe Express that just start to become your own workflow. And so you know that you can remix any of these. And oftentimes I actually do that. I love setting these up as templates so that you can remix any of these designs. So if I go, so let's look at these real quick, right? So if I do 2 comparison views, I did 2 only.
Whoops.
Let's see. But I love creating all my carousels in here because down the road I can often remix it and redesign it.
And just swap out the elements, right?
Yeah. So was it this one? It was this one. So this one's kind of harder because it would probably have to be a horizontal viewpoint for this one. But for the sake of time,
Mm-hmm.
let's do one upload and I'll show you what I would do after with that photo.
But I know as we run out of time here too, I love how it's this simple. Like you just started creating this in the last couple minutes, and already like we're already at a place that you know you can.
I'm
utilize
already
this.
in the place and the facet of just
Look at
being
that.
able to share my project. So this is like at the beginning of a carousel of how I would share on Instagram. But then once you're ready, you're able to either share by publishing directly, either to the web or to Instagram, or you can actually schedule your post. And I know y'all know how to do this in so many different ways, but there's been so many updates. You can upload videos also and schedule to TikTok and schedule to different platforms at the same time. There's all these different upgrades that make this actually a viable option for becoming your new scheduler. For me, for many reasons in the past, it was like, okay, well, I can't upload a video. That doesn't seem like a fair game. So now we have all of these different channels that I can upload to, and I can upload carousels as well. So I love using the schedulers for things like this too.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you the last carousel that I did too, just in case. Do we have time?
Yeah, we got maybe like another 2 minutes, and I'm curious if for everyone in the chat that's watching, Cyn, do you have, if you could walk away from this with one piece of advice that you want them to absorb, what do you think would be?
Oh, here's a good example. Definitely to ask yourself, okay, what is the last photo that I took that I am really proud of, whether it's just any photo. I know you're probably beyond phone photos at this point because honestly, when you're a photographer, you try it all. I want you to consider, why is it good? Like, how can I dissect this photo and kind of bring it to the elements of the subject matter, the colors, the photo techniques. Why was it good? Because I've asked this question to professional photographers and they don't always know what it was. It's just, it was the moment I had an instinct. And a lot of these things like do become innate to us, but they can be more trained as soon as you go and study your own work. Right? It becomes even more so part of you. So sometimes people get creative blocks and they don't know why. It's possibly because you don't really truly know what made your work good to begin with.
Yeah.
And try it out on Adobe Firefly and see how you can visualize some of your work even if you haven't yet created it.
Love it.
Yeah.
Well, we are about out of time here today. Thank you so much for hanging out with myself, Cyn, and just everyone here in San Francisco in the office.
This is awesome.
We'll be back tomorrow with another stream, and I hope you enjoyed hanging out with Cyn. Go check out her work, follow her work on her website and Instagram, and
yes,
you got
go to
anything else,
cynlagos.com/classes because the resources I provide there are just for you. They're just for you and your learning journey. And yeah, we're excited out here because 2024 is around the corner, and we are embarking on a lot of cool concepts and ideas. So keep up with us along the way.
Thanks so much, guys. Have a good one.